we ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane, wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way, whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the feet. All them boys wanna talk, hit them all around, but don't ever cease. I do it with ease, to you it's a burn, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is the breeze, that kick back. You come in and leave, boy, sit back. Came out the room like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, they looping the fume, might land in the tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, way to the top, head to the feet. All the boys wanna talk, get them all around, but don't ever cease. Elevate, way to the top, head to the feet. All the boys wanna talk, get them all around, but don't ever cease. There were the Vinches, killing the odds, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in the tennis. Gotta go big, I hit for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the top, turn repeat to a 3-peat, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up, VCT, hey. Came out the room like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, they looping the fume, might land in the tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, way to the top, headed to the feet. All the boys wanna talk, get them all around, but don't ever cease. Elevate, way to the top, headed to the feet. All the boys wanna talk, get them all around, but don't ever cease.
it's loud. Hate my grind down like my shine. I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe lie.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Yo, pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey,
never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Down.
And welcome to day 2 of VCT EMEA Kickoff. Today in the Riot Games Arena, 4 more teams will be taking the stage, including the very much anticipated debut of Flores, and I can't believe we got her, and she will be on stage a little bit later. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm joined by Kukuka and Billy, who are both equally excited about Flo, I assume.
Yes, yes. I feel like following her journey since the very beginning, to see us here, to actually be the region, having Flora this time around, I'm very happy. What about you, Billy?
I have to agree. You can't not be excited about Flora. Her debut here in Tier 1 in EMEA, I'm so hyped to see that.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, and I think my favorite thing is hearing some of the players backstage stage talking about, yeah, she's going to farm. Yeah, we're equally excited about it as well. So that game will be coming up a little bit later. Let's take a look at the bracket first, because we already saw some teams take the stage yesterday. And Billy, what was your, I guess, takeaway? Anybody impressed you in particular?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell with that Carmine Core game. I was like, what are they going to pull out against Navi here? I'm really looking forward to that Sadak and Les head-to-head that we're going to get to see in that French derby. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting day, very long first day as well for all of us here on the desk.
Surprises also from the side of BBL. I think that the debut of the two new Turkish players was impeccable.
Yeah, it was indeed. The teams that did win yesterday will be playing again tomorrow. But today, we're going to start things off with Liquid versus Koi, followed by, of course, Apex versus Gentlemate. The way that the bracket is so interesting as well, because as you guys know, that Apex versus Gentlemate's game, Kakuka, could potentially shape both of their teams' future next year.
Yeah, exactly, because both of the teams are the ones that have ascended throughout the years and also will be in risk of descending this year, depending on their performance and, of course, what happens with the rest of the teams in the region.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, they're up for relegation unless, of course, they make champs and get those champs points. So yeah, no, it's really exciting that we get to see them go head-to-head in the very first stage of the bracket.
Yeah, and I think Gentlemates are looking very exciting too, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. First, like I said, we did see 4 teams play already yesterday. It was a very long day, and I think there was a lot to take away from those games, and what better than for us to give our predictions and appropriately react to some of the things we
never
saw
done
yesterday. Yeah, definitely feel free to clip this, screenshot it, meme us sometime down the line. And I'm going to put myself right in the firing line by going first. Now, after what I saw yesterday, I firmly believe that the duo of N and Sadak will be the first EMEA coach IGL to bring home not 1, we've done that before, not 2, we've done that before as well, but 3 global trophies. It's coming home, baby. Casey on that stage in Paris, it's written in the stars.
I mean, I would say that a normal reaction would be, I've seen them, I'm impressed, I can see what the work can do, I can see us taking Paris, of course, for the team, there's that extra motivation there, but that's definitely an overreaction.
KC fans, back me up, back me up, back me up.
You're on brand, you're on brand.
Yeah, back me up. All right, let's see yours then.
Okay, you guys tell me if this is an overreaction as well, but also based on what I saw yesterday, my overreaction, or just reaction, is going to be that Yampi will be the first player to lead BBL to a global event.
I thought you said leave.
No, to lead. Sorry, my English sometimes is a bit wacky. But yeah, I think that the BBL that we saw yesterday shows a lot of promise. This is without the full roster. I'm very excited to see what Chiwa is going to do when he gets here. But knowing that BBL has never won an opening game in any of the seasons that we've had, what they did yesterday, I think it was impressive. Yes, they could have closed it in a 2-0 fashion. But, you know, it's a learning experience as well. And I think that this BBL is one that people should be hopeful for.
Do you think that I would think that's an overreaction?
No.
Really?
Yeah. Am I overreacting?
No, not according to me.
After yesterday, I don't think that we can overreact. I think yesterday we were all a little bit surprised by that result. So, no, I think that's a fair reaction. My overreaction, again, don't really know if it's an overreaction from us, but I think that Vice is going to be the most picked Sentinel throughout Kickoff. And my reason for that is that we didn't see Vice on Haven. That was the only map that we didn't see Vice on. And I'm wondering if it's an overreaction from the teams to pick into Vice because of the introduction of Teo. Obviously, her utility, it's indestructible. So I'm wondering, have the teams thought, okay, let's run this, or have they actually just been cooking with the Vice in the off-season?
I like that. I like that.
I don't think that's overreacting. You know,
I think you're very reasonable.
Yeah. I think you're very within reason. I think that definitely Vice is one of the subjects that every single team, whether you play her or not, should have catch up during the off-season.
I want to see more Deadlock though.
I want to see more Deco.
Yeah.
We only got one, and he was Angel with whatever that composition was that I had nightmares with last night.
And is he or is he not the best Tejo player in the world? Name me one other pro player that's had a better performance than Angel.
Can we go back to this question like 3 hours from now?
Okay, I mean, okay.
3 hours starting now.
Yes,
We'll revisit this. We will revisit this. But there is a lot of history between our teams and players here in EMEA. Let's check in with Soulcast and Nat and see what they've been up to in the off-season. It's a new year and we have some new teams here, but who doesn't love a little reunion? I'm now joined by Naz from Team Liquid and Soulcast from Movistar Koi. God, that feels weird for me to say that out loud. But when was the last time you guys saw each other? Had a little catch up?
Liquid? Yeah, it was whenever we lost in Liquid. It's probably the last time we saw each other.
Oh, so before you went off to Apex?
Yeah, I think that was the last time, yeah.
Wow, and speaking of that, Nas, did you watch Ascension at all? Did you manage to catch any of the action from Apex?
Yeah, I was watching his highlights only, to be fair.
Yeah?
He was chilling, he's lying. He was chilling on vacation.
Were you at least rooting for Dom a little bit to make
No,
it
I was
back?
actually watching the highlights. I wasn't watching the games, but I saw the highlights.
Okay, good.
I remember the Lotus one.
Lotus one? Yeah, yeah.
Lotus
That was
one
a
was
nice one.
There was quite a few highlights, I feel like, from you at Ascension. Yeah, and what's it like to be back, I guess, you know, back in this arena, back in the studio, and having to go up against him?
Yeah, it feels nice. It's, you know, weird to be back, but I'm glad to be back, you know. When playing in Tier 2, you know, it was a bit like, you know, how to say, like, more relaxed, you know. There wasn't as many, like, go to travel here, boot camp here, go to this tournament, but, like, you know, and then sitting out and missing out on all, like, you know, people going to these Masters events and stuff, you know. It's nice to be back. So.
You'll get yours again. And of course, we were actually having a little chat before we started talking about in this interview about some of the glory days that you two shared. You know, of course, you won a very important trophy in EMEA. I know, Nat, you feel like maybe the best trophy we've had in EMEA?
I don't remember the other ones, to be fair. But
Exactly, it's the only one that matters.
this one, incredible. Every time I watch it, so happy. Can't watch one day also
Yeah,
together.
we need to go together, watch pie.
Yeah, there you
Look,
go.
their highlights.
We got some footage right
Oh,
here.
that's the last round on the fracture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it was me and you, right?
Yeah, it was incredible clutch situation. Communication
We're
there.
gonna have that teamwork again in this game today.
Yeah,
Me and you opposite each other, we're just gonna...
1v1, we communicate.
Yeah.
I want to see, you know, maybe you stand up and give a little wave, you know, talk to each other from across the stage, perhaps.
Yeah. 1v1, we wave first, and after that we play.
Just wait, handshake, and then we sit down and play.
Yeah.
Gentleman's
Sounds good.
agreement.
Exactly.
Gentleman's
Yeah.
agreement. Now, I wanted to, a bit of a big question I wanted to ask you. What's changed since then, I guess? What do you think has been the biggest difference in your life, in your career since winning that trophy? I'll start with
Well,
you.
I have an answer.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I'm married and I'm IGL now. Now
Oh,
you.
I'm not married and I'm not IGL, so...
I don't know which. I think I'd take the marry. What's I guess, makes you happier, being married or being an IGL now, you know?
Both, actually.
Yeah, both?
I like the challenges. I mean, marriage is not a challenge, though, but IGLing is the challenge in some kind of directions, but it's good.
And
I'm happy.
Yeah, in terms of that IGLing, you think you might have an edge, having played with Nats before, being in the same team environment, to maybe be able to kind of counter mind game him in the server?
Played a few ranked games with him. I can try and remember some calls, but nah. I think yeah, it's gonna be exciting to play, and especially like, you know, him now on the IGL and stuff. You know, it's kind of like a thing you probably didn't expect like a long time ago, and it's like, I think, you know, even in the Liquid rosters, like over the years, we've had loads of like, you know, pseudo, like in terms of like Yampi was like trying IGL, and now he's actually in IGL, and like Nats was like quite a big like second caller, so like now he's like IGL as well. So, you know, I think it fits well.
All right, I can't wait to see you on the server, and make sure you guys look out for the BM and the handshake, the high fives, all that jazz. I can't wait to see it.
There we go.
We will be seeing that in just a moment. Any married IGLs here on the desk?
No, sadly, I'm still single, so no.
Oh, okay. Chat's going to be going wild now, I can just tell. But let's talk about this Team Liquid, because last year was the first time ever in Team Liquid that they've never made a global event for the entire year. And Kakuka, as a result of that, you can sort of tell why they decided to rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we also see the rebuild in the players, also in the coach and staff. We have heard that there is a golden rule of how many Polish players you're supposed to have in a roster. Team Liquid did not care. Kamik, Camo, and Patetek. I know that last year everybody was going nuts about him, but Nats is also on the team. And Kiko also, we need to start theorizing about how those roles are going to look within the team.
Yeah, Kiko's a good one, obviously. Same from last year. They kind of built around the Apex roster that they picked up from last year. So yeah, Kiko, another good one with those additions coming into the team. I'm intrigued to see what is he actually moving on to. We knew him as the kind of young gun duelist previously, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that is this year.
And Paddy's on a team as a starting member, not a stand-in. You know, he is on a team. And Billy, there's a reason why everybody's excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Patetek, super stub of Team Heretics last year, right? I feel as though his flexibility, the way that he was just able to jump into whatever composition that Heretics would throw at him last year, yeah, I'm really excited to see him actually have a permanent home this time.
And everybody had questions last year when Patitech was, you know, brought into Heretics because it's not like a new player, someone coming in from Tier 2 that nobody knows about. And he had this redemption arc, and everybody started to love it because of what Billy was saying, the filling in all the slots. For for 2 of the international events, he just went with them, played with them, and was one more of the team. And there was one request that everybody was putting out there, and is give this man a team.
Yeah, get him on a team and also give him another opportunity to actually win a trophy. I feel like he took that really hard, right? You can see from this tweet. He was very, oh my, I want to cry just looking at this. But he will have that opportunity, and he'll maybe do it on Liquid or for Liquid. But do we think they can? Is this roster and the changes they made in the offseason good enough?
I think that there's still questions. I do have trust in the coaching staff. I think that Lohan is going to be able to bring a lot of things from his previous experience in Tier 2. I honestly think that, and we saw it yesterday, most of the talent that we're bringing in from the international leagues are showing to be very good, big promises.
Yeah, and speaking of talent and roster change, of course, Movistar Koi, they made their changes as well. And I guess, again, their year last year wasn't exactly the best. This, though, Billy, do you see as an improvement?
Yeah, Movistar Koi, this is going to sound weird, but everything about this roster feels new and fresh. I know it's ironic given that we have an ex-Gambit and an ex-Team Liquid player on this roster, but yeah, I like it. I'm interested to see how they all kind of mold together. An American IGL coming into an EMEA team again was another discussion point that I kind of raised yesterday, so it will be interesting to see how that actually merges with the rest of these guys.
I'm a little bit biased, you know, I've been living the off-season with Sergio Ferra.
French, like, why are you?
Yeah, could you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine? That's the only thing. But no, seriously, about this team, I think that it's good to mention that we have the importer Flyer that is going to be leading the team, as we were just seeing on the screen. Philo, who is pointed at us, he's been for a long time playing in Tier 2. This is her shot, and everybody else returning players. And also the last 2 pieces that you're seeing there, Gorilla and Laika, those 2 were in Vitality last year, and those were the ones that took Vitality to champs. Do not forget.
Yeah, and the question is, you have to kind of think about why a player like Solcast would win Ascension with the team that he did and decide to go to a different project. And I think you hit the nail on the head, because that coaching staff is S tier. That is the coaching staff that I feel like can make a project like this work.
Yeah, exactly. And for a player like Solcast, with his background, he is the first player, full stop, to go back to Tier 2, to compete in Tier 1, be in Tier 2, win Ascension, and earn his step back. And doing it in this roster, as you're saying, I think it shows a lot of promise. There's a lot of experience there and a lot of potential that I think this is one of the teams, because of how new it is and the pieces that it has, that I think could be a surprise on Kickoff.
Yeah, I agree. I think Soulcast has kind of earned that spot coming back into Tier 1. Just to echo everything that you had said, he had to fight his way through Tier 2, given it was dominant, right? Apex kind of swept challengers last year, so yeah.
So did the previous year, and they didn't win the most important match of the year.
Exactly, yeah. So no, I'm excited to see him on this roster.
Yeah, and if that doesn't get you guys excited, all I want to say is that in the off-season, Shados was playing Reyna again, and he was farming. So I don't think he's going to do that here, but just in case. But just how strong are the new Team Liquid and Koi rosters? It's time to find out. Let's send this down to the stage and bring out our teams and kick off day 2 of VCT EMEA. both of these teams missed out on every single global event last year, but it's time to turn over a new leaf and see if they can make an impact domestically and internationally. This is actually the first game they both had last year as well. They played against each other then. Liquid did come out on top, but as we talked about, there are changes. There are different rosters coming into this now. So it would be interesting to see if the results will change, and also to see if we're finally going to get Fracture, maybe.
I mean, no, we're not going to see Lotus, something that we saw yesterday a couple of times, and the first Fracture of the year here in EMEA is going to be picked by Team Liquid. Abyss is going to be the pick by Movistar Koi. We can already anticipate maybe some takes that you want to give about some agents?
Yeah, I'm going to say that Liquid are my favorite team in the entire world. Nothing to do with them picking Fracture. But
I thought it was because of banning Lotus, because we had a lot yesterday.
I do like Lotus, but that Fracture pick goated. I do wonder, though, you know, when we talk about the roles, the new agents, and so on and so forth, on a map like Fracture, the players they have on Liquid have always been very set in their roles. You know, Kiko just played the Duelist. Nats on that Cypher is, at this point, legendary in our scene. So, Billy, what are they going to deviate to? Because surely Kiko's not going to play Duelist here, right? Maybe even Nats won't play the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Camel to jump into that duelist role. I kind of thought that anyway coming into this one. It's just, do they decide to actually have Camel and Kiko on a double duelist in Fracture? Don't know. Probably not something that we're going to see. And then the Nats point as well, yeah, what Sentinel does he play? Does he jump onto a Vice? Does he stick with the bread and butter of Cypher that he knows and loves very much so? So, yeah. It's all question marks at the moment because this is obviously their first game of the season.
I will say, I don't expect a lot of double duelists. Yesterday we got some double controller, a lot of double sentinel. I think that with how popular Vice is, it would be kind of a disgrace not having Nats on sentinel.
Well, it looks like Nats will be playing the Cypher because it is Nats. They're going to have no duelist, by the way. Talk about double duelist, zero duelist, but Teho on Shados. Kakuka, you called this yesterday.
And this is the kind of Shados that we are expecting to see in 2025. Back to that initiator role. Soulcast, who was, by the way, when he was on Team Liquid, legendary on this Fracture, super flexible, playing on the Astra, if I'm not completely going crazy, but is now going to be playing on the Vice. Double Sentinel for them, and Philo having his debut on the Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Soulcast kind of toying around with probably one of the standout deadlocks for me, Ascension, and little did we know that we were actually going to see Soulcast and Nats go head-to-head in this matchup. And I know I just said that Teo and Vice are counters to each other, but they're actually deciding to play both of them.
Yeah, and more interestingly, both IGLs will be playing Sentinel. Maybe this is a new meta we don't know about, but let's throw this over to your casters and jump straight in with Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. VCT EMEA Day 2 about to kick off, Tom. And a fresh look at both of these teams. Excited to see what they bring to the table. The comps starting this one out, though, got me a little bit surprised, to say the least.
Yeah, so one team has entered into 2025, and the other team, well, they're back in old Angel comps. So zero duelists. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I was kind of excited to see, oh yeah, Camo coming in. Maybe we'll play a Jet. Maybe we'll play something super aggressive. He's playing Gecko. Now, we have seen players do that. Something, for example, has been one to do that in the past. It can work, but I don't know. It's just two very different looks at this map, which definitely makes it exciting. But with so many changes within these rosters, we've spoken about leadership, we've spoken about imports. I don't know what's going to happen in this game, and that makes it a bit more interesting.
Well, kicking off the season as an IGL, all eyes on Nat, seeing how he adapts to that. Often going to be playing away from the pack, and that's one of the challenges that a lot of IGLs look to combat by shifting up, by playing roles that allow them to stick with their team. But Nats is known for his lurking. Something's got to give. We'll see how that adaptation is brought to the server as time goes on. A minute 20 on the clock. And Team Liquid on the attack side. They've left the spike north side with 4 players shifting to B. And it looks like we've got a nice slow burn of a round as each team looks for presence on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, it looks like Flyer's going to meet the EMEA players for the first time, as he is solo currently on B. Just playing almost contact. I don't think he's going to look to try and challenge in front of this. Maybe just spam a few shots through and hope to find a kill. Instead, he is met by Camo immediately in the dirt. And that puts the B site firmly in the control of the attackers.
Yeah, that's it. A player down and a spike plant to be acquired. Cam spotting the flank coming up as well. Looks like Nats wants to get ahead of this problem with 3 players coming around. It's a big swing straight into heavy traffic, and he is left flattened. 4 versus 4. Looks like Movistar Koi may have a chance. It's going to take a while. That utility to come into play. Guided salvo clearing some of the back boxes. Camo's still safe, tucked in the corner. They haven't managed to root any of these players out of position, and the first one is a 1-to-1 trade, running that clock down ever further as Kiko comes up behind for the double. That puts this round to bed.
Yeah, solid start from Liquid. I don't mind the idea from Movistar Koi just sort of setting themselves up for a retake, but Camo finding such an easy opener definitely made things a lot better for that Liquid side. And I think as well just the fact that they had lurk on lurk. Like, okay, Nats didn't really get too much. I think they got a bit further than expected, but just having that wraparound from Kiko. And that's something else you have to talk about with him as an individual. Like, he's used to being the first man in. Now, playing the controller on a map like this, you normally have the expectation of maybe him playing a bit more of a lurk, maybe him being in the backlines a bit more. Although, when you have that, probably not.
Well, I think that's also what you're talking about when you say bringing in an Angel idea. All that rings in my head, that Brimstone, drop your util and just go blitzing in. Something we know Kiko's going to be capable of doing. Possibly even better than Angel was. Who knows? Remains to be seen. For now, Guided Salvo clears some close corners and not too much of a worry for Movistar Koi as they've seen nobody outside of A. But in a round like this, you really want to be running into those players with the pack. As we can see, it will be the pack having to run into those players. Team Liquid have already taken control of the empty space on the B site, and it's only Flya who has managed to fly under the radar for now.
Sat up in tower, but with Wingman being the one to plant, the risk really wasn't there for Liquid. Through goes Camo,
Whoops.
but quite a few missed shots. In fact, a couple of players already dropped. This was a really small investment. If anything, it was only utility purchased into this round for Movistar Koi. Filu and Shados. Kamek is going to go down, and it's left all onto Panitek, the superstar sub in his previous team, but he'll only get one this time. What a response from Movistar Koi. They're going to find themselves around to equalize. And honestly, Mitch, I think they spent, at least on weaponry, nothing. It was just utility.
I think, yeah, you're right. All classics that they came in with. Unbelievable display from this squad. And what a pay safe card, Thrifty, as a result, in a round that they invest next to nothing. And it starts out about as poorly as it could. They 4-man pushed up A main, hoping to catch 1 or 2 players, maybe to find Nats lurking on his own, and they didn't, ending up having to blitz back into a site against a team that has utility, that had everything for them, the Sage Wall down to slow them, the smokes, and even ideas to flash out of a smoke and take these aggressive stances. But ultimately, Movistar Koi hit the shots. Huge early benefit for this squad now as they are 1-to-1 with the economy bolstered on their side.
Yeah, that was my sort of question when it comes to Movistar Koi, is where is the firepower coming from? Because you got Soulcast coming back from the tier 2. Filu, I definitely have some questions about. And now Shados moving back to the role, which he sort of made his name under. Maybe that gives me the answers, but it's definitely early days just yet. Again, we're seeing the B site regularly pressured, and that's not the start they were looking for. One of the hero rifles alongside the Outlaw, managing to get that opener, but the trade's coming back thick and fast. That's now last man standing, but you never doubt this man in a clutch.
Team Liquid putting quite a lot into this, even having used Camo's ult. It's not going to get them anything in terms of round wins, and economy damage can be overlooked, I think. For Movistar Koi, starting out 1-0, and now the lead is in their hands. This is going to put pressure on the side of Team Liquid. They can't let this one slip with some early mistakes like that. But luckily for them, they're back on the board with rifles. I think the one thing that will put a sour taste in their mouth is that they didn't really get any value out of that ultimate.
Yeah. It's also left some of their investments here a little bit lower, like the Outlaw purchase for Nats puts them on a Guardian for this round. Light shields as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of a part that will play in the round with what's on the other side. An immediate control being fought for. This is sort of the expectation with the guided salvo, the missiles. Obviously they have a pretty quick, well, for what they do, regeneration time. They'll be back in what, like 45 seconds. That control's not held onto for long, though. An immediate trade for Kamik, leaving them in a 4 versus 4 scenario, but... gonna say...
yeah, breaking this is gonna give them an angle.
But...
You will not kill my ally.
well, never mind. I mean, it's not going to matter too much. It's just a little bit frustrating for Camo. His KD is going down the toilet from early fights, but if they're going to win the round, they're going to win the round.
Yeah, you could look at it as a wasted ult, but it did still trade out the position of that player, and, well, I think that's worthwhile. If the ability did that as default. Fly 1v4 as a result. Not an easy scenario to make work. Question of damage perhaps comes into play. Nice shot onto Nats. Still winnable if Team Liquid give him the opportunities, but you have to think that won't happen. And with the off picked up, a heavy piece of machinery, he wants to save it. He won't get the chance. Patatek waiting up top.
Okay.
The scoreline equalized with a little bit of attitude as well.
You know what? I think you're always going to get that with Patatek, but I'm very happy to see him in the jersey with Liquid, someone who I think...
on a starting roster,
yeah,
it's just nice.
Like he probably takes the biscuit. There's one or two people you can argue for the greatest stand-in of all time. He is definitely within the conversation and maybe the one that takes it overall, but it really is great to see him, starting with the team, practicing with the team, knowing that he has time to sort of build with this roster because he was so good last year. And that's the thing, the Liquid roster this year is very exciting. Like, I think they've got a lot of players that we've seen in solid teams before, players that we're excited to see going forward as well. So it's just whether or not they can live up to the expectations. That's always the problem with Team Liquid, is can they live up to the hype that is built?
That was a rocky start, but seems like that attacking side stabilized. A couple of ultis that they're up against here that could cause problems. As this attacking side makes some presence on A, but shifts their way over to the much heavier stacked site. A lot of utility waiting for them on the way out of B. The Arc Rose primed to blind them. We'll see what their approach is going to look like. Still wanting a little bit more control. They'll move towards Arcade. They've given up a ton of control across the map, but you take a look at the trip in the very north side of the map, the camera down south, they've still got a decent amount of information on the back of Nats if there is a push to come through, and they're hoping that Op gets a chance to take someone down. Unfortunately, it's Movistar Koi to draw first blood.
Soulcast, it's a
30 seconds left.
Mixed bag. Only got himself a Spectre. Nats is looking for the entry on his own. He's just going to go swinging up. Still managing to just hold. This is a peculiar way to see the battle. And what Soulcast actually does incredibly well with that Spectre. 2 kills to keep things even. Looking like the Armageddon about to come in to try and deny the players from planting with only 10 seconds on the clock. They need to get back onto that site, and it's going to take a little while to do so. Left all onto Filu, but he cannot land the shot. Kamik there to close. Liquid take the lead.
Great round. You could see that pretty much all the eyes on that defensive side were looking the wrong way. Nat's opening up that space. It's an unusual lurk up with the operator in hand on the Cypher through a smoke, sticking around for more, almost getting a third too. Keep in mind, he does fire his gun there, just he was a little too quick. It wasn't fully scoped. Yeah, nice round from him, and that's all that needs to be said with Team Liquid taking it back 3-2 now. Course correction most certainly in play, as Movistar Koi will find themselves wanting when it comes to credits. They'll start this round. We've seen barriers go up, and there's not a single rifle in play. The pistols instead pushing up, and they have met their demise quickly on the B side.
Yeah, I think as well, with Liquid obviously choosing this map, but more importantly with just flashbacks to how Nats used to play on that defensive side. Right, he's given them an off on this side. That's not gone great. But it does mean that they'll be able to play a lot of gamble aggressive plays because of how good he is at locking down a site. That's something that I do think Movistar Koi are going to have to have thought about in their process of preparing for this game. Kamik is looking to clear up a few eco frags. Already almost got his res back online. Of course, I believe that was one of the changes with Sage, is having, I think it's only now 7 to get the res, and also being able to heal yourself a little bit more, which is nice. Bringing that agent at least into a slightly more interesting position than it was. But I felt like the way it was always played on this map was just, there's too many angles on certain spots when you walk in. Just wall some of them off and give yourself a chance to plant and then play the post.
Oh, that's unlucky. A missed shot, 1 bullet left in the magazine, no time, players everywhere. And no escape for Filu. That off will be dropped and maintained by Team Liquid. as they carry it forward, a little bolster to their economy. And well, what could have been dangerous, you know, if that player gets a couple more picks with the op, your economy's really going to run low. Maybe they save an operator, it's even worse, but at least managed to level the playing field somewhat, forcing the reinvestment at the defensive side. Big round coming up, Tom.
Yeah.
A lot of ultimates online for both teams.
Yeah, I think this composition coming out from Movistar Koi is very interesting because it's clear that having an initiator that doesn't have flashes, they have tried to pad that not only with their duelist but also bringing in the Vice. But I think at times, well, it's going to be difficult. Nats is just destroying with that operator. A lurking op is something that I feel like we've seen a lot more of the last couple of days than I'm used to. Think about Sociable yesterday, just roaming the map, but he's been finding constant impact with it, and now can almost just look to switch back to the rest of the team. This time, though, some good positioning from the remaining defenders.
Thorns are alive.
Although Solcast is the only one really trying to delay. The rest are just trying to clear that south side to see if there's anyone else there.
Well, the Thorns keep them for a moment. Spike has dropped in front of the wall, but it will go back towards the side. I was wondering if maybe there was a play towards the spawn about to take place. Instead, a nice safe plant. Orbital strike on both squads, but more effective here for Kiko in the post plant, but they need a main control. That might not be so easy. The door just opened. I'm not sure. I don't think that was intentional. Orbital strike goes down. They're forced into the open, forced into the fight, and Grabinho claims both scalps. It's Patatek and Kamek on site, a res available, but where will they find the body to do so? Instead, they must stand their ground, their guns drawn, but round from Movistar Koi. Big one from Grabinho. With plenty of time left for that defuse, 4-3 is locked in.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for a second because we saw the steel garden go through onto the site to just try and remove weaponry, and I think it was when 3 players had just pushed A main. So I think only connected onto one, which was a little bit cursed, but ultimately just having them locked into the site with all of those ults pushing them forward, it made it impossible. There was not really any position that was safe for the Liquid players to stand in. That is one of those rounds, though, where it's like you have committed an awful lot into clearing out those back positions, and of course, for Liquid, financially, they're still good. They'll invest into this one, have a couple of ults of their own. There's still potential for them to break back almost immediately.
Yeah, ultis for both squads. Economy there to buy, but starting to wane. The losses adding up for both sides. Nats, Orbital strike thrown down in heaven early on. No one there to follow up on the back of it. Gecko's ult used, and it's Shados coming out of that situation with the dub, forcing another res, another ult rather. The res coming in as Nats goes up.
Gambit on Gambit violence. We can't have that. 5
versus 4 as a result. And look, great damage has been done. Movistar Koi at least in with a chance in most of these 1v1 fights. But it's Team Liquid, the ability to go back if they want to, but still running heavy into these forces and taking losses, but trading it out.
Robinho's found a gap. Flyer also having his ult, but they will be able to survive at the back of it. Kamek also hoping that maybe they make a move a little bit too early. Filu, though, has taken the space instead, taken the initiative, goes in front of the ult and catches them before they can make any sort of move. Movistar Koi are going to equalize the scoreline. Well, now things will be a little bit tumultuous for Liquid in the next round.
Yeah, being kept close in the early game. The orbital strike early to keep Shados around really backfired for him picking up that kill, but response afterwards pretty decent. Full blinded, still hits that shot. Not bad at all. Filu reclaiming the space on the Yoru, the ultimate put to good use alongside the Shorty. He's making use of the cheaper weapons. We've got a timeout called, and it's by Team Liquid. Having lost those last 2 rounds, they want to get back to winning ways. Hasn't been a problem when it comes to getting onto the site, getting the plant, but it's been Movistar Koi's ability to fight their way back into those rounds that's starting to weigh heavy on their conscience.
But yeah, I think as well, it's just what was committed, as you said. Like, you use a res, an orbital strike,
huge
and of course Thrash, and ultimately a lot of that came down to, okay, Shados does well originally, just spamming through smokes. I think the utility holding them into the site has now caused them issues a couple of times, and I do wonder if it'll just come back to the point of them going back towards the B site, because I think their B site take looked a lot cleaner Like they were getting through without too many casualties. They were getting into post plants. I think the entries that were out from Nats as well were fantastic. Whereas some of the early control, I think they end up quite a bit segmented off some of the initial utility being used by Guided Salvo, and of course the Teo. The problem I'm having at the moment though is like, I do feel like the Teo's synergy hasn't really been there. Like most of it has just been Shados going, you can't have this position. It's not being used to get a kill. It's just, okay, we're going to deny ground and set you up, rather than actually like, okay, let's try and activate this agent properly.
Yeah, I mean, the identity of it, I suppose, on Movistar Koi so far, has just been for space taking, has been locking down map control. Filu doing much the same, but with an operator, will dodge the flash and land onto Camo. Beautiful opening pick from Movistar Koi. And it's Team Liquid. Lots of weaknesses in this round. Looking to make it work with the same walk through the smoke this time. Wouldn't quite say Gravino was ready, but he reacted in time.
Trying to put the pressure on, but again, we see this more passive hold coming through from the defensive side. Happy to wait out a lot of the utility, hoping they can get ready for those post plants. For now, at least, a little bit of delay, but a lot of that utility does lie in the hands of Patatek. For the post plant, he's going to have to do almost everything.
Shots need to be hit, that's for sure. And, well, one lands, but it's on to Kiko. Team Liquid's numbers thin out further and further. Kamek not landing the shots, in Patatek with an ace and a Sheriff in hand. They've even seen him pick up the gun, I believe. They'll have a good idea of exactly where he is. 42 HP, at least manages to drop one, but that spike too far gone, already diffused. They'll manage to retrieve the big gun before the round is over. Movistar Koi back in the lead, 5-4.
Yeah, this is the round though where you'll actually see those rifles come into play. But I like that we're seeing still the confidence coming up for Vilo, because again, like you look down in the tier 2 where he was playing previously, and like he was definitely someone that looked decent. But I do feel like if you're going to make that step up to tier 1, if you're going to be someone who is a threat to some of the big teams, I really want to see some standout performances here. And I'll be honest, thus far, Camo not playing Duelist hasn't looked the best. It's been a struggle. I also do think he's been wrecked through smoke more times than anybody else, so fair. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Caught in a res or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not being in the combat that he was sent home with. Filu not going to get his opportunity to take that free pick that it seemed like he was going to get, and that's ever wise. Oh, to the space that's in play. Gravino, he's trying to escape, and he takes one with him. Okay. Shados using the cover of the ult to pick off Kamek, who had dropped his teammate just a moment ago. That is the advantage for Movistar Koi. Armageddon still online for Shados as well. For Team Liquid, they're going to be scrambling to find a resolution and a way into the site. So far, post plans were where they found some trouble. This time, even getting in should be an issue.
Yeah, well, their A-main / sand takes have been a failure every single time. They've walked into Shados, and at worst, he's found a trade, but in most cases, he's come out advantageous. Again, they have to walk through what is a Killjoy Vice setup just to try and get onto the site. No. They've already been isolated. Luckily for them, Nats is fairly used to playing alone. We'll see if he can do any damage here, while the others just wait for the IGL to take control. He's got nothing. His ex-teammate putting him in the dirt, and now the others are just almost having to wait. The spike on the deck, it is clean from Movistar Koi. Only one of the first kills going in the opposite direction. From then on, it's one-way traffic.
Absolutely, 4 rounds in a row now. Even pauses from Team Liquid not that long ago, and look how it starts. Once again, you know, Gravino was caught with his ult in hand, stood out wide, and somehow that situation ends up in a 2-for-1 trade for Movistar Koi, setting themselves up for victory, and that was the only loss I think they even had in the round. For Team Liquid, back to the drawing board again, but they don't have a whole lot of ink. Those credits running low once more. 2 pistols will be brought through alongside 2 Guardians. Weaknesses galore. Maybe this is the round they'll make it work, and Movistar Koi, despite the weaknesses their opponent have gone aggressive on B main. 3 players already pushed up into their spawn. That north side taking the wall! It worked against them! It drew their crosshair up just a smidge, but it was enough. Oh, a disastrous round for Team Liquid. For Movistar Koi, just another day in the office.
I want to say as well, like watching Soulcast and where he's placing those razor vines has just been really annoying. Like every single time it's like, okay, well, things haven't been working, let's go for a pacier here. He just pops it, and they're just sat there like, well, I can run through it, but every like step I take, I'm taking 10 damage, and I'm being slowed, and there's someone on the other side. It's just not worth it. So then they go back, and that's where they've been crunched. And he did that on both sides, just putting them in awkward positions, using the wall as well as a basically just a warning system. It's nothing else. Okay, the wall's gone up. Now they're in the vines. Now they can't move. If they do, they take damage.
Big push again, same play coming out of Movistar Koi. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going straight for the B main aggression, dropping the spike already. Sure, one more player's caught, but the trade is so quick. And Movistar Koi now set their defense up on just north side. All they have to do is hold the spawn. And they're in a strong position. Ultimate used by Philo as well, just to connect the dots on where these players are, and that's both of them spotted. All the info for both teams granted. With the numbers in play for Movistar Koi, the ult online for Solkas. Patatek puts out the Rolling Thunder to no effect. Far back, just waiting is the firing squad, but they've been dealt the damage.
And I think they know roughly where Philo was after the ultimate, so he's going to be on the wrong side of the map to try and fight this one. Been looking pretty decent so far in terms of his debut within the VCT, but on the other side, two day one veterans. Well, in terms of
Spike planted.
the utility available, it's only really in Patatek's hands. Everything else is offline.
Patatek saw that gate crash was a fake as well. So they still don't have the information on where Philo is, but they won't be confused after hearing that step. There it is. 1 HP in the open and easily taken down by Nats from the other side. 7-5. Yeah, considering how this one looked like it was going to end, I think Team Liquid can be happy that this didn't spiral further out of control.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will need to be a better setup from them in the end, but we'll see what happens after the break.
I saw your secrets.
Yes, darling.
Left you. Team Liquid just on 5 rounds. Now looking to equalize that. With a pistol round and the follow-up, we can be neck and neck, and they can forget the difficulties of the last. The follow-up is the key thing, because, yeah, that was certainly a difficulty in round number 2 of this map.
Yeah, losing it to basically just classics is definitely not an ideal way to start. And I think as well, that 5-round streak was where it kind of got scary. We saw just that individual skill from some of the players, but also I do look at that half and say, okay, I think the synergy from Movistar Koi was a lot better. And I think when you are playing on that defensive side, it can be more difficult, if anything, rather than just running in together on the attack. We'll see if things are going to change. Of course, I already talked about the fact that I have a lot of faith as Nats as a site anchor on this defense. There's a lot of, I guess, unique things to bring in from this comp that might make that a little bit more difficult.
Well, a bit of a stampede being heard towards that B site. The wall has sent them the other way, and into the trap they go. Flya able to destroy it, but he will not escape with his life. The slow orb in play. keeping them there long enough for Nats to spam back alongside Kamek. The B side has been held, but now the A side has a bit of a challenge brewing. Movistar Koi fully setting their sights on it, and the question is, does Patatek swing for this? Is he looking for the fight, or simply spotting the information and waiting for the rest of the team to rotate in? A couple of small, sneaky spots by Movistar Koi already, representing a couple of kills with Philo up top. The first domino fell, and the rest have toppled right after. Nats, the last man standing, 1v3 now after his pick. Will be an ace in the pistol round. And a hell of a course correction.
The only thing is that the spike currently hasn't crossed, but I don't know if he's going to catch it. It will all come down to timing. I'm kind of hopeful that Grabinho will swing alongside this, so they all look to do it together. Instead, they're going to send out the flash, which will allow the cross. That was the only goal. But each player now tagged, including Nats himself, but you feel like he's the dangerous one in this scenario. 4 bullets left for him to try and find this clutch, otherwise he's going to have to reload midway through, and he's going to get one on the cross. A nice attempt, but it isn't going to be enough. A Movistar Koi pistol. This could be a real great start for them, kicking off this second half.
Yeah, one way to boost morale. If you manage to find that 3-piece, the ace, with just 4 bullets left in the magazine, yeah, all right. Your team's going to be pumped up. Unfortunately now, after winning the opening pistol round of the game, then going 2-1 down, they've lost the pistol in the second half. This is a huge injection of rounds for Movistar Koi, and it makes this an uphill battle for Team Liquid before they even get to the buy rounds. We'll see if maybe they can upset Movistar Koi in the same manner as we saw last half. It was just classics that their opponents had. This time Team Liquid, they come in with some sheriffs. There's a chance, but ultimately we're just expecting a handful of kills at best for this defensive side. All stock is in the next round.
Not only isolated in his current position, but also on the side of the map. A nice start onto Shados. Again, some gambit on gambit violence, but it is going to be a completely open B site and a retake that would, well, be one of the most impressive we've ever seen, up against 4 rifles. The only thing they really have is if they can group up and catch someone off guard, maybe retrieve whatever was left on the floor. I don't know if it was a gun or just, yeah, there you go, at least a bulldog, and that's now back on the floor again. Maybe a third time's the charm.
I like that as well, dropping the molly in. You know, most of the opponents are going to be rotating now, so this buys them some time to look in other directions. See if there's a few more angles of approach, and indeed there are. Solkas pops the flash, doesn't catch them down below, and with the rifle only finds the one. Some chances for Team Liquid if this does start to slip away, a kill or 2. Although I see Kiko didn't even manage to retrieve that rifle. He'll have to do it with the pistol, making it a little bit more difficult. Not only that, but an Outlaw holding down his angle, time ticking away. He has to go, has to run it in, and some incredible headshots to be delivered, or this round is indeed falling to Movistar Koi. Still, set a handful of kills, they walk out with 3. I think they can be pretty happy with that.
But that's the thing, yeah. The fact that that was, I think, everybody buying a gun. That wasn't just like, oh, we've got a few pistols here and there.
Yeah.
There were rifles on every single player. So dropping 3 is pretty good, and it will also mean that for Movistar Koi, there is going to be damage. Like, if they invest into this round, it will leave them with a gap for the next. And if they don't, well, they're just going to be coming through with 2 guns for this round. So it's not a good scenario for them. Not a lot of light shields either. I think the Outlaw obviously being spotted in the last one, it makes it a bit foolish to go for light shields in this scenario when you know that there's going to be vulnerabilities. But this is where we kind of need to see something from Liquid. This is their map choice. The first half was not particularly good. Camo really struggling, and you put him on an initiator instead of a duelist, and that really hasn't proven itself valuable thus far. Is it because they have everything planned and prepped for the defense?
One has to hope, at least if one is a Team Liquid fan.
There's a few of those.
1 or 2. Mixed bag from Movistar Koi. Lots of pistols in play. Not a round they should stand a real chance of taking across the line, but we saw them do it with just classics before. Let's not doubt them anytime soon. Guided salvo being set up by Shados, and away they go, blocking the main avenues you're going to be contesting from. Patatek was already ahead of it down below. Camo ready for one, but that's all that there is to be found. A close shot by Patty. Flies past ahead nonetheless. Still the advantage, the spike now on the floor. And Movistar Koi need to find a pick elsewhere. Fly up. This is not going to be an easy fight. Having to open the doors himself, step in, and quickly adjust to where this player is. He's seen two. And Patatek's the first to fall. A clean headshot delivered. Numbers equalized, but the fight doesn't go so well on the other side.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other two just don't have the weaponry. Fly's doing more damage, but the time's really against him. 15 seconds at this stage. He has to go. Rifle retrieved as he will sprint onto the remaining couple of players, looking for those fights, but in the corner, Kamek is waiting. It will be Liquid to take the round again. Only a couple of guns there for Movistar Koi, so it's not bad in terms of damage, but that was, I would say, an integral round for Liquid if they were going to make this comeback possible.
Well, considering how little Movistar Koi brought into it, yeah, if anything, it's a little concerning it ends up being this close.
Yeah.
Just a split second of difference in that timing, and Kiko gets caught trying to round the corner. It's a 1v1, and that might inspire you to look for the fight instead of going for the spike. Could have been a different game. For Movistar Koi, they've still got plenty of chances to make that the case. Looking for double digits here as they put rifles on the board after the Eco. Very successful Eco that they had. Now for Team Liquid, you think about proactivity. This is where we started to see at this stage of the game Movistar Koi throw out some of these B main pushes, the A main pushes, getting in their face early. I wonder if we have that in the tank for Team Liquid.
I think there's a lot of ultimates, a lot of high impact ones that are very close to being online. Filu has managed to find his at least, picking up one of the orbs around the map, and that's the thing. He's going to be able to clear a lot of the setup. That's the biggest thing when you're up against Nats. If you can find his utility, you at least make him human. The rest of the team, well, you're seeing those lurks across either side. Fly has been caught. Hopefully not the start that Movistar were looking for. And now Filu is going to go looking, try and find out the setup. But you can see, for Liquid at this stage, you don't really need to hold on to the site. You have the man advantage already. They also have the spike, don't they? Drop down underneath.
It could be retrievable. I thought Filu might try to run down there with the ult and grab it back. Instead, they're going to have to just go swinging. Look to take Nats down. It's a decoy, and he's realized it. Now looking for the real fight. Guided salvo doesn't put him out into the open, but he swings in alongside Kamek, and both lose their head. 15 seconds, though. There is no time to dawdle. They have to run straight into this side. Kiko already ahead of them. 10 seconds on the clock. That spike needs to be planted here and now. Thrash already underway, and that buys Kiko a little bit of time to take them down. 9-7. Team Liquid denying double digits for now.
I guess that's the value of moving one of your duelists to your controller players. They can still hit some pretty tasty headshots when put under pressure. Yeah, that was the thing. Even this peak towards the end, you kind of go, okay, once the spike's down, you don't really need to pressure it, but it got so late on time. I saw the Thrash online, I was like, okay, there shouldn't be any way that you get out of this scenario with a win for Movistar. Nonetheless, the difference now down to just 2. The Spanish organization are going to take themselves a moment, because they have looked good throughout this series so far. Again, like coming into this sort of tournament, I think many, including myself, had Koya quite far down in their list of teams, mainly because of the unknowns. How will Flyer feel in-game leading at not only the Tier 1, but in another region altogether? A lot of the time having to deal with cultures he's maybe never come across before, like those different CIS players, the Polish players as well. It's definitely an interesting dynamic. Filu coming up to the Tier 1. Shados, can he bring back that old school initiator? Because when he was playing it on teams like Gambit, he was one of the best in the world. But he hasn't been doing that for a while, and he was pretty good at the Sentinel, but having someone that has that as a set role frees him up a little bit. And I feel like, at least from Gorbinio and Soulcast, you know what you're getting, but was that enough to elevate this team to a victory here? Because the players they're up against, like Nats, is legendary. Camo had a pretty good season, individually, considering how Koi went. We know what we're getting from Kiko, and then obviously Patatek, Kamek, 2 players that as stand-ins have done very well.
Well, Team Liquid 2 rounds trailing. Nats' IGLing seems to be working for them. Kiko certainly is. Camo steps up. Patty's here to play. And a complete denial of this low-buy round from Movistar Koi. We've seen pistols in this series, and the one yesterday, deal quite a bit of damage. Always dropping rifles, but this time, one of the cleanest faces from Team Liquid. And a great sign as they're on the path to recovery, now just 1 round behind their opponents.
That's the thing with this composition. You have so much information and so much delay. Like that's what you get with the Sage nowadays, is using those slows to make a lot of these fights more awkward, the wall to section things off. You have, again, the Cypher utility on Nats. You've got the stuns, the flashes. There is a lot that they can use to try and slow things down for the side of Movistar Koi. They've also been doing well at taking space, being able to section off parts of the map. And look at them again. They're already full sprint towards that north side, and I think Flyers realized that he's going back the other way.
Yeah. Team Liquid take north, Movistar Koi take south. It's going to be a fair trade, at least to start this off.
But they can funnel them in. That's what I'm saying about this Sage wall. Just, it makes things so awkward for them on the take that by the time they actually go to move, the entirety of Liquid is here and ready. Even still, though, Grabinho gets the opener.
Yeah, Armageddon was used to clear sight, but off-site placement from Team Liquid gives them a ton of value for that, avoiding the ultimate early on, able to fire from the side as they walk in, but Movistar Koi still come ahead in those duels, trading out even as it goes deeper with Filu on another, looking to finish the round there, and then it is Patatek all alone, up against 3 with the spike planted, with a lockdown in play for Flya with no information and no chance. Double digits denied for a while, but finally found for Movistar Koi on their opponent's map pick.
God, it's a really nice round from Philo again. I like the fact that, again, if your opponent's putting down utility like the wall, you can play around it, use it to your own advantage, and that's exactly what he does, just fighting on pixel angles. And you can see a player here and there just sort of stuck in no man's land across the site. And I do wonder, for Liquid's sake, like after the wall goes down, if you can get yourself back into more passive positions. You've delayed them, but you've left yourself open. And that became more of a problem, because as I said, the rest of the team were pretty much there. It was just that Kamek was a little bit out of spot after putting down the wall that he gets isolated. And from then on, well, you have now basically lost the site.
Well, the difficulties we talked about earlier for Team Liquid now starting to rear their ugly head again. Another timeout called for this squad. This will be their last. And indeed, almost the last one we've to see. That's 3 out of 4 used so far. It's been a close matchup. That's shown in that the stress builds. Now we come into this round for Team Liquid, like I said, Movistar Koi on the defense, this stage of the game, a little bit before, they're pulling out a lot of early aggressive stances. They're seizing control and getting very much in their opponent's face, but I think we can understand why Team Liquid aren't having that same flair to their defense when you look at the composition in play.
To be fair, the last round they did like full sprint out top side. It was just that they didn't see
weren't
anyone.
there. That's true. That's
I think the thing is more so that Flyer is more than happy to just go nope and just run. Like he's like, okay, I think his calling has been very good in terms of his reactions. And I think for Nats it was more so I'm going to challenge them, and they would just lose those fights.
Yeah. Well, primed for an early fight is Camo. Flash goes out, and so does Filu. Out of the round. Down goes Shados. It's been a big push from both sides. Yeah. Team Liquid, well, he said this. They tried it last round. It didn't quite work out. This time they run into a lot of bodies. Rez is there available for them to use on the Nats as well. This comp working out well in that regard. Wall blocking off another avenue of approach, and the spike is down. They've got it, and they're just defending it, sitting as a group, a 5-man squad on north side. 2 angles that they can be approached from. An easy trap to jump over. Good luck with the wall.
You might just be able to wait it out. I feel like it's been there a little while at this stage. There's still plenty of time on the clock, but obviously the second it goes, a player will immediately be watching in that direction. I think the only way that this goes wrong for Liquid is if someone gets a little bit overzealous, or if they use the lockdown, but I would say that that's madness if they're going to try and put that into position. Surprisingly, there are players on the other side. Yeah, the guys are here. They are still here. That wall has now gone, but immediately you can see the Nats is already watching. Camo holding the angle as well. They're going to try and face off, in fact, against Soulcast. And now, Grabinho, oh, fair enough. He's just going to take himself an orb, maybe even opt to hold on to the rifle with how low he is already.
Sprint for the A main orb as well. Why not?
10 seconds left.
Get as much value as you can out of this round. And yeah, carrying forward the rifle as well, definitely the right decision. But like we say, you know, it took Team Liquid a little longer to take out these aggressive stances. We saw it, as you said, in the last round with one that didn't land because the players move in the other direction. But this time, when they try to hold their ground, when they try to take that fight, just completely overrun by their opposition. And the other thing is the fact that in this round, you're going to be more keen to even go faster and take those duels because you have that res online. Yeah. So you know, even if one goes down, we can trade you out quick. We can take that space. And the spike on the floor is beautiful.
I respect that they do it again. Like, they have faith in the strat to work. And then they go, okay, well, it didn't work last time. There's probably, there's two adaptations. Either it'll be exactly the same strat, which feels unlikely. Flyer's not just going to keep running the same thing. So, or they'll try and adapt knowing that we do it and wait. And they're just confident enough in taking those fights. And that's back on the sniper. I even saw him rock a chamber in the past, but he's been nasty with it so far. Getting out of there is not possible, though. So quick on the response from Filu. And unfortunately, this is what we're talking about. When you have Nats on a site, a lot of the time that means there's no one else on that site.
Fly up. Here comes the cavalry. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots!
Okay.
All I hear is gunshots. Beautiful. And his opponents drop. Team Liquid not lasting long in that one whatsoever with an in-zone flawless blink, and you miss it. My goodness.
That might be some of my favorite BM I've ever seen. He's just thrown a nanoswarm on his body. Maybe that was to delay if there was anyone else, but I don't think so.
Just saying, looking back at that as well, the pick that came in onto Nats, I think so far we haven't seen him punished for the peculiar pickup of the operator on this agent because he's hit the first shot every time. Whereas we talk about a jet, a chamber, all these agents as being able to go, take your shot, and get out. He doesn't have that ability, and this time when he misses, it really highlights that. Now that's some nasty tech we're seeing pulled out right now. It's been a while since a lot of these guys played Fractured.
And Sage.
Run up against that, you're going to be fuming.
Yeah, luckily, if you're a Movistar Koi fan, nobody is going in that direction. In fact, they're just going to run it down over on the B site. Just looking to try and take as much control as possible, clear as much information as possible, and they have found that, again, there is nobody on the site. Rolling Thunder is available, though, the perfect retake utility, but I want to keep an eye on where Soulcast stands, because he can take away all of their guns as they attempt to retake.
Well, this is where the fun stops for Team Liquid. Already lost Nats in the way back through. Spike planted, ults online, orbital strike for post plant, steel guard put into effect early. Might even stop
and no guns.
Them from needing that orbital strike. And Team Liquid, do they look in the other direction? They say, let's get the hell out of here. Carrying 3 weapons at least, but look at Kiko. He's stuck. He's in a corner with no way out, and he will be dropped as he attempts to flee this site. This is not the round that you want to see your opponents going 12-9 on map point as a result of completely rolling. Grabinho, chance to drop even more of these weapons. There's not a lot to reinvest on Team Liquid. Luckily, though, they've been able to hold on to what they got out with.
Yeah, the thing is, you know when you have Soulcast on the server that if he's using utility, it's going to be to good effect, and that's about as good as you can ever hope for with that ultimate. He waits for the perfect moment, sees that they've used an ultimate of their own in the Thrash to try and clear out the backlines. So, okay, the second that ult ends, I'll use this and take away their guns. That's 8 seconds just bought off the clock immediately.
And you know they're pushing forward.
Because, especially on those angles as well, what, you're going to go in with a classic? Of course not. It would be stupid to do so. So he just ends the round with a single ultimate, doesn't even need any casualties. A pacifist, if anything. Although he was still holding a rifle. 12-9. Movistar Koi have looked good on their opponent's map choice. Abyss up next will be to their name. Although, as we've seen so far, a lot of teams don't have a massive read on everyone else's map pool, so they might have chosen a great map for Liquid, they might not have done. We'll have to wait and see. We also have to see if they've got what it takes to close it, because even yesterday that was a struggle at times.
Yeah, listen, 3 rounds in a row. It's achievable for Team Liquid. They have to start this off well. Early gate crash use, Filu's caught, fly a Grabinho, everybody's falling. A quick response from Team Liquid. That's exactly what we want to see, the resistance early on with just 2 more. It's a good start.
Yeah, seeing Patatek as well being very vocal in those moments. I feel like you've got the IGL and then maybe the emotional leader. With how much he's talking, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Just trying to get the players pumped back up. We saw that all of last year with Heretics. I think that was something that he really brought to the team, was just being that vibes merchant. Something that I think Liquid desperately need in these sort of scenarios. Someone to pick them up while they're down. Nonetheless, that was a nice, clean round to take, and already early information being gathered up by the stealth drone.
But it doesn't see this. It doesn't know that Kamek's up top. He used his wall to get up there, but they suspected it. Fair play. That has given the man advantage to Movistar Koi and put a lot of pressure on someone like Nats, who sat deep on the site.
You might not check it when you're up against the Sage, but you're probably used to checking it from when you're up against the Jet. Fly up. It's going to be in a 1-for-1 trade, but that keeps the advantage with Movistar Koi for now. Ultimate's not online. Kiko definitely the closest, and in fact now he has managed to get that orbital strike. A chance to clear out the top side of the map, and that's exactly what he's done. Just making sure there's no one in the tower, but players had already moved.
That's it with Kiko going down. It's now essentially a triple crossfire. They can swing out together and take every single angle, and that's what they do. 36 HP on Filu, but he makes it work for the double. Now 13 to 10. Movistar Koi have stolen Liquid's map pick.
Yeah, we came into this one wondering who we should be excited for, wondering who's going to be coming out on top. Well, it's only map number 1, but for now, it's Movistar Koi. We'll be back after the break.
Bots! Sit the no, nice!
You're so bad, Ayaz! Tatar, wake up!
Yo! I'm an IGL! How are you dying to me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a fantastic start that was for Movistar Koi. They are on the board after Fracture. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Billy here in the studio. Are you okay? You good?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Get your energy out, you know, you deserve this.
No, because I am not biased at all. So I have to say that it was a very enjoyable map.
Yeah. Are your ears okay, Billy? From
from the screaming,
from the screaming and the cheering. Yeah.
You say this as if this was anything new, you know, but yeah, I mean, am I happy that Koi were to win the map? Yes, I am. But I do have to say that there were several factors that made this map very interesting. It's not only the fact that we finally got to see Fracture, we see new compositions, we see excellent combos, excellent executes, and two very different ideas and interpretations of the map.
Yeah, and of course we get Tejo right off the bat on map 1. We didn't see that at all yesterday until the very, very end. How do we place Shados' Tejo? Are we happy with it?
You asking me? I think you should ask Billy.
I really liked it personally. Although on their defense, I felt as though they were playing it more aggressive on their defense than their attack, right? It was really, really nice. You've seen Movistar Koi taking a lot of that A control initially on their defense, pushing the Tejo utility up there, getting the Yoru, the Brim Smoke in there. It was really, really nice conditioning, and it kind of made Team Liquid a little bit scared to even go towards that A site, which sent them to the B site.
I think that his utility usage was very impressive. We were seeing it from the beginning of the round, just using as many cycles as possible. But I also think on the other side, we saw Team Liquid that understood very well the assignment on their defense. And it's the fact that if the composition that Movistar Koi is running gets to the post plan, good freaking luck. With the Brimstone, with the Tejo, with the Killjoy, with the Vice, you literally are not going to have 1 minute for yourself. And I think that this is kind of what we expected from Shados. There was not a moment where you felt like he was uncomfortable or a utility wasn't used at the end of the round. He was taking advantage of every single thing that was on the table for him.
Yeah, and I feel like just on the whole on this map, all the players weren't really conservative with the util, right? They were really not afraid to use it. They were so aggressive, both sides of it as well. Hopefully, do you think this means that more teams could be debuting, could be showing off Tejo, could be using it, incorporating into their plans?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And do not forget that we have two teams that are not going to play until next week, which are Foot and Heretics. And let me tell you, they are paying a lot of attention right now to what we're seeing.
Yeah, if Foot doesn't play, I'm going to be really upset. But, I mean, we mentioned Lohan earlier a little bit in terms of him coming into this, picking up the roster that he did. I mean, Kamek, the connection's already there. You can see why he's joined this team as well. When we saw the agent select, I think we were a little bit confused at the things that we could potentially be seeing. But, Billy, what did you make of this pick at the end?
The Sage pick, yeah, I really wasn't sure of it. I think that we've seen a couple of interesting walls on their attack. Yeah, not really doing too much to even slow down things as well. I mean, we're getting to see these interesting walls here. He was getting a lot of space, though, when they were going into the attack, surprisingly. As soon as they were able to kind of dismantle that double sentinel defense that Koi had, yeah.
I mean, we understand also the plan behind this, and I think it's a very good example that we've seen, especially on the early rounds, the early usage of the wall to just kind of close one of those entrances for them to have a free entry onto the side. If you put that on top of Kamek having a very good initial performance, I think that by round like 5, he already had like his second rest or something like that. If he would have been able to keep up that performance, or if Movistar Koi hadn't been able to catch up to that and swap things around, especially on their defaults, probably would have seen a different result.
Yeah, it was very close at the end, even not just the scoreline, but things on the server as well. At the IGL head-to-head, very interesting. I feel like we're seeing some vintage Nats coming out of this versus an IGL on the other side. We heard in the comms of him going, I'm an IGL, I'm an IGL now. Yeah, what did you make of this matchup?
I mean, I'm surprised in the way that, because of course I didn't know exactly what to expect from Flyer and how he was going to merge with the rest of the team. Nats was being Nats, honestly, individually and simply brilliant, and his decision making sometimes, even when it's like pushing with an operator, finding that kind of opportunity is something that very little players can do. It doesn't matter what Shados is screaming at you, Nats. We still think that you're great. But on the side of Flyer, he was staking a lot of those early engagements.
He doesn't bait.
And on the 1v1, but on the 1v1, some of them were clear.
Yeah.
Some of them were necessary, and some of them he was cornered. But some of them were just bad decisions.
Yeah.
Maybe he's learned from Angel.
No, I completely agree. I think Nats, he was kind of getting away with pushing on that up, but Flyer, he ended up with 1 first kill, 6 first deaths. And when your Sentinel is pushing out like that, it's really not ideal. And then you have to rely on Soulcast's setup.
I will say, though, I'm glad that he looked comfortable on stage. You know, there was no nerves. There was no kind of first-time stage jitters. I think he looked very comfortable. He was very communicative with his team as well. I do wonder, though, if this performance is going to carry on onto the next one, because this is where I don't even think we could predict what we can see. Who knows what they're going to play? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Again, we go into the realm of the double Sentinel, maybe a double Initiator. Is someone going to play Duelist in Team Liquid? Time will tell.
They got 3 Duelist players, and none of them did it.
Yeah, I know. I think that's the surprise for me. I think I agree. Potentially another double Sentinel composition going to come out from Koi is what I would predict. I think even though I'm predicting a double Sentinel, I think the way in which Soulcast was using Vi's, the way in which we've seen Soulcast use Deadlock in the past as well, is almost in a kind of Initiator way at times too. You know, he's very reactionary with that utility, as well as having really strong setups. So yeah, I'm interested to see what they've got up their sleeve for Abyss.
Would you be okay with just Shados entering his kind of Taeho one-trick era?
Absolutely. I think that it is something that can be abused. Back when Sky was the thing, Shados was the guy. So I can understand how he saw this agent and was like, yo, guys, this is my year. At least this is my tournament.
Yeah, you agree, Billy?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I think that he kind of showed a lot of what you can do with Taeho just on Fracture. So yeah, it's really hard to say because we don't have coverage on what this team is running at the moment.
Okay, but if you had to choose, what Taeho do you like more? Angels one or Shados one?
I have to say Shados. There's so much more firepower behind it, I feel.
I like Shados as more in everything in life. Like, this was a silly question. What a silly question to ask me, of all people. Shados could literally come out here and play Rain, and I'll be like, that is the greatest decision I've ever seen a player ever make on Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And also thinking also about the next map, but right, that we're about to jump into this Abyss. Movistar Koi picking this map actually falls in the realms of the expected, right? We're talking about a team that has a lot of scraps from here and there being put together using this kind of compositions. Now they're going to choose a map that has not been played by the majority of the region. So having a kind of edge, and everything I expect to be different on every single side.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, as we take a look at the agents, like how important this game is as well for the rest of this year. And it looks like
this is wrong.
Yeah,
it says Abyss, not Ascent.
Yeah, so I mean, Nats again, I feel like everything on Liquid is very standard. I don't see anything crazy. Of course, Kiko being off role, but he played a lot of Omen in the off season. Nothing too surprising. But what about the side of Koi here? How we feel?
Sleep here. You cannot just give me what you gave me on Fracture and just give me this composition. I like the Astra. I think that it's very, very strong. I do understand the picks. It's not like it is a bad composition. Again, I'm very happy to see Shados stay in on that Initiator role.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm going to be interested to see how the Omen goes up against the Astra in the sense of post plants, right? Because with the Omen, yeah, you have the paranoia, but you kind of need to play a bit up close with that. So yeah, I would prefer the Astra pick over the Omen pick for this map, personally.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see it. Let's jump back into game and see if Koi can make a bit of history here, Mitch and Tom, and take this match 2-0.
I was going to say something about Paddy Tech, but then I heard toss, and I was like, oh.
Dude, is on their map as well, so at least a little bit of comfort to fall back on. You know, whoever came up with these comms, Tom, feel like they get on pretty well with So Marcus. I reckon they also think ketchup is spicy, because these are some bland takes on how to approach the map. But hey, listen, they've been cooking and they've ended up on this. We'll see if there's some fun ideas when we get down to the server, or maybe later on in the tournament.
I was looking at this like there isn't a Gecko or a Reyna. Where is he going with this? But okay, fair enough. We're insulting him, which I am fully on board with. Either way, yeah. The thing is, it's like obviously the last map, both teams had interesting comps for different reasons. One was just a load of the new agents, which is always exciting. The other was running no duelist. Now I have to say, I'm a fan of Camo's duelist, not so much as Gecko. So I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more from him on the Jet. We've also got Soulcast on Cypher as well, so he's going to try and match up against his old teammate on his agent. So I feel like that's almost a bit of a flex. We'll see how it goes, but there's going to be a lot of pressure put onto him here, being that anchor of the B site. But he does already have a couple of supportive players nearby with a very passive hold of middle.
Yes, they're simply spotting the walk-up, looking instead to be reactive on this B side. As we can see, it is the correct decision from Movistar Koi as the camera spots them. The recon goes down from Team Liquid. They attempt to destroy the closer traps and now move to the site, but the flash pops just in time. We saw it set up by Flya earlier, and the execution was perfect with Solkis on the double. The advantage firmly in the hands of Movistar Koi.
Yeah, I was interested to see that it's not the other way around and you have Solcast playing that initiator and Flyer on the Sentinel, but I guess it is just for that reason. Set up that guy who was pretty much known for that first bullet accuracy back on Liquid with the opportunity to
30
try and
seconds
find
left.
space. See though, Nats has managed to take some control in the last pistol round. Even though they lost, he managed to get himself 3 kills. A couple here could pretty easily turn the tide. For now though, it's a full retake for Movistar Koi.
Yeah, but they've been patient, you know, so far. At least one player steps out, head ripped off immediately. Another, one by one, they walk into this. The trade a little late, but it comes in eventually, leaving it down to Grabinho, though. And the close fight from Patatek, not quite expected. He stuck around even after a few tags, and his reward is the 3-piece. 1-0 for Team Liquid.
This is the agent as well that you look back to last year and it sticks in my mind for Patatek. It was his KO. Gives him a little bit more freedom, but also those supportive flashes that we saw him throw all year. Like I think if Miniboo had 30 kills, he had 30 assists. Like that was basically how that one went, especially thinking back to the maps like Sunset. So
really
good to see him get up in their face, be able to really brawl, unlike the Breach in the last map where he is basically just a rotating stun turret.
Well, early flash, smoke goes up to give them the ability to fight out of it. I like the idea.
Not again.
With the pistol, surely, though, they don't get much more than just that first. There's some weaknesses for Team Liquid, so a few players falling isn't the end of the world, but it's starting to get a little scary, as you said, Tom, with all that damage done to them. And no map control, really. They could be being pushed up on B. Their spawn could be taken any moment now. They need to be quite cautious. Finally, though, they start to push deeper past that trap.
I wonder when the point will be that they give Kiko the gun. There we go. Okay, I was just thinking like having 2 low players with rifles and him sat there fully healthy, full shields, playing with a pistol just doesn't really make any sense. And yeah, this is dangerous. We've already seen this once, winning the pistol and losing the second round of the last map. Exactly the same scenario, though I believe switch sides of the map. But that's not something Liquid can afford to have happen twice. And we go back to the one sort of off-season performance we saw from them. It was sort of classic Liquid, like losing twice in overtime in a close fashion and just losing rounds in some silly ways. Obviously in the off-season you're not worried. In this game, you are worried.
A plant acquired as well.
Planted.
This is where, I suppose, from Movistar Koi, their ability to really do damage should be mitigated. Or the fact that Team Liquid get to choose the angles that they're holding, get to set themselves up to play those trades. But just one well-landed shot onto Kamek or Patatek, a disaster could be spelled. Luckily, it's Nats, though, taking that initial fight, still with 150 effective HP. Shouldn't be in any trouble. And I imagine at this point, for Movistar Koi, it is wait and see if someone pushes into you, especially for those players outside in B main. And if they don't, go down to the spike. It's not the end of the world. For us, though, you could see just how close it was to being a bit more of a costly round for Liquid.
The remaining couple of players just going to go down, but realistically, of the scenario they ended up in at the beginning, that's as good as it could have gone for Liquid. They hold on to the rifles, they don't lose any more players, even after the amount of damage that was done. But that is an early warning sign. We've already seen the Movistar Koi happy to go aggressive on the last map. Obviously, compositionally, when you have the Teo, it's a little bit different. You are going to be looking to take space all of the time, whereas here, that might not necessarily be the case. But I like the fact, again, just like the last map, Philo is going straight for that operator. Clearly a weapon he feels incredibly comfortable on, even dropping the shields for this one. So that first bullet is going to be so important, because if he missed, he's going to be shredded.
Start with of that KO knife, wanting to take A main later with the drone clearing the way. They've got a good foothold on that side of the map. And it's extended in advantage. Kiko dropped, and that is your smokes down and out of the round. A big loss for Team Liquid when they've got these weaknesses brought to bear. Camo looking for a fight. He's going to get one, and he's seen Corbinho's foot just about spotted where he was. Does he decide to swing in to check that left laneway? If he does, Solkis more than ready for the fight. He's just been staring in that direction for the last minute.
Oh, It doesn't matter though. Just Nats things. A wallbang shot with the Outlaw. Grabinho trying to make a play goes down as well. That's not gone well. But Filu's still there. That operator has been deadly so far, but bear in mind, Nats is basically using an operator of his own when facing up against anybody other than Shados.
Yeah, the only one with 150 HP is that Sova. By the looks of it, well, actually, I was going to say he's the one with the fight, but Nats is playing very passive, hiding back, letting the camera spot them on the cross. Perhaps there'll be a reaction on side. I see Patatek doesn't have any flashes left, so if they do peek, it's likely to be just that dry swing, and there it is, catching them off guard. Shados and Flya both falling, and it's Filu's up with no shields. There's no way he goes for it. Time to turn tail and leave Team Liquid with a 3-0 start.
Good work from them. Again, it seems like Nats finding those openers has been so important. It was exactly the same in the last map, him being able to use the sniper to find players, pick them apart, and you kind of saw it the second that Soulcats' setup went down. Grabinho was in trouble. Like he was trying to basically do something to get them back into a position where he could fight, and instead gets revealed moving around. It's almost too easy of an entry from them point onwards. If you don't give an angle to Filu, he can't really push back into that one. 3-0 start, much better look. Well, now, for Movistar Koi, a lot of this is going to come down to, can Filu carry them through the round?
Well, can he carry them through, or can he carry that rifle through to the next? The sniper might be more valuable being saved, because you can see that.
Or a death. He would have his Blade Storm.
Sure. Yeah, indeed. Team Liquid sending it to the other side of the map, though. You can see that Filu on the B site right now won't be involved in this engagement, and that leaves just weaknesses across the board. Players shot through smoke certainly doesn't help, because it looks like Movistar Koi already making that call, Tom. Filu started the round on B, and it looks like he'll end it there as well. The rifle just looking to be carried through. Grabinho will see if he can get anything, but Patatek very vigilant as he pushes into the spawn, clearing every corner.
God, I felt like I would sort of end this map with the testament of I don't want to see Camo play an initiator ever again. Right now, I'm starting to think I don't want to see Patatek play anything other than KO ever again. He's absolutely frying at the moment. I believe he's either 8-0 or 8-1. Just having a great time, especially after that space is taken. Just so good at checking angles, clearing any of that space. And while you mentioned it was either do some damage or maybe get a kill and die or hold on to the operator. I think Filu might have, did he get one? Yes, he did.
Okay. I reckon he survives if he jumps off the map and just floats down. Now, someone to just look over the edge, that would be embarrassing.
Also, you can't jump off the map intentionally. There's a certain map.
Oh, yeah.
Very
You'll be tweeted at immediately. I can't keep getting away with it. Well, a 4-0 start for Team Liquid. Stark contrast to previous map, and you can see that now those panic ultimates panic pauses, I should say, coming out of the side of Movistar Koi. They're the ones to take a breather now and try to course correct, as this one is starting to spiral out of control. Blade Storm online for Filu at least, so money's not going to be a problem.
For sure. A chance for Gorilla and Comet to sort of talk this one through. We saw that sort of last year's Team of Vitality did go from strength to strength with them after basically making it all the way to champions. I think it wasn't necessarily an expectation after the beginning parts of the year, but they definitely improved that team, and from the first map, it seems like they've done the same with Movistar. But there you go, yeah. Patatek 8-0 with 3 assists, 4 rounds in. It's really not bad. It really is annoying when you think about it, how long it has taken this guy to get back to the tier 1. He was playing on G2 all the way back at the very beginning of the game, and then a long sort of tier 2 grind to make it back. I don't think there's anybody doubting at this point that he's earned his spot within, well, one of the bigger organizations in the VALORANT scene, or just in esports, I guess. The question is, can they carry that momentum forward? Because 4-0 start is all well and good, but now you have the 4 rifles, you have the ultimate for Filu, a couple of others coming online as well. And we've already seen that Movistar Koi are quite good at making a response.
Well, we've already, in this round, seen Movistar Koi spot out a lot of players outside of A. Now utilities coming down, dashes, reveals. You're really getting the sense they know what's coming. Unfortunately, they couldn't see it. Great flash again from Patatek, landing in the back lines, completely blinding Grabinho and leaving the site not quite wide open. There's still a defender here. Flya up top, looking to trade back that impact from the KO, and it'll be the knives. Again, put out the exact same time as they come online after barriers up. Camo. Oh, he's not going to land the shot. We're back to a 4v4.
He's definitely had a bit of a shaky start in map 1. Understandable. Maybe a bit out of his comfort zone, but these are shots that last season, playing for Koi, you were expecting him to hit. Still, into the post plant they go. Ultimate available for Paddy, and that's going to make things a bit tougher. He already hit them all with his knife earlier on. Kiko might get caught out looking down, but he's going to take one with him at least. Buy some more time for the rest of the team in the post plant. I think that's the fragment going onto the spike, and then 2 shots hit in tandem. It's left onto Soulcast, but again, Nats with the sniper. It's something I'm saying more and more so far in this game.
Yeah, I think that's one that Movistar Koi are going to look back on and think they could have done a little bit more. 2-man stack on A to start with, spotting the information. No, they don't really have anything to throw at it to confirm if they are coming that way. But by the time the push comes in, just look at how little they're working with. Like this immediate push, Kiko using the TP to go around and take bridge.
Nervous. It makes me so nervous.
They had nothing. They had to just sit back and play the retake and then picked apart. It's not a nice position to be in.
Woo! 5-0. I was waiting for when we'd see that Blade Storm. And this is definitely one of those maps where there's a lot of obscure, ridiculous angles you can take in fights. We've seen this with many agents, and while the attempted setup with the pop flash, no one to greet them. Still, it's ground that can be held, space that can be taken, although saying that, it seems like they might have heard that utility go off and are going back to try and challenge it.
They've been waiting, not seeing any extra utility coming this way. Camo gave the spike over to Patatek. It tells us he's going to be first man in, looking for the fight, and he certainly was. Filu, though, goes back out, sees the barrel, can't land the shot. 1 knife gone, 4 players spotted. And the rotation begins. Shados quickly on his way to this side of the map, and it looks like Rubinho is doing just the same, although doubles back. As the steps were heard from Team Liquid, they fake the rotate and leave Movistar Koi scratching their heads as to where this push is coming in.
Still 3 players there, though. It's still an extra gamble spot. Close positions cleared, but the time is now low, and it's not gone well for Filu. He's been taken out by the shorty. A trade is only going to be the one, and Kiko is clearing things up as the Hunter's Fury makes things that bit more awkward for the players on the site. A post plant that, again, you just can't challenge. A 2 versus 4, and Liquid really starting to run away with this game now.
Impressive stuff as well. We're seeing this paranoia onto bridge. Smoke there, dash in, and it's an Omen smoke as well, not just the cloudburst for the temporary cover. Camo dashing in, and with the shorty in hand. If you're in that smoke, you're dead. If you're behind it, there's going to be a flash from Patatek and a peek out of it. No real easy solution to that kind of play other than just getting ahead of it, winning the fight, and as we've seen, it's not going to be that easy. Team Liquid, seems like they've really cracked the code, and something you brought up last map, Thomas, it's hard to get a read on what maps are good for your opponent. Certainly seems like Movistar Koi have, well, they've fallen into a trap card. The Team Liquid said earlier, this is somewhere that they're more than ready to fight on.
I feel like I've seen this so many times, though, that like teams will attempt a no duelist comp. It will kind of suck. They'll then go back to something really standard, look infinitely better, and you'll go, no way. It's just so,
We're gonna see that coming.
There's no shot that that's happened.
Oh, also,
maybe that was from the old school Sliggy scrapbook that was still lying around somewhere.
It's also, I missed it in the moment, there's even a reveal behind the smoke. So you stand behind the smoke, it's not even about a Paddy flash. So I think Paddy might have went down at that point. You either stand behind it, get revealed and shot through it, or stand in it and get shortied in the face. There is no situation in which you get out of there alive. 6-0 start. Team Liquid not showing any signs of slowing down. Operator still in the hands of Nats. It's unusual, but it's been working out. This time, a lot of damage done to Camo on the way in, but he won't go down.
He's just taking the space every single time, even though statistically, he's not doing that great and has definitely missed a shot or two you kind of expect him to hit. It's just awkward for the players on site, and each time Kiko, this time even using from the shadows to take that space instead. Again though, He will fall, but it leaves the rest of the team still in that disgustingly strong post plant.
Well, at least there's not going to be any utility for a while. Movistar Koi put the pressure on with the tap, but Flya loses his life as they emerge from the smoke. A little bit too early on that, it seems. There was no punish. Shados now goes down, attempting the res. Another kill, another landing as everything falls into Team Liquid's hands. 7-0, barely breaking a sweat in a lot of these rounds. It doesn't feel close. This is a definitive lead, and one that only seems to keep extending. You got to be worried if you're a Movistar Koi fan.
Yeah, this is the thing. Before this game, I had heard some things about Kiko and his new role, absolutely frying. And after map 1, I was like,
sure about that?
Yeah, maybe not. But he's looked really good here. I think he has been the sort of 1-2 punch to Camo's entry. Like each time he's with him taking that space, each time he's trading out a lot of those kills. Same for Paditek, and that is the sort of the trade-off of playing that duelist. You get to be the superstar at times, but other times you are diving through smokes, dashing into awkward positions, and taking so much damage before you even see anyone that it is then down to your teammates. But I'm liking the fact that Camo has the faith to do that. He's not just going, okay, it's all about me, I need to be the one getting the frags, because he is having impact. But when you look at VLR at the end of the day, it's going to say, he was trash.
They would have won this one 13-0 if he got a few kills. It's the standard sort of practice, but yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah.
You know,
we're only a matter of time, Tom.
We're over halfway.
Only a matter of time before Movistar Koi put up a round. At least you have to hope so for the sake of Billy and Yinsu's ears at the moment. Imagine they're not in a good spot. For Team Liquid, 7-0 start. Everything is working. Paditek's having a belter, 10-2 at the moment. Utility's been on point as well. 4 assists for Paditek. At least 3 of those are just insta-kills from his teammates.
8-0 though, so he has fallen off.
Oh yeah, what a noob, to be honest. He might get kicked after this one. But no,
don't say that.
Don't say that.
That's too far.
No, it's all right, Patty. I love you.
Here.
You know I love you, Patty. This is it. A minute 25 on the clock, and they're walking straight into this operator. It hasn't had the impact it needed so far, but oh no!
Oh, and he didn't land. He didn't land the shot either. Nats has just sort of diffed him in that one, and straight in we go again. Camo leading the charge. The rest of the team just waiting. Just basically, like, is it clear? Anybody that you didn't die? Cool. Okay, we're now coming in too. And once again, Camo's done his job, and they're just waiting. The second it seems like those smokes fade, they are honed in on the angle, ready for the fight. And in fact, Camo is taking a completely different stance, going through the cage. That one might be a little bit much. But again, the rest of the team sat back waiting for the post. It's only going to be the trade out as Paditek falls. But still, they have a fairly hefty advantage. Where are they going? Okay, I think they're getting a little too cocky.
This guy's crazy. I mean, sat inside the smoke with the shorty after, fine. Both players low that are pushing, and both will fall. A chance now as the defuse is being tapped inside of that cage, halfway already. Solka steps out, looks for the fight, finds it on the first. Smoke about to fade. That shot could have put the round on the board for Movistar Koi. Instead, Team Liquid continue to roll.
Yeah, they played that round like absolute lunatics.
That was insane. I mean, Nats has had a couple moments in this series where he's walked through a smoke with an operator on a Cypher, no way out, and it's worked out. But that one, that pushed the boat out. They knew they're retaking. They knew they're going to be looking at this smoke, and he's like, I'm pushing it. I'm just going to go for it. Fair play, man.
I think also Camo's just probably had enough of dying to the players pushing back through mains. Who's like,
getting in this time.
I'm gonna try dying from ropes instead. It's not a good look. Either way, they're still 8-0. They're still, if it wasn't clear, firmly in the lead. And while these pushes seem to be getting faster and faster, Camo now with the Blade Storm taking full control of the site. Once more, they just have had to sort of give it up, rather than face up against him with the supportive utility. They are pushing the spawn.
Yeah, well, they've taken a leaf out of Camo's book, going right up into their opponent's faces. 4v4. As a result, Hunter's Fury got a good idea where their targets are, and that's spot on. Nats out of the round. Trap's now gone. Flank up by Flya. Great position as well. At least one going to be gifted to him. And a chance for more. The pressure on for Kiko. Surrounded. No safe space for him to take, and he ends up TPing behind them. Grabinho falls in the meantime, and that means position unknown. Free kill on Shados, and the shot from Camo to hammer home the lead. 9-0 for Team Liquid. Is there any stopping them on the attack?
Kiko might actually look better on Omen than he did on Julius, which is like he wasn't bad by any stretch. In fact, at times he carried them through games, but he's been ridiculous so far in this match. Seems massively confident, and this is almost reminding me, like if you're an old school CS fan, watching that Virtus Pro team, they've just, as they would go, they would start doing more and more audacious plays and just steamroll teams. And that's what this feels like right now. Some of the rounds have been close, but they are getting more and more aggressive as the game goes on. Oh, good luck, Flyer. They've at least managed to deny the ult, but that's about all that will be denied.
Survives an extra second as a result. That's great. And I mean, Movistar Koi coming in with pistols as well. In terms of brawling ability, it's limited. Direct hit from Team Liquid already claiming the site. It's hard enough when they push into you, but when you've got to take these weaker weapons and make up ground. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, they did push into Filu there, so hey, they gave him the shots. 2 quick connections, but still so much more needed. Upgrades available. It's going to be both Filu and Shados with rifles on the way back through. Filu falls quickly, trade is there, but it's still left to just one, and one pistol at that. Time ticking, but the shot lands to put this into a doable position. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Kamek, they might not be getting out of this one, but double digits on the board for Team Liquid, regardless of who's left standing. Movistar Koi don't have too much of a leg to stand on in this second half, unless they get started real soon.
That's sort of the thing about it, though, is like, financially, Liquid really don't care. Like they've got enough to buy for this round and the next. Obviously, that's the half completely done at that stage. So even though some of these rounds, yeah, they're losing fights to just basically pushing into their opponents, as long as they have the round secured, it doesn't seem to matter to them. And it's been a rough showing for quite a few of the players right now. Shados, who was fantastic in the last map, not hitting the same. It's only really been Filu. He's had this operator in hand that's had his moments here and there. But again, they're just doing well to force him into really awkward battles and then just running it down.
Oh my. Okay. Couple of connections, it puts them on the board, perhaps. It could be the round. The responses are so quick, though, from Team Liquid. Again, down to a 3v3 with Filu tagged so low, and you know they're looking to get aggressive. The op lands a shot with Kiko down on 1 HP. Filu barely avoiding that nade up top. Finally lands the death blow. Flash is good. Players on either side, but it doesn't matter. Both will fall. Damage done. Could put Grabinho in a spot to do some damage. He's isolated a 1v1. And the shots landed. That's the spike down. Where was Patatek with 20 HP? He steps back into the angle, but finally, there's a Movistar Koi player left at the end of the round. It's 10-1, the first for the defensive side. They could double up before this half ends.
Yeah, it took a Red Bull clutch to do it as well. 1v2, which ultimately came down to players going in opposite directions. But a round that they'll definitely take. And I will say, if you look back to last season, you look back to history, Team Liquid might be one of the only teams in the world that could lose from this position. I don't think it's going to be happening, but you have to hope they've turned over a new leaf. There'll be some still worried fans out there. You can understand why. They've got history of causing cardiac arrest.
On the upside, Tom, I find Bind to be one of my favorite maps. Fracture's the other, so it's been a good pull so far, and I'm pretty sure we're going the distance. You have to be at this point.
It'd be a shame if someone was going to take it out for like a cent or something like that. That would be really foolish.
That would be awful, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just? Well, looking for that 11th round, Team Liquid, not quite the flawless half, but I think we can forgive it. Paranoia used Grabinho, still with a good chance that they do push up that avenue. And he sprayed. He thought he was making a good play, but evidently not, as it seems that Team Liquid cannot put a foot wrong. Everything landing yet again. And, well, except for that, nice shot by Filu, but he's got to do it all. An ace.
Four more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's about right. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch. I don't know if I want to discuss this one too much. That was a pretty brutal half for the side of Movistar Koi, and they've got to prove something ridiculous. We'll be back after the break to see if they can win 12 in a row.
One enemy remains.
Welcome back, folks. A close game. As if you're just tuning in, all of these rounds, Tom, they've really been down to the wire. It could have went either way. Just sheer look for Team Liquid. Now, obviously, masterclass of a display from Liquid. And clearly, although this is Koi's map pick as we get back into Abyss, Team Liquid have come into today very prepared for this map. They've shown us confidence. They've shown us aggression, I'll tell you that. Now it's their chance to defend, and it looks like a pretty easy close to this map.
You'd have to hope so. Like, if this one ends up being close, I think Liquid fans will get ready for another year of just
disappointment,
just stress. You'll end up with as much hair on your head as I do, but, you know.
Nothing wrong with that, Tom. You look beautiful today.
No, but, you know, I'm sure the Liquid fans might not want that. Stress called baldness is not something you want.
It's not the trending style right now, Tom, I hate to tell you. But you know what? You might make a comeback. Things, they go in cycles. They go in cycles. A few hundred years. Team Liquid, B site, has been stacked up, it's fair to say. 5 players on that side of the map. And then they see that there's some utility landing on A. The cam spotted a few players and they realize their eggs are in the wrong basket. Now it's time to mount that retake. Well, this could be the second round loss that we've seen so far. Don't hold your breath.
Good flash, just left them blind, but still, again, Kiko is there to land the shot, keeps things even as Filo is able to trade. As said, he's been the one sort of glimmer of hope for them thus far, but the trade's coming back thick and fast. It's left just onto Kiko, but he has been a hero throughout this game.
4 bullets.
Even realizing exactly where Soulcast stands. The ex-Liquid man versus the current. As he tries to bait him into that peak, but it's going to be easier said than done, and Soulcast is playing this one to perfection, just buying that time on the clock, and that shot just cannot be connected. It will be all too easy for Soulcast to take the second round for Movistar Koi.
Well, that's the pistol round under their belt, and the first step on a very, very long path to redemption. For this squad, though, it's not all about winning this map, I suppose. This is their map pick. They want to show that they have got a little bit of fight to their Abyss and then move into Bind with their heads held high. That'll be possible if they can start stringing together a couple of rounds. For Team Liquid, pistols. That's all they're going to bring into this one. 2 Sheriffs to work with, Classics alongside it, and another gamble stack from this defensive squad. We'll see them push up on B as a big old unit. Does manage to find one on the other side of the map. But it's this here that's the real trouble.
Okay, there we go. I was about to say, is there a world where they manage to all get past the cam? The answer is no. I don't think that one's going in.
First bullet accuracy, you said, Tom?
That's not going in Soulcast's classic montages that we normally see. It seems like might not be too much damage. It's going to be Soulcast down, but it's only a pistol that's been retrieved. The rest of the players already just waiting for the spike to explode, and Kiko's just gonna, oh, how dare you? How dare you? Oh, there you go, Soulcast got a kill.
I'm gonna go down to the stage and have a word with him. One moment.
You are the admin after all, right?
Yes, I do everything here. 11-3.
Except the lights, they're a bit too high up for you.
Wow. Okay, well, they gave me a remote control.
They do send you into the vents, though.
It's because of my resemblance to John McClane.
And getting under the desk for you, very easy.
Wow.
Don't even need to crouch.
That's just rude. They're standing desks, Tom,
I've heard that you unbind your crouch when you play, so it all makes sense.
It's not true. It's on my spacebar. 11-3. Team Liquid now with rifles in their hand and another signature bit of aggression from this squad. Seems like that's all they've got planned on Abyss. Defensive side, even then they attack, having pushed up and taken some control over A main, rotations to the B site. A trap has just been dropped there by a shock dart, so smoke comes in to fill the gap. No information for them to claim, so they just assume that it's a B hit right now. Nothing A, some presence B, sure, it makes sense. The gamble is significant though. I mean, the closest player to the A site was in spawn walking the other way. They've given up so much control right now, Tom, that it does make the round difficult if Movistar Koi don't give them something to read very soon.
Which I believe they have. That knife has just caught a couple, so now knowing that at least your controller is on this side of the map. Nats will start things off well. That's Filu down, the space being taken, but it's all a ruse. A ruse to get them a plant. The problem is, normally you'd want at least an even trade with the fake. The fact that you're 2 players down makes this a tough post plant to play, and one that you almost have to get aggressive. And you can already see the positioning of Camo is not one of, oh, I'm just going to run in and try and take this alone. He is waiting to see where that aggression is coming from and waiting for his team.
Well, that's it. You can't afford, because of the numbers, to send someone to flank them to cut off those rotations. Instead, they try to fight forward, claim free space. That's denied. And a lot of info now. They've seen them all. Flash goes up as space is taken on the side. Team Liquid flooding in. Camo with the double, and Kamek following up with the final. That's 12 on the board now for Team Liquid, as Spike's not ticking quite fast enough to win the round for Movistar Koi.
But that's a great knife from Padatek to get the info, but more importantly, I think it was Kiko's paranoia is even better, because it leaves the one player that is watching the other way completely blind. So they could just, I think it was Camo, just swings out and kills 2, both up top by the rope, because they're like, oh, well, my teammate's watching it. They're completely blinded. It's only at the last second you can see the jump up. So that little piece of utility makes that retake so much easier. Well, we're questioning whether there is a world of a comeback. I think that's just fallen flat very quick.
You don't believe in 9 in a row? An OT? Come on now.
Only when Na'Vi play Liquid on split.
Well, let's see if this can be added to the history books.
For the wrong reason.
For all the wrong reasons. Movistar Koi, you know, head held high coming into the next map. That's what I'm falling back to. Perhaps they'll be able to do it. Right now, it feels like Team Liquid are just playing at a different level. Their aggression has been working across the board on a map that no doubt Movistar Koi came in heavily prepared on. A big push from the attackers, having taken control of Heaven. Spot by Kiko, though, left unchecked for a little too long. Able to capitalize the kill. Fight in mid! Definitely not expecting Solkas to be embedded in that position, but the numbers are thinning and left down to just this man. 1v4, Spike down on B. Not a snowball's chance in hell.
Yeah, they're going to double peek it as well. Not a chance for Solkas in that one after what was a troublesome first map, a fracture, a worrying start for Team Liquid. They go into Abyss, things look a little bit more standardized, and we see some of those individuals pop off.
They may have lost their own map pick, but they've dominated on Koi's and rightfully brought us all the way to Bind. We'll be back with map 3 after the break.
Give me, give me. Nice, Patrick. Fabrovsky really holding that.
Yeah, we got this, my boys. We're in this. Nice patty. Of course, bro. Of course. Nice patty going out the smoke. Beast. Remember this.
Yep.
Like a beast.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh well, Liquid, they hit back and they hit back hard in a very dominant fashion on Abyss. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I got Kukuka and Billy with me here once again. That was a very, very, very quick map, and probably what you would want if you're Team Liquid, right? To hit back that hard and to prove that maybe they could take the series.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget, that was Koi's map pick. So we were kind of expecting some kind of more confidence coming from this side, but actually the confidence was coming all from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, which is the complete opposite from what we've seen in the first map, right? We've seen Koi so confident, and then coming into this one, it's like there was no stop in Team Liquid. It was just round after round after round. So yeah, really impressed with that performance on Abyss.
Yeah, and when they did have the advantage for Koi even, they just somehow threw it away. It felt very, very messy at times. And Billy, maybe they just weren't on the same page if we take a look at this round.
Yeah, round 9 in particular. I mean, you see Team Liquid getting so extra aggressive, and I think the round before that, round 8, you've seen Camo going for extra peaks up into heaven and almost throwing the round here. So yeah, Team Liquid's just oozing confidence.
I think that the problem with this is that you see yourself in this situation, right, in the 4v2, and as we were saying, it is not the first time that we saw it during this matchup. This is when the nerves get to you, and instead of having a Team Liquid that saw themselves as the losers, we saw a Team Liquid leaded by not only the calls from Nats, but also a Kiko that is having an insane controller arc. Like, the performance that he was having on Omen was on a different level. And I think that everybody was just like boosting each other's ego, being like, you got this, you got this. And they remained calm and hit all the shots. And Koi was just on the receiving end for the entire map.
Yeah, and Patty, when he started spraying that body on round 3, I felt like, you know, yeah, set the tone for the rest of the map. And he had a great performance as well. But this is the thing, though. He doesn't have to change a lot. This is his bread and butter.
Yeah, exactly. It's Patty in the KO. Come on, last year we saw so much of this. This was one of the main reasons why we wanted to see him within a team. We saw also on the replays and how animated he was after every single round. His flashes on the executes we're seeing here time after time were so effective. The first wave and the second wave, the way that he divided the map and got everything that they needed for the team. Yeah, that's the Patty that we know and love.
Yeah, I think from Patty, I have to completely agree with you, Bea, is the supportive utility coming out from him was just incredible. He was able to bail his teammates out in moments of disaster if it ever got to that point as well. So yeah, really impressed with Patatek's performance.
Yeah, and people, you know, they love him for being that vibes merchant as well. I mean, it was hard not to be a vibes Vibes Merchant on Heretics, I feel like you go there to get good on your vibes, and then you leave, you know, with that with you. And you can tell when they were talking to each other, they were hyping each other up. And as we head into Bind, let's take a look at this Duelist head-to-head, because we didn't get one on Fracture. They decided not to play Duelist at all, which to me seems crazy given the talent on their team. I know the stats isn't necessarily in Camo's favor, but his impact cannot be understated.
Exactly. I think that we're showing the numbers for people to understand that even though Camo was winning on this match, he wasn't having the greatest numbers, but he was doing what he was supposed to do. Putting the pressure in, going in first, following up with alongside the plan. Yes, Filu again, round number 3, getting the AWP, trying to get the openers, or at least have some pressure onto them, was a clear plan for Movistar Koi. But as we're saying, even though the numbers do not reflect it, the performance from Camo against his former team was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think for me, from Philo, I'm really happy with how he played in the first and second map. Granted, it didn't go Koi's way in this one. I think as well, when I think of Philo as a new addition to this team, VCL MENA is not really like a region that usually these VCL players are scouted from as such. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on Philo going into this next one.
Yeah, and the fact that we had Vac yesterday as well, you know, Aves, so on and so forth. We do love a representation here. But going on to Bind, so far, there's been a couple of players that have really done exactly what we thought they were going to do. You know, Paddy playing the agents he has, Nats just being on that Cypher. Will we see the Viper on Bind? We didn't see it yesterday. Mini was really upset about it, but surely Nats is going to play Viper on Bind.
Yeah, it will make a lot of sense. And I think that especially with this first 2 maps, the kind of one of the takeaways that we could take is that he's going to stick to that role and just focus on the IGL and nurturing of the rest of the team, which makes a lot of sense. We cannot be mad at that for him. But what happens on the other side? Are we going to see the Koi that is playing the Tejo, maybe bringing in some of the compositions that, as you were saying, Sue, we saw yesterday, or are we going for something more standard?
Yeah, I think given that we've seen that double sentinel from them on the first map, I'd like to perhaps see that again. I do. It's whether or not Soulcast sways towards that deadlock or that Vise for me.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even hate the Sage here necessarily.
He's back.
Honestly,
he's on Viper.
He's back, but also like Nats, thank you so much for being like the most predictable person here in terms of your agent pool. I love that. Never change. Never change. I agree. Never change. But we will get a Shados going back as well, and Grabini on the Astro once again.
Yeah, and we see, again, the potential for the combos. Flavius going to be on the KO. Double controller, double initiator for the side of Movistar. There's a lot of damage. We saw it yesterday, especially for them. After the performance that they had, how individually they were not matching up against Team Liquid. This first half is the most important of the year.
Yeah, I think for me, like these 2 compositions, looking at them, the double controller on each side, no one's trying to reinvent the wheel, which I like. Everyone's kind of just gone back to what those comfort picks are.
They have indeed. I mean, I do hope that this is going to be comfortable for one of these teams. We can only have one winner, and let's just throw this back to Mitch and Tom and find out who is going to be moving on in the upper bracket.
Upper bracket life on the line. Day 2 of EMEA. Game 1 about to come to a close. Here on Bind, Tom, any favorites? Team Liquid coming hot off the back of a 13-3 victory. You have to think they'll be able to keep that fire alive coming into Bind.
Yeah, I think I would favor them slightly. I think Camo being still on Duelist, I guess, after the last map, you could see how a lot of their takes were centralized around him having space, which he wasn't able to do on the first map, and I think you could see it was night and day. I am intrigued by what's being run on the other side. I think especially on the attack from Movistar Koi, Shados' utility is going to be just fantastic. Like, there's so many really tight angles that getting out of is very, very difficult. Like, you think, even, maybe they watched the promo video for Teo when he came out, you can use it in hookah. That's a great idea. Thanks, devs. That's what he's been watching.
That's it. Yeah,
there are other positions that work. Lamps as well, I think.
Where good teams get all their strats. Big play, crunch through the TP, but it has not worked out for Team Liquid. And Panatek, he's got a safe spot.
He'll survive.
He's good. Most of his HP intact. In they come, and he's safe as can be. All right, well, still gonna be difficult to get value out of this position. He has still got 2 flashes, but his teammates are the ones trying to work the map to make this possible. And Nats coming up behind someone. You wouldn't guess it, it's Soulcast to win the fight. He's outdone Nats in the flank game. Panatek caught reloading, will be dropped. Kiko, though, comes in to try and close this out. Everybody's low. 1 bullet needed for everyone, including Soulcast. 10 HP. and a rough idea of where he's coming from, but Sulcas may have already went to the A site. Kiko has to have eyes in the back of his head as around the corner comes Sulcas! Saved at the final hour by a sliver of HP, by the fact that he was able to defeat Nats. And on a flank, the Spidey senses got them across the line. What a round.
It gives me flashbacks to Sulcas sneaking up on someone and turning around.
Yeah.
He's finally had redemption. It's finally happened.
The karma.
But no, that's the thing. Kiko, that round shouldn't have even been close. Like, the fact that he's able to get so much out of it, it comes down to a player on 10 HP is just, it must be upsetting. He's looked so good individually over the last couple of maps, playing that new role of controller. The question now is, can they do any real damage in this round? He's got another Sheriff. I don't mind that at all.
Still, like, Sulcas was on that roster for so long that when I say Sulcas won the round and I see the round go up for not Liquid, sometimes my brain goes, no, you messed up, bro. Restart that sentence. But yeah, Movistar Koi, round to the good. A side is their target. Spidey senses again paying off as somehow they've made the perfect read. This site is wide open for the taking. The danger is Team Liquid have adapted very quickly to those rotations in the other direction. They've already got players coming in on the flank. They've already got control over spawn, so they know that Movistar Koi are kind of kept in a bubble right now. They can only be in so many places, and Team Liquid know exactly where those spots are.
Buddy system being brought into effect as well. There was a couple of points of potential isolation. Maybe there still is now. I think it's such a late flank that it is going to be expected. I thought maybe Grabinho would be caught off guard, but everybody's slowly being picked apart and leaving just Kamek with, well, nothing to play with. I don't think he's going to be using any of his utility at this stage. It would be a waste of credits to do so. And we'll just look to try and die to the spike. So this is going to be a squeaky clean round coming in for Movistar Koi. And the fact is, they went for a Vandal and 4 Bulldogs. So you look at those scenarios and go, okay, you actually need to have everyone alive for this to be a money-making round. And they did.
They made it work. A lot of dangers, like we saw, but I think we can really commend Movistar Koi for their patience and not overextending into so many of those angles. When you take the site for free like that, often you're going to look for just that little bit more. Just that one guy spotting into spawn. Just double check they haven't come up behind B. And if they gave those opportunities, maybe Team Liquid would have been able to convert, but at least a couple of kills, at least a bit of damage. Now 2-0 start. Economy, very strong for the attacking side. And in terms of what they're fighting with, I mean, a Bulldog versus a Vandal Phantom fight, it's a disadvantage, but could be a whole lot worse in round 3.
A lot of expectations on the guided server that a lot of the time you'll be using it very early in the round, but it seems like Shados is willing to hold it that little bit longer. Of course, a lot of angles you can clear within this site. Potential to clear any close positions. That's exactly what he's done, but instead, Panitek goes peeking. It's only going to be the trade. In fact, Flyer has doubled up. He's made things that little bit more awkward, and they're now looking to switch positions. The problem, though, is that the majority are actually within this A site. One of them, in fact, both of them are going to be revealed. And now you question, okay, do they slow it down again? No. They want to fight into this, leaving Camo as the last man standing, and he's done very well. It looked a little bit labored of Leon, but instead he takes over. What a round from Camo, and finally, the beast from East is awake.
Well, that was a little bit ridiculous. You think all he has to do is buy some more time, thin the herd a little bit. But my goodness, taking that round to pasture, what a gorgeous play from this man. I can't wait to see this in the replay. Nothing but headshots in the first, a little labored, but my goodness, then it's clean, a killing machine. 2 headshots, 2 body, and 2-1 now on the board as a result. Team Liquid not gonna let this one slip away. It was looking good for a lights out start for Movistar Koi. Instead, competition yet again. Still though, we'll look at that last one and say there were weaknesses. There were Bulldogs in play. Now it's full rifles in the form of Vandals for the Movistar Koi side. And another slow start, same as we saw before. Shados not looking to burn up that guided salvo early, instead getting in position, then clearing those vital corners to hopefully get some players out in the open. Fortunately, it doesn't work out this time.
Again, though, you can just see that cooldown already in effect. It's 25 seconds away from having it back online. They could still even wait to have it back for the take. It really does feel like it comes back just a little bit too quickly for my liking, but we'll have to see. Yeah, already. We're down to just 10 seconds. There'll still be 40 on the clock. For now, he's just going to use that drone. If he can pop it quick enough, maybe he can reveal some players. Instead, though, it's actually Filu going down through the smoke.
That's unfortunate. And the value that Shados had, you get up B long later on in the round, you get into B site, you have stealth drone to go through and clear close corners, getting a lot of utility, oppressive utility that's pushing Team Liquid back, but now, after losing out on Filu, you're missing those flashes to really break through the smokes. You're missing that player to blast pack in and claim the space on the back of that utility from Shados. There is just nothing to do. The correct call is made, and it may look strange with so much time left on the clock, but just where the economy's at with Team Liquid's round previously, this is somewhere that Movistar Koi are making the correct decision. We messed up early, let's reset and fight back into the next one. For Team Liquid, though, huge boost to their economy with 5 players alive.
Yeah, and they're not even having to rebuy a lot of the utility as well. There's pieces like blast packs and stuff like that. All of that just comes back into the economy later in the game. Also, ultimates. Orbital Strike close. Camo with his 4K is obviously not too far away from having the showstopper. But the same can be said on the other side. I'm looking at Filu and Flyer as the likely candidates to have their ultimates online for this round. And I think that's another talking point when it comes to Teo is that Armageddon, again, if you watch the promo video, can be very good for clearing that backside position, making that tube a spot that you just can't hide in. For now, though, showstopper is what they're going for. It will be online for Filu.
Already hearing that boombot as well. You'd imagine sitting on that side as Nats, you're going to start to get a little bit scared about what is likely on its way. I think a flash ready for Flya as well. It's going to come over top and give Filu the chance to close in the distance on some unsuspecting opponents. There's the shot, and it's landed. Kamek not quite able to round the corner in time. And a 5v4 as a result. Gecko utility out of the round. For that defensive side of Team Liquid, they need another hero to step up and find them some space. Flash gone deep, and it's looking like a move towards Bath. A fight straight into the hands of Shados, but he's given up the angle, given up the space for a moment. He will be the dagger in the back a little bit later on. As Flya falls, though, they're losing a lot of the control, a lot of the ability to deny this spike plant. Nade buys some time, but flank is perfect from Kiko. He'll land one, even getting onto Shados quite quickly, but still, that spike needs to be defused with 2 players sitting around and a star available at Gravwell just coming up online. Should be able to cancel. It's not quite going to stop it before half, though. They're trying to body block onto the spike. The time running low. Grabinho desperately trying to get here in time, but he won't be able to affect the outcome. A good attempt, but a better result for the side of Team Liquid.
I didn't catch it, but where did Flyer go down in that take? Because, yeah, that was at the peak. I think that's just silly. He had his no command online in the post plant. Like, you are removing every single piece of utility for your opponent in the late stage of the round. Like, that's basically it done. Like, they're not going to be able to smoke off any positions. I think even throwing out the Seekers potentially off the kill they got on Flyer. So it just means that ult would have been completely gone. So it really did just, I don't know, just a slight overpeak, or maybe just hoping they could get the round through without having to use it. But I feel like that was the round signed, sealed, and delivered. Yeah. And instead, he's delivered it to his opponents.
I think you're spot on, Tom, because then you look at what Kiko's able to do later on, creep up into that same position, catch a player with their back turned, because you've got one less man. You don't have someone watching your back while that spike is being threatened. So really, that's just thinning out the herd a little bit too much of the remaining attackers, and opening up that space that Team Liquid quickly exploited. Now, Movistar Koi have called a timeout. It's coming to its end here. Let's hope they've managed to find one hell of a strategy, because this round here, it's a little bit shaky. In terms of the ultimates they're up against, Kiko and Camo both having theirs primed and ready to go. Orbital Strike and Showstopper, unless you're new to the game, you know are pretty scary ults to face off against. And for Movistar Koi, the economy is struggling. The ult economy, sure, it's almost there. Flya could have some serious impact with that ultimate. Shados as well might have Armageddon online. But I see Team Liquid with a huge advantage, and I see Movistar Koi with credits about to wane. Credits waning.
Yeah, well, they're kind of already there in this round. That's the problem with it. That's, again, is why I'm just surprised that ultimate wasn't committed in the last round, but we'll see what Flyer has in terms of ideas of how to use it here. And if they're maybe going to fight for an orb to try and get Shados' ult online. Already a fairly aggressive clear of B long. They can make sure there's nobody close for the moment, but the problem is, with that utility gone, the Tiger going through, they almost kind of have to clear it again, because they don't know if anybody's walked into that position.
No command goes in. Mosh just before it buys a little bit of time. As Philo goes down, in go the rest of Movistar Koi, trying to take control of Hookah to help out on that site fight, but there is nothing to be done with an in-zone flawless from the side of Team Liquid. The lead extends.
I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but it really has impressed me how clean Kiko has been playing this role. Because, again, a lot of what he was set up to do in the past was sort of take space and be that pinnacle player. You'd have flashes, supportive utility from the likes of Enzo, Mystic in the previous roster, Yumpy as well. And he was set up to succeed. In these cases, a lot of times, he's not. But he is, nonetheless. So we saw it on the Omen. Very clean with it in that round as well. And worryingly, as said, in the last couple of maps, statistically, Camo has not really been there. Right now he is, and it's starting to get more and more dangerous for Movistar Koi.
Oh, the flash, but it doesn't work out. It's Kamix instead that's landing all the damage, the quick double. The Camo stepping up to do just the same. And wow, before this round even begins, it is done. Solkas, 5 HP, sat back with a Guardian. Hell of a task on his shoulders. Nothing but headshots need to be delivered. Had a tech slow at least, but the spike is down and they're all defending it. They've smoked him off. He's got no utility to work with. One away from Viper's Pit, but in best case scenario, that's going to bring them to the same position you're in.
I like that from Kiko. He's like, no, I've heard of this guy. I don't, no, you're not peeking. You're not peeking. I'm putting a smoke down. We're all going to sit back. I'm playing this one controlled, and if he hits this shot, I feel very impressed. Nice round from Kamik. A 5th on the board now. See what the Polish support in the crowd are for us. I'm sure he's very happy. I've seen that sort of his agency has got a lot of players in the league this season, and a lot of them have been performing incredibly well. So he must be having a great time out there in the crowd at the moment. Although I have seen him wearing a few different jerseys, so I'd like to know where his allegiances actually are.
I'll have to get him for an interview. Put him on the spot. Well, the good thing is Solkas might not have used that Viper's Pit last round, but it means it's online for this immediate stealth drone put out by Shados. And it's spotted one. Already caught. Salvo going out, although it's going to be a little late. It's gone deeper to push these players back on the deeper side around Triple Box, but Nats able to deliver that shot. Showstopper stalls out any push from Movistar Koi. And again, they have this idea for early aggression, the punishment immediate, and the utility to stop any space taking on the back of it.
Yeah, and so far Nats has been sort of crushed throughout the majority of this match. He's been having a really rough time, maybe having to micromanage a little bit more or just deal with adaptations of coming up against an agent that hasn't been in the game long at all. But even under pressure in that round, he's succeeded. And again, having to fight without Filu becomes so difficult. You just don't have that space-taking agent anymore. You almost have to rely on maybe a mistake or a successful piece of utility to give you an advantage here. And already straight in goes the Thrash. And it's going to be Kiko lands a shot before it even goes through.
30 seconds left.
Every time they try something, just hit by this force, not just from the players and the bullets exiting their gun, but it's also the fact that you just have this consistent assault of utility on every position that they show face in. There's no safe haven, except for their own spawn, where they've gone hightailing it towards at 6-2 down. Not really much of a pulse in some of these rounds. We're going to need to see a solution soon. And Tom, I wouldn't be surprised if, even coming out of this one, if we see Movistar Koi take a pause. They have a lot of ults, they've got rifles, but their economy is being saved over to allow another buy. This is a really important round to make sure that Team Liquid don't run away with this. And keep in mind, that lower bracket, that's where you're going to be heading if things don't go according to plan. It's not going to be easy down there.
No, for sure, especially as you're kind of, to work out who you're playing also becomes a little bit difficult because you're going, okay, well, I haven't seen the team from last year who was good. play against the team who maybe we lost to. So I now have to predict if they'll lose to the team I think will be better, or if the team that should on paper be better going to lose to them. So it's like you can't really prep until those matches are done. And even still, you don't know how you're going to match up against a lot of these rosters. There's barely any data. Like, I think going into these matches, you're talking about teams that played a bit in the off-season. Well, I think it was Movistar Koi only played Sunset, which is not in the map pool. And I believe on the other side, they played Ascent and Sunset, which is also not in the map. So we've just had no data going into this. I think we've seen that throughout this series. A Fracture pick coming out of Liquid that didn't look the best. They then go on to Abyss, which was not their choice, and absolutely slaughtered Movistar Koi on it. And now we've ended in that supposed middle ground, but right now it's not looking like a middle ground at all. A really solid defensive side out from this squad, and sure, we expect like having that Teo, the defensive side aggression should be good, but I don't feel like I've really seen much from it. Like, there's a lot of spots on this map where I go, okay, if you're going to use your utility to clear that, like, it should be a lot easier, like lamps, like hookah, but I don't feel like that's been the case. Think about the hookah crossfire they had. He could have easily wrecked that with his utility.
Yeah, just wrong place.
Exactly.
Wrong time. Now, look, last round, Showstopper, Thrash, Orbital Strike, all these ults have been used so recently. A Team Liquid, look, they've used them for important rounds, but Movistar Koi saving over these weapons, it gives them a chance now to use their ults to equalize that economy, or to at least pull it back down, because Team Liquid, they got 7K plus on every single player. They are set for almost the rest of this half. Movistar Koi can't afford to make many mistakes if they want to get back into this one. It starts with 3 ultimates. Do they want to use all 3 here? You might need them in the coming rounds. Lots of decisions to make. And it looks like the B site will be the target. A lurk left out late for Grabinho, but he can use his wall or his smokes from anywhere.
There's nobody spotted in towards B short.
Wall back site looks like the pings.
I'm wondering if we're going to have the Armageddon put through. It seems to be the case.
Armageddon,
There's nobody there. It's clear, they know it, but they're playing in front of it, and I almost think that might just be a plan from the side of Liquid to put themselves in unorthodox positions, ones that you've got to gamble with. Speaking of gamble, it looks like Hammer's going to try and sneak out, but they're aware of it. Had support from Kamek, and even the flash going through, but Shados is still standing. And now it comes down to him versus Panatek on the other side. A new look, Initiator versus a tried and true of the past, a man of experience facing off against, well, another man of experience. But this round is so important for Movistar Koi. Shados looking to try and put it on his back. He even gets the timing correct, but doesn't swing off of it. Goes back around! And in classic form, in a classic position, Shados will get them another.
Well, that is a much-needed round on the board for the side of Movistar Koi, and impressively, they do it, only burning up that one ultimate, which is quickly farmed most of the way back up. Shados now just needing 3 orbs, and we'll see it back and up and online. Solkus with the Viper's Pit could be pivotal, and the economy is starting to come down for Team Liquid. Investment into an operator, obviously going to run Camo's credits that little bit lower, but you can see they've still got plenty to fall back on. For Movistar Koi, no easy rounds ahead of them for quite a while. Let's see if they can make it work. Getting into position with this utility, Cosmic Divide, maybe that's where the pick comes in, and then they've got a real position to fight from.
Nats was trying to be cheeky, playing in front of it, but this whole idea is an execute to get them into the post plant, even sending the drone through to try and get as much information. They know that the players are there on the other side, and in fact, even waiting to try and catch them off the back of that TP.
Nats is in the pit. Nats is in the pit, and he's been caught. Okay. I just expected him to come out on top in that, but Solkus is on a tear. Double kill already on the site. You've got to fight through that pit to win the round. It's time to think about saving. And as Kamek falls, there's no other choice for Kiko. Can he get out? Drop one as he goes? Looks like he certainly made himself the distance. It's his choice to stick around. They have plenty of credits still to burn up. He just wants to make it as costly as he can, maybe catch them all on the way out. There's 1, there's 2. Nicely done. And indeed, costly it becomes from a clean round. Kiko looking to make it even more costly. Solkus almost lost his life too.
Yeah, when you've got that much money in your back pocket, it really doesn't matter if he goes down, and taking a couple of guns away, not going to be too bad, although there will still be purchases on the other side. I like that though, just a set execute off the back of the Cosmic Divide, making sure that that Viper's Pit can't really be disrupted. They were even watching the entire time for Nats. They had a pop flash in case he was on the edge. They had the boombot going through one way. They had the showers cleared by the drone. Like, that was just something that has clearly come from, well, the training ground when it comes to Movistar Koi. Clearly done the work behind the scenes. The problem, though, is, well, that comes from a very set circumstance of having 2 ultimates that can be used in that scenario. Those 2 ultimates are no longer available.
It's going to be a really interesting second half, Tom. It's 6-4. It's a close game. Liquid 6 rounds in a row. They lose 2, and they've called a timeout here. Keep in mind, Movistar Koi have already burned up both of their timeouts. At this point, second half, maximum 1 timeout. It's going to be a quick run through those last couple of rounds. Not as much time to touch base and figure out what went wrong for Team Liquid. I do like how proactive they're being. Despite the big lead, losing just 2 rifle rounds. Remember, the other 2 they lost for the pistol in the opener. They're still getting in there early and saying, all right, let's make sure we course correct. We won an 8-4 half. The opponents have no pauses for the next. We can close this out nice and easy. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
I also like the look of what Movistar Koi have got going into the defense. So you've got 3 fairly proactive agents, and then the Viper Astra as your passive ones to sort of lock down sites. I think it could be quite a nice combination. So I think for Liquid, getting these last couple of defensive rounds is fairly important. After the start that they had, I think ending it out 6-6 would be fairly disappointing. Again, early information fought for, and Padatek has got to be a little careful here. The flash may not have garnered anything, but that was due to the deep smoke that was there. And while with his utility removed, doesn't have much of a choice but to fall back.
They're still not giving up that space for free. That spam almost dropped Filu. He's down to 42 HP now as a result. Padatek about to get a ton of information. Never seen a jiggle peek with the dog, but there you go. And they now notice a lot of players outside on long. The fight will take place on short as Team Liquid look to take back that space. There's just been a double back. Movistar Koi a little late getting to the angle. A flash now primed and ready. Filu still lands both shots. Okay. Left down to 2 HP, and he will fall. And the showstopper will be cancelled out. Kamek looking to hold his ground, grabs another, and almost drops Solkas too. Neck and neck for a moment. But blink and you miss it. Nats is all alone. Snake Bite's good. Buys some more time. Not enough to stop them, though. The plant will be found, and the players retreat to safety. Now Nats, 1 kill needed for a Viper's Pit. Nobody wants to give him that. Might only be 2 and 6, but you give this man a chance. He'll put rounds on the board. The tap there. Here comes the swing, and it's Grabinho to send it home. 6-5. Movistar Koi close the distance further. We could be neck and neck at halftime.
That's the sort of level that you expect to see from a superstar duelist. Low HP already from the initial spam, dodges the flash and takes 2 heads with him. That's the Filu that we know and love. That's the guy we saw across both previous maps.
Oh yes, he's got the style as well.
Yes. Okay.
Giving it.
Wow. After what was a 6-2 scoreline. Movistar Koi are starting to drag this one back now. The classic sort of a short Viper's Pit, an aggressive take. Both initiators fighting. They've got to be careful here, and actually they've lost both fights. Immediate double entry. This leaves Kiko alone within the B site. Camo is running as fast as he can, but he can't get into support with the ultimate currently blocking. In fact, he tries! He tries to go through it, gets wrecked for it. Luckily, you still got Kiko there, who's been an absolute superstar, trying to do everything on his own, even spotting out the remaining couple, but they're going to peek it before his ult could go through. Nats is there with 1 more. And that res is not going to be coming. It's down to the 1v1. This time, Nats with a better chance. Spike down, knowing roughly where his opponent should be, and still trying to reposition.
Nats is crazy. He's going to go all the way around the world on this play, knowing the spike is in the open. Chances are there for Grabinho to do the same, to come to meet him. That's what Nats is waiting for. And he goes back into Hookah, and around to watch this spike, confident now that the flank's not in play. Grabinho will sneak out, though. Will grab the spike. 25 seconds left. No notion of where this player is. Oh, and blindsided, but barely alive. The metal in the way. a little bit of armor that he needed. 12 seconds. Nats waiting for the plant to be attempted. Waiting for the push up close, but Grabinho will just plant on backside as safe as he can. 30 HP is not a lot to work with. The fake smoke. Maybe he could be going back into the spawn. Nats has to split his direction both ways. 6 bullets left. But with such low HP, it might not matter. It depends on the timing, and it's Grabinho! Straight onto the head of Nats. No margin for error. And nothing but perfection delivered. 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, we found ourselves on middle ground, just maybe not in the manner we expected. Still, one more half left to come. We'll see you after the break.
Yes!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. 6-6. Thankfully, it's not like Abyss. We don't have to pretend it was a close half. It really was. Looks like a bounce back from Movistar Koi, and certainly towards the end of that half, it was 4 rounds in a row to put them neck and neck. They won the first 2, but then it was a streak from Team Liquid, and they were looking unstoppable. Now, we move over to Movistar Koi's defensive side, where they're going to be put to the test. Excited to see what the ideas are from Shados on Tejo for this half.
Yeah, for sure. And as said, I think building into this one, you have that Grabinho, Soulcast, like site anchor potential, and then the other 3 players can be more aggressive, can try and do these set defensive plays. For now, though, they've already taken a fair bit of control over towards the showers, and a reliance on Soulcast to try and hold here as the majority of players are in his spot.
Soulcast pushed back behind the wall. I mean, some damage was done, but the reset after decay will leave most healthy and ready to fight. Plant already found. Aggressive push up towards Bath. They've seen Nats already. They know there's players on both sides. They've got the manpower to deal with it as well. If you were just one here, you'd be a little overwhelmed. The flank coming in late from Grabinho. It is a very weird pace to the round. I think Nats will be blindsided by that and just taken down. With the control still over Bath, a good spot if they could get past Kamek. Huge shutdown, deleting the Bath players, and sure, Nats will fall, but now time is the issue. They don't know where these players are. No utility left, though. It has to be just the dry peaks, and Kiko wins it. Now, surely the timer gone too far with no chance for Grabinho. It seems Team Liquid have done enough to take the lead back.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds again where you look at the amount of damage that was actually done onto the Liquid players and you feel like it could have gone either way, but they do. They just leave Nats behind in the back lines, and then it was the battle of the flankers, but all of that time just was on the spike. Like, you can't be that slow dealing with everything else, and I feel like that was sort of put into place by the Liquid players and their strategy. Again, some solid individual presence shown by Kiko and Kamek. I feel like we really have seen a lights-out performance from Kiko throughout this series so far. I feel like that could be a pivotal part if they're going to do things on the attack. For now, the defense have all gone running about. That was a nasty surprise for Kamek, and holding on to this might not be too easy. Shados with another. They're already making this one costly.
Yeah, but Shados is trapped now. Walking back out of those doors will be a death sentence, you'd imagine. Soulcast and Feel, other side of the map. They can just simply walkabouts into the site, grab that plant. I don't think there's much left behind.
I thought they were trying to be really like quiet that they got the spike, and then Nats just reloads outside the door. So he's like, yep, they're still here.
He does, yeah. I mean, they're making noise on the way to the A site. The dog went through, the spam went through, but Nats is still watching the back, trying to bait these players into making their way out. But the drone will spot him. Pre-fire onto it, has caught it. Not too much information to work with. Everyone else resetting to take these fights. I like that setup. Sure, Patatek does go down. Nice shots from Solkas, but Nats is immediately able to trade. And now you're left as Filu, the last man alive, avoiding the snake bite, but walking straight into Kiko. And that'll be the round done. Team Liquid, 2 players surviving, 8-6, a 2-round lead.
Yeah, it's a costly one. You only, I think, had Nats, who was down on a pistol at one point, and because of that, there's definitely going to be pieces missing going into the next round. Yeah, just impressive shots to at least do some damage in this sort of position for Movistar Koi. So I don't think they can be too unhappy with that. They do have to be careful, though. And I'm quite liking the fact that knowing that Nats has been going for the sniper so regularly, we have the majority of players investing into those heavier shields. Makes him at least a little bit less deadly, although it really is a little bit. I think he's actually been better on attack side for the majority of this game so far, which is really weird.
I mean, you have to say, Nats plays the game in just a beautiful way. You could say that since 2020, but picking up the Outlaw in so many of these rounds, it's different, and it works. It has worked before. Let's see if it does this time with all those extra shields in play. Although it doesn't help Flya much, Corbino falls quite quickly. Now we're in a bit of danger with players all over the site. Shados didn't know where to look. He's lost his life. The spike's planted. Rifles now retrieved as the upgrades come in. And for Movistar Koi, man disadvantage. And next to nothing to play with it. Decent spam does damage to Nats. Kiko is low and quickly dispatched. Filu comes to save the day. Kamek now has to do it all. Won't get his ult online without both kills, at which point, round's already in the bag. It's been close so far. And a 1v2 definitely within this player's wheelhouse. They've just heard him step down. They know where he is. Moving in together. Off angle by Kamek, and the spray doesn't land. It's Filu's 3rd of the round. As Movistar Koi just about keep that gap close.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those rounds where you kind of wonder how it was as close as it was. You not only had, I think it was initial kill, a spam that put Patatek down to 1 HP within like literally a second. That was this from Flyer. But somehow they still come out of this fairly even. It was impressive that this round was even close from that point onwards, but a good response from Filu. And again, I think he started this game off incredibly slow individually, but now starting to climb back into the game. All right, 8-7 from a 6-2 position and another pistol under their belt. It's not looking the best for Liquid at this stage.
I think that's fair to say, but that last round comes so close. The only real investment on Nats, he's on an Outlaw again this round with lots of players. Everyone, in fact, one hit to him. He's got a 2-barrel operator essentially in play. A chance onto Solkas to start it out. Not even the wall was enough to protect him. The shot on Shados is perfect. And after a close previous round, this one doesn't seem to have the same flavor to it. Movistar Koi have sent Filu in the other direction. You're right, Tom. The round's done. They've called for the save.
But that's the thing. You look at this scenario where Kiko's one off ult, you've got Kamek already with the Thrash online. Like, you're just going to either feed their ultimates or you're going to be met with one. It's just not a winnable scenario. And that is the frustration of playing up against Nats when he does this. Because, yeah, if you don't have the heavy shields, even if you do and you take like a slight nick of damage, it's just an instant kill. He's not missing those shots, like, I'd say 9 times out of 10. And when you lose your Viper, the player that you kind of need to stay alive on that A site, it's over.
It's also right there. You've got a Viper orb. You try to walk up on a guy full shields who has an Outlaw, and the Viper, or the Viper wall rather, comes into play. You know, you go through that, take a quick peek. Are they there? You've lost your life immediately. You're definitely losing 10 HP from the decay. But this guy's ability to just step up and take that aggressive peek, dropping Solkas, opening the space then for the blast pack up top from Camo.
I love the idea as well that
it's
he
hard
goes
to fight.
Like, what's your strat for this round? My strat is me. It's just like, I'm gonna kill someone with a sniper rifle. It's like, you don't want to let camo, you know, no one, no.
But I mean, he's just taking the free shot. Like, Solkas had the orb there, didn't put it up because he's waiting to spot someone. And you know, with that weapon, you have a pretty good chance of firing back on him when he's peeking like that.
Well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, where else is he going to peek it from? Not through your wall. Or if he does, he'll take the free kill. So it's not a bad idea. It's just Nats thinking, you're giving me a chance? I'll take it. Yeah. That's what he does every single time. Usually with getting behind you. This time it's the Outlaw. We've seen both facets of his gameplay here. I think a nice, refreshing style, seeing his IGLing on the server, seeing this face of Team Liquid. I'm liking what they're bringing to the table so far. A gap of 2 rounds, and if they take this one, Tom, credits running very dry for Movistar Koi. It could be the beginning of the end.
Straight out. The Thrash alongside the Tiger. I think it's been held in place, though. A good use of the grab wall to make sure they can't get too much information. Orbital strike thrown in, but even still, the opening kill has gone the way of the defenders. That's messy. What? I feel like Grabinho definitely should have got the kill onto Nats there, but he hasn't. Failed miserably, and now they get into the post plant. Showstopper, no command available. They had everything to play with, even denying some of the heals that would have gone in onto Nats.
Showstopper on Filu. This could be everything, but the players perfectly avoiding and walking into Solkas and taking him down. Team Liquid immediately on that defuse, tap, swing all their forces through and leave it down to just one. Filu, he's been good for these clutches on the site again and again, but finally a stop is put to it. It's Patatek to claim double digits for Team Liquid. And at this point, Tom, like we said, the credits for Movistar Koi, they are waning. This is a really tough position to be in. That was a round they needed.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well, because a lot of ultimates being utilized to make it more awkward, but this was just painful. I feel like that should have been Nats dead, and then from then onwards you sort of see these wraparounds doing well to sort of claim the space, because when you had the showstopper and a player defusing, there's a world where you just rush, you basically panic, and instead it only gets to half, and they're able to get back in the end and close out the round. 10-7, 3 away from... This was a match where, I was going to say there's definitely been opportunities. That from Flyer was impressive. In fact, it's going to continue. Kamiko's walking back into the same fight, alone with the spike. Well, now for the remaining 2, this is troublesome.
Well, Nats is coming back with the Outlaw, and everyone's one hit to him. Still a chance, still a beating heart to this round for the side of Team Liquid, and Movistar Koi can't allow him the opportunities. But after 1 kill, he's left alone. An ace needed. Blocked out by that utility. Pistols coming close, 40 HP indeed. So although he has with him a weapon that can one-shot them, those Sheriffs will be keen to do just the same in return. 6 shots instead of 2. Let's see if Nats can make this one work, and what would be by far my favorite Outlaw clutch, Outlaw ace, or any of the above.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds on the clock, and a swing into heavy traffic backwards is going to send him to the Shadow Realm. 10-8 on the board, and a pay safe card thrifty for Movistar Koi, just in time as well.
Yeah, no better time to do it. Your IGL just walks down mid and pops 2 players. It really is one. I think Panatek must have been in the dog there, because he just doesn't even react. Like, the player next to him tries to cover the angle, but that walk-up was just not spotted in time, and Movistar Koi have been able to massively capitalize, and I don't think there's too much of a surprise that that's the moment that Lohan decides, you know, I think we need a pause. We've just lost a round to Flyer pushing mid with the Sheriff. I think I need to talk about that one.
Well, that is all 4 timeouts used, these teams being tested and pushed to the limit. After their final discussion with the coaches, it's going to be a hot streak to close out this game. And at 10-8, Team Liquid, no doubt they need those resolutions, but it's been 2 rounds, then 1 bought back. This one on the back of a player walking down mid and just catching you completely unaware. It's a blind side. You won't have those in every single round. And I think Team Liquid don't need to panic just yet. They've got that little bit of a buffer in the form of their lead. But the credits now starting to take shape in a different form. Last half, it was all about Team Liquid, 7K on 5 players, looking in great spirits as they came towards the end of the game. And even as they, or half I should say, even as they lost rounds, they still had money to buy back. This time, it's not quite the same. If Team Liquid lose this one round, you could see Movistar Koi face an eco, equalize the scoreline, and then without any pauses, all the pressure's on that IGL. It's going to be a tough close to the game for Nats in terms of the pressure experienced, but a good position to start from. Economy is there, and ult economy online for Team Liquid. Camo to entry with that showstopper. Viper's pit one away.
But that's the thing, yeah. Seekers to potentially give up the information for the showstopper to find a get. Like, they should have everything on a plate for them here, but it's always seemed easier said than done. Seems like the orb has already been claimed as well, so that is the Viper's pick. Great flash though, or through, but he doesn't get the second. Flyer set him up for a double, and instead, like, you kind of traded out your Viper. I don't think that was worth.
First flash also came a little early while Sokus was still reloading, so that's both KO flashes burned up early on. The one-to-one trade, losing your Viper, might not be what Movistar Koi would find ideal. A push up, and it's perfectly timed. That was Camo popping the ultimate, the showstopper to entry. Denied, but the flank from Kiko! The second man, not expected! Not locking down the control for too long as it's kept into a 2v2. Viper's pick goes up just in time to block Patatek. He'll creep up close now towards this spawn as Shados needs to fight his way back through. They know he's here and they are just waiting, beckoning him forward. He spams so much that finally he walks in and meets his doom. It's left to Grabinho. The dog on its way already, spotting him. He can actually tap this from just outside, I believe. Reposition is perfect, but they're looking the right way. Well aware of what was going down. Team Liquid with another on the board.
It's a close one. Again, you had this initial flash. It was perfect. Like, both players completely blind, but couldn't quite correct on the second. This was everything, though. Like, the round is over. If they don't manage to clear hookah from there, you mentioned sort of the spams, but even still, it would have been the two players just completely surrounded in the pit with the spike planted in a tough spot to defend. But those couple of kills from Kiko, he has been genuinely phenomenal. 21 and 11 currently playing the Brimstone, doing Brimmy fans proud. And while taking Liquid now to an 11th round, it was a little bit tougher to get there than maybe expected after that pistol victory. But now we look, economy on the brink, but again, Filu started off well.
Yeah, he's been doing remarkable in terms of those opening picks, those clutches on the B side as well, putting up those multi-kills. Movistar Koi have now the advantage to play with. In comes the spike, looking to be planted on site. Lots of backup to cover it. Nade doesn't quite land. In fact, it's a little precarious of a position for Flyu, who goes down, but Shados with a masterful trade. He's kept this one alive for the side of Movistar Koi. Despite a couple of quick kills back in return, you've still got Filu, and Grabinho. And with the spike down, time is ticking. Grabinho will reposition, blocking off their rotation, their likely rotation to the teleporter. In fact, both are walking back. They have absolutely no idea this man's here, but he only gets the one, leaving Patatek on 33 HP. Faked that he was running to the teleporter, but that sound is not heard. Yeah. Filu knows that he's still here. There's no notion in his head about rotating. Nade's still online, 20 seconds left, and Patatek is just waiting for Filu to step forward, but Filu doesn't have any pressure on him. The clock is ticking, and it's against Patatek. 12 seconds as he takes that teleporter. Filu goes as fast as he can. I don't think he had a blast pack left. He'll get here a little bit too late to deny by the looks of things. The nade will be fired out. It bounces back. It's going to do damage, but not quite enough. The shot lands, though. And Movistar Koi, they'll close the distance just a little and stop Team Liquid from running away with this.
These rounds have been crazy. Like, every single time it seems like a team gets an advantage, just an individual steps up that completely turns it around. And on this round, I don't think there was any doubt that that was Shados at the back of the site, sending the ult through to clear certain positions, but also giving himself a chance to land a high-impact double. Even still, it came down to incredibly close margins, but Filu, as mentioned, I think there was a point where he was like 5 and 10 or something like that, but he has really stepped up in this second half. Been one of the catalysts of the comeback. The problem, though, is that Movistar Koi have not been able to string more than a round together in the second half. There has always been a response, and well, that's what Liquid are looking for here.
It's going to be a little more difficult than some of the previous rounds, though. Sure, Flya not going to have the weaponry but he's just spotting out the hookah push, playing with that stinger, and playing with his utility for some of his teammates. Solkis, though, might not need those flashes, has immediately put down the Viper's Pit. Is going to cover off B long, and with those two players, they know that they've got all the control they need. The only real problem is that although the push is going to come towards A, Stealth Drone has already cleared out outside of bathroom. There's no one there. They know that for a fact, and I thought that might have seen rotations come through, but no. Playing outside of Lamps to avoid that ultimate. Filu goes through for just the one. Grapinho has to step out, but the smokes are there to give him the cover.
Spike planted.
I look with the post plant. It's for the most part what they desired. Keeping things even. I'm looking at Cosmic Dividers. Potential. Padatek. Oh, he's dead. Can't quite clear the fragment. And if he had, we'd be looking at Flyer as a mistake. Instead, he gets himself a second with the stinger, a third one as well. He's brought that one over from North America. We spoke about it before, the stinger in the hands of Narrate last year and roll for Kamek. There's nothing he can do here. Just has to try and fall off of it. I don't know how he's managed that level of impact with that gun. Maybe blindly bound left click and right click to the same button.
Oh, it could be. Yeah. That's probably what it was. They tried the just block it does strategy, but with his bullets. See, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I did say this was one of the weaknesses. Misspoke. Clearly, this was the all-in strat, the real strength of the composition. Yeah.
He was trying to save this for their next game. He was like, guys, I guess I'm going to have to pull out the stinger.
Gotta hide the stinger strats.
He didn't even zoom in, though, so it definitely wasn't the
that's a shame.
Bind.
That's a shame. He would have gotten all 5 if he had that.
Yeah.
Well, showstopper online for Filu if things get a little hairy, but Team Liquid on the attack have a lot of weaknesses. 3 pistols brought to bear. The Sheriffs will look to take some heads, while the Rifles look to clean up. For Movistar Koi, this is their chance to equalize.
Kiko, though, again, this time taking up the role of the duelist. He's been given a rifle for a reason. He only had the opportunity for a couple of them, but this man's hands had to be holding one. He's been so strong. Looks to do more. Kamek will fall. A trade back of sorts and still an abundance of utility for Shados to try and clear this site. There are so many players up close that his util could be everything.
Oh, they've cleared out these players. Spammed Padatek as he moved out of position of the guided salvo, but unfortunately, they haven't found the kill. And as a result, Padatek's there to take the hit off the showstopper. The follow-up from Kiko with all 5 under his belt, taken from the top side and putting them on top marks 12-10. 2 chances to close this out for Team Liquid.
27-13, by the way. Like, he had some crazy performances on the Jet, but he might be getting close to some sort of new record, because this is so impressive on an individual level. It just looks like he's so comfortable.
You know what I love about Kiko? The old Angel strat used to be, you put all your smokes down and then you run in. Here he pops 1 smoke and goes, that'll do. That'll do, I'm in. It's just incredible, but he's got the individual skill to match. I like this. The smoke up close, 3 players creeping in from Movistar Koi, but it's expected, and Camo delivers 2 blind fire and almost takes Filu with him.
This is not what you wanted to see if you're a Movistar Koi fan. They have fought valiantly throughout this series, proven that they can go toe-to-toe with Liquid. Maybe answered some of the questions you had about individual players on this team, but if it sends you to the lower bracket, it sends you to the lower bracket. The manner in which it happens doesn't matter too much. They would be 1 defeat away from dropping out of Kickoff. With 5 players, Filu low, he's proven he can still hit shots, but not in this one. It's now left onto the IGL, maybe hoping he can get something before they retreat. Solkas with everything to do versus his former team.
Nice snake bite. They're going to be vulnerable, dropping down into it. It's a mistake. They've fallen into his trap, and that gives a chance. Flya, he did it with a stinger, now with a rifle in hand, and quickly repositioning as well. They might not expect him to be all the way around. The molly blocks that pathway, but are they suspicious of the wraparound? Yes, they are. It's Kiko holding it, swinging in to close out the map. Team Liquid debut in 2025 looks good as they take it 2-1.
Definitely after that first map, you could see that there was some depth not only in the individual skill, but also in those role swaps. I think that's what's most excited me about this match, because I looked at it going, okay, you had Kiko already, you brought in Camo, he has to be playing Duelist, excluding map 1, which we don't want to talk about. But the fact is, he may even look better on controller, which is a ridiculous thing to say out loud with how good this guy has been in the past, but that was massively impressive. Ended 28-13, 3-1-4 ACS. You really can't complain about that one.
No, I don't think there's going to be many complaints written in any form. This man has been delivering, and with the role swap as well, it just makes it so much more impressive.
Yeah.
A lot of what we saw here today, you know, there were questions around Team Liquid, around even Nats, the role that he plays doesn't typically go hand in hand with an IGL. We've seen players swap off that role to be more with the pack. We've seen players adjust their approach to the game to be more with the pack, but he's come in with his own style, and it's certainly worked out for their opening game.
Yeah, I am excited to see more of Movistar Koi, though. As I said, like, I think a lot of people coming into this season didn't maybe have the highest of expectations, but it's clear that, especially like the coaching staff, been coming up with a lot of unique ideas, especially with how new Teo is to the pool. We weren't sure if many teams were going to risk it. They did on 2 of the maps. One of the times it worked very well, and I think on this map, it looked decent. Like, there's definitely more to maybe flesh out here and there, but it's clear that fundamentally there was a lot of good things coming in for Movistar Koi, and I think whoever faces up against them next in that elimination game has got to do their homework, has got to do their prep, even on the small amount of data that they have.
Well, I have to say, you know, the 2 13-10s we had were definitely fun matches to cast, fun matches to watch, and a lot to look back on. The 13-3,
didn't enjoy it as much.
I'm not sure teams will be picking Abyss against Team Liquid for the rest of this, at least for kickoff.
Well, either way, a man who has been on this stage a few times before, but more importantly, now has himself a team. I'm happy to see Panitek back on the stage.
Woo!
And you wouldn't be the only one, Tom. Of course, I'm now joined by Panitek from Team Liquid. Welcome back, by the way.
Hello.
It's so good to see you. Now, I think in the off-season, as you would know, you've accumulated a lot of fans throughout your career. And I think particularly after last year, people just wanted to see you on a team. None of that standing on a main roster. And here you are with Team Liquid. So I wanted to ask you, what was it about this project that drew you into coming into this team and wanting to be with Team Liquid?
I think main reason was that we have a team like full of prodigies actually, and a great coaching staff. So for me, it was actually no-brainer to take this team. You know, like the coaching staff, like the players itself, they're just amazing. You know, and I kind of see the resemblance from Team Heretics. So you know, that's why I chose it.
And what would you think that you brought to this team from your time at Team Heretics?
I think mainly experience. I think like playing Masters tournament, like basically international tournaments give like a lot of experience. So I think mainly that, and confidence. Confidence for my boss that they can rely on me and that they know that I'm there for them and they also for me.
I'm glad you mentioned those 2 words, because when it comes to the in-game stuff, you know, there's a lot of role changes, a lot of surprises, but it feels like you and Nats, you've kind of stuck to the bread and butter, the agents that you played for many, many years, a lot of times on the server, and it feels like maybe you're kind of the anchors for this team. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that is fair to say.
Is that intentional as well? Is that something that you guys got together and felt like everyone else can change and maybe play new things, but we're just going to do what we know?
It's not really that. I mean, it's about coaching stuff, cooking up some comps, you know? Like, whatever they will tell me to play, I will play. Same for Ayas, you know? We obviously have our comfort picks, but whatever they cook up, we believe it in it 100%. And, yeah, it's just that.
Must be happy that you get told that you get to play the KO, right?
Oh, yeah,
like,
hell yeah.
You can just play KO.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of some cooking, you've got, what, 3 people that could play Duelist on your team, right?
Yes.
I mean, you could rip out the Phoenix if we really need you to.
Maybe.
So why no Duelist on that first map?
Basically, we were just playing Fracture and the Scrims was going pretty well. And in my book, that's a win. We kind of choked, so like it was our first game on stage. Kind of nervous for everyone, but as soon as the first map ended, we fully reset it, and you saw what happened on Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. So would you say that there's nothing to worry about when it comes to the comp? That's not the reason why you lost that map?
No, 100% is not the comp. It's the way we played it and like the communication and basically like the gameplay stuff. It's not about the comp, it's about us.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Now next, you're going to be facing Foot. You played against them a few times last year. It was always very successful for you. I feel like you know what to do against them. What do you make about playing them this time around?
I think they are insanely strong team, especially after they swap the duelist. I think Zeus is insane. And with the addition of him, they're gonna become a really great team. But as always, I played them so many times. I know what to do against them. So we'll see. I'm in a good shape, and I'm thinking it's gonna be a good game.
You know what to do. And lastly, before I let you go, I have to mention, I've seen it on social media, this whole Polish players on a team, you know, you don't want to have more than 2. I want to get your thought on this, because I feel like you've just proved them wrong.
I mean, everyone says that we broke the rule, because there's a rule that 2 maximum Polish players on the roster. We are the prime example that you can break the rule and be successful. I mean, not maybe successful, it's only 1 game, right? But we're gonna prove the haters wrong,
Yeah,
obviously.
damn right, guys. One more time for Patitech. One more time. All right, that is the first game done. We're gonna take a little break, but don't go anywhere, because look behind me, Fluorescent is in the building. We'll see you after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
is on her way. True GOAT.
I don't think you guys have seen my full potential yet. And I'm really excited to show it. It was in the closed beta. A bunch of my friends were recommending that I try it with them. The first Asian I played, I think, was Phoenix or Brimstone. I was like the worst out of all my friends. I would go like 1 in 16. I started like playing a lot of death matches. Like one act, I was like plat and I was stuck for like 9 months. And I just started like death matching every day, like 6 hours. I started seeing like a lot of improvement then. I think deathmatch helped me get better because it's like in the maps that you actually play in.
I think the moment that stood out the most with Floor was last year in Brazil at Champs in the finals against Liquid map 5. Mal was obviously like very sick with COVID, and then she couldn't speak that much. Floor was like 17 back then, and she was the one that like was calming everyone down and like just getting everyone to chill and breathe because we were like this close to winning. I think she's like low-key very funny. People don't know that about her. She's like super chill. She doesn't get nervous at all.
Inside, yeah, but outside sometimes I can like troll. But inside I'm always pretty calm. I don't really get nervous. It's funny to like troll. If like my teammate says don't peek, and sometimes I peek. I do that in tournaments too because it's funny. And you have to have fun or else it's not worth it.
I did watch Florescent play Game Changers, and she popped off, you know. it was really nice to see. I was like, look, that's our fifth, that's our player, that's our duelist right there.
Same stuff I do every day. If I wouldn't be in esports, I would probably just be an accountant because my brother is one, and it's just a really safe job in general.
What do you find interesting about it?
Nothing's interesting about accounting.
Words have been spoken before. That is right. We are just about 15 minutes away from seeing Floor on that stage. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm now joined by Kakuka and Soulcast, not from Apex, but from Movistar Koi this time around. But of course, your former team is going to be playing in just a moment. How are you feeling about their chances?
Super excited to see. It's always fun to see like your ex-teammates play, and then especially watching Floor play. Like I'm super excited what she's going to be able to do. I'm pretty sure it's going to be like another just insane game from her like she always does. So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Have you seen any like Floor frag movies yet? You know what she's capable of?
Oh, I've got like a Wikipedia in my head of every single clips she has. I know. I watch everything she posts. You know, it's insane.
I know she comments on your stuff too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super nice and kind of like, you know, it feels good, you know, as well that like she appreciates some of my stuff and I appreciate like her stuff. So
Go recognizes go.
Yeah, exactly. Is it my moment to go on
Yeah,
floor?
yeah.
So yeah, like a month ago we were here. All celebrating Game Changers Championship, and for the second year in a row, Fluorescent got the MVP. I am extremely excited. I'm also very honored that it's going to be in our region, that we have the first player from Game Changers joining main VCT, and I'm very happy that it's Floor, because I think that she grinded her way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? I love that you mentioned that she's world champion, because we do have a few world champions in our league, but a world champion where she won here.
Recency bias.
Yeah, in this studio, by the way, like 2 months ago. And if you're wondering why she might not be wearing her bracelet today, the MVP one, it is getting resized right now. She's taking care of it.
I was kind of hoping that she was going to go onto that stage. We know it's not very on brand for her, but you kind of have to.
You
like
have to.
Nobody in this region has that bracelet.
I was about to say, yeah, you just win a clutch and you're like,
yeah, there we go. Hold it up.
There is no sit down.
There's no sit down. You just show the bracelet.
There's nothing.
Like, I'll let this talk.
Yeah, and this is the other thing, though. During Game Changers, when Floor first came onto the scene, we were very, very hyped. You know, we have some players where people like to call, you know, onliners. Maybe they can't play on LAN, but she is the opposite of this, because Kakuka, somehow she's better on LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that she thrives in this kind of environment. She's also been very vocal about it. Like, she wants to come to these events. She wants to be in person. She wants to lift the trophies. She was the, you know, out of all the people that we have in the studio, she was the last one to lift a trophy here. And I think she's very ready to do it again. Of course, it's a new challenge. It's a new frontier for her.
Yeah, and I want to say her in an Apex jersey as well. I can't get used to it, but I really want to get used to it, because there's a reason why we're so excited to see what she can do. But I want to ask you real quick, because of course, Kayak was the one that did win Ascension with Apex. What do you think kind of differentiates a player like Kayak and Floor? Maybe there's some similarities there.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to see, like, you know, because I think with Floor and Kayak, I think they both can just shoot incredibly well, and we both saw that and we both know that, and I think it's more down to how she kind of is behind the scenes, you know, with the team, how the vibes are, and like what she brings, you know, in the serve in terms of comms and stuff, and I think that's kind of, it's going to be hard to kind of dictate, because I think we know, you know, probably going to be some pop-off games, and Kayak also had that, so that role's like fine in aspects in terms of frags. So I think it's mainly just down to kind of the behind-the-scenes stuff and vibes.
The vibes.
Yeah, not only that, I think that Floor was thriving in an environment where we have to say Shopify Rebellion had some of the best plans. Like, everything was so well drilled. The plans were meticulously studied. All the utility was falling onto place. But she is also the kind of player that can go outside of the pack and just go completely free, completely unknown. She has that versatility. Again, I want to see how it is on a different environment.
Do you think that is something that can be created in Apex? How much of that comes down to, you know, some of the more veteran players, maybe Avova, maybe Molzy, being able to create that for her?
Yeah, I think she seems like, and from what I've heard, she just seems like a super just chill person, and just like, you know, I feel like she'll fit in pretty well with them, because I know, yeah, from playing with the rest of the boys from last year, you know, it's like they're just honestly such goofy like people, and it's just like, I think she's gonna fit in super well. And like, also I know, like, from hearing from Flyer that, you know, she's also like pretty close with like Odorous, I think, before, like they kind of know each other, so I think she also feels comfort in that, which kind of will probably open her up a bit more, and I think it'll like be a quite nice environment for her.
Yeah, and again, she's just a LAN player, you know, this is not her first time on the stage or first time at LAN, so that's not going to be a problem. And in terms of vibes though, I feel like there are a couple of people that have very much vibed with Floor, and of course that is her former teammates and coach as well. Mel, we see you. I know you're excited. Shout out to Roy, by the way. I know you guys are watch partying. You're so excited to see Floor make her debut. Effie's also commented about this move to Apex as well. And this is the thing. Everybody, not just Shopify. I think Daiki make some tweets as well. Everybody, Kakuka, are unanimously behind Floor, supporting her and excited to see her take the stage.
And this is just continuing where we left it last year. For Floor, this is exactly what she wanted. After she won that MVP, that I think unanimously everybody said she deserved, this was the next step for her. She wanted to get into VCT. She wanted to do it with a good team, and we don't have to wait. We barely even have to wait a month and a half.
Yeah, and I think normally when a player leaves, or your star player leaves, it can be a little bit of like, oh, but everyone on her team is like, go kill it. you do.
Not
Like,
only in
do
your
it,
team, like
go.
it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who you're supporting. It doesn't matter. I even think that Mates fans, especially today, even if they're playing against it, it doesn't really matter. I think that we have proven that we have a system, we created a system, and it's working.
Yeah, there is added pressure though, and we're going to go through this right now because as you guys know, this will be the first year at the end of this year that our Ascension teams that have qualified through that tournament could potentially relegate or maybe stay for another year. There's a few scenarios we'll see. There's a few stakes as well as you guys take a look at this graphic behind me. So I'm going to go through them one by one with you guys. If an Ascension team, so in our case, Apex and Gentlemates, make it to Champions, they will extend their term for another year. If both of them make it to Champions and the team with the best performance at the tournament will stay, while the other one will have the option to compete at Ascension for their spot to come back. Now, if Ascension teams finish top 8 in our league, they will earn a chance to defend their spot. They will need to play in Ascension, however, against the up-and-coming Challengers teams and see if they can re-earn their spot in the International League or fall back into Challengers. Last but not least, when it comes to relegation, if a team fails to make it to stage 2 of playoffs, the playoffs of stage 2 even, they will relegate back down to their respective Challenger League. And if both Ascension teams are relegated, we will bring 2 new teams and give them a shot at dethroning the best. I am very sorry, there was a lot of information there.
Yes.
But all you need to know, all the Floor fans, all you need to know is if you are supporting Apex and Floor here, the best and easiest way that she could stay for another year is to make it to champs. Do we think that that is possible?
Yes, 100%.
Yes, Dom, I love that.
I think it's going to be difficult. I don't think it's because of her or the team. I think that we are seeing during Kickoff that it's going to be a tough year. There's been a lot of changes and staying on top. We saw it last year, even with the performance that Casey had at the beginning of the year, they weren't able to keep that kind of level. Even though the season is a little bit more spread out and there's going to be some breaks, we know that you have to stay on top of too many things to think that you can make it that far coming from the bottom.
I mean, what a story it will be, though, if they do. But of course, it is the exact same thing for Gentlemates. If they are able to make champs with their new roster, then their chances of staying here is pretty much locked in for the next time. But let's talk about their chances when it comes to the changes. They managed to keep just Kara, Kukuka, but complete rebuild outside of that.
Yeah, exactly. I think Mini is a player that was very much, Mini the player, not Mini, not Coach Mini. I think that most of the teams wanted him because of the impression that he had coming from Go Next. Zippen, we know him. It's the first time that we're going to see him separated from Navi, but it's the player on the center of your screen. Well, now on the side is Robbie, that I think everybody has their eyes on as well. Coming to IGL. Also, and apparently
Bloody hell.
Jesus.
Yeah. You reckon you could take him, Dom?
Jesus.
Bro, he's massive. Look at the screen. Like, he's like 70 inches tall. I don't think I can.
But I'm glad you mentioned him because I think you're right. A lot of people had their eyes on him. Are you familiar with Robbie at all?
No, not too much. I've seen him like in the tier 2 and stuff, but yeah, I think this anyway in general, like this roster seems like a pretty like well-rounded like roster. It's like it's not gonna be like, you know, the biggest like names you've ever seen, but I think they have very good players, and I think it's a pretty solid roster, and I think Robbie will do pretty well with them.
Yeah, a lot of people have kind of put them as like a dark horse, maybe even pushing top 4 at this point. Why do you think that is?
I think it makes sense. There's a lot of talent that is coming in from tier 2 for the first time. We have some recruiting and coming back, some talent that we are very happy to have back. But it's normal that this is going to happen. You're going against so many established players, orgs, teams, and protocols that when you put all of this together, also bringing in a coach like GoKid, who was in the region, went to Americas, came back, obviously. There's too many questions and you're working from too little. You can amount to a lot, but the beginning is going to be very rough.
Give us a bit of a context of Goku, because obviously I feel like you're going to have some inside info, who he is, what's he like?
He's a great guy, first of all, from Jaén, next to my city, which I love. Spanish, obviously.
He's Andalusia?
Andalusia, he's from Andalusia, obviously. And I love it. Thank you very much, Tom. But yeah, he has a lot of experience back in Koi, back in Spain a lot. We saw him last year going on to Leviathan, so we know that he has a long trajectory. He has learned a lot. And you know how some coaches are a little bit more like enablers, like they will help you achieve your potential, and some of them will work from the bottom with you, like giving you the scraps, giving you the basic of the fundamentals. He's that kind of guy. He's the second type. So I think this kind of team fits him better than a team that has already learned a lot of things.
Are you rooting for Gentlemates a little bit because a Spanish coach making it to Paris champs with the French team?
Juancar is also with him.
Yeah, so is that bridging the fan base, you think? Maybe bringing Spain and France a bit closer?
Absolutely not. Never. Never. I don't think we're ever crossing that bridge. I mean, we might cross it to go to Paris once one of our three organizations make it.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Of course, I mean, you're on Koi now. I feel like now you can feel the love of the Spanish fans, right?
Somos Koi.
Yeah, how good's your Spanish?
Don't even ask.
Oh,
yo, Felix was great. Was it Felix?
Yeah, he says cazuela. Isn't that like pot or something? It's just like a plant pot. Yeah, it's his favorite word, which is the most random thing. But yeah, we know random words that make no sense.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's how you learn a language. You do not have to be ashamed of, am I going to say it wrong? Am I going to sound like an idiot? No, so sometimes I sound like an idiot in English. Do you think I care?
Oh, very rarely. But I could whip out the Shadows' Tejo is not pendejo. Does that work?
Pendejo. No.
Yeah, there you go. It just means his Tejo is not stupid. Yeah. You take that back with you. You take that back with you. But on the other side, let's talk about the rest of this Apex roster. But because they are coming into this with a stand-in, it is not their full roster. And in these situations, Dom, you will know as any player, it can be tricky.
Yeah, I think, obviously, at least it's, the analyst, he's played before, and it's also that he kind of knows how the team functions in terms of like the strats and everything. He's worked with the coaches and the players. It's not like going to be plucking out some random guy to just play and like kind of just don't really, you need more time to also like get all the reps of all the strats and everything. But he's kind of been there working with the strats, working with the IGL and stuff. So I think it won't be too hard of a fit, but obviously it depends on how well they can shoot and stuff. So we'll see.
I think that we've had so many questions, because we barely have had any news of what was going to be of Apex, like how I understand, okay, after announcing Floor, nothing that you announce is going to top that. It is what it is. But we've had some questions. We still have them onto how the roster is going to look in the end and where we're going to see it fully. But now that we have you here, Dom, what did you think of the chances, or what do you think are the biggest strengths of the core that stayed?
I think it's just how well they work with each other. Because I think for us, it's like, the synergy even in the micro kind of situations. I think that's what, from last year when playing with them, like that we kind of thrived in. It's like these small kind of like, in the little pairs and the small packs. It's like, I feel like they kind of have it down. It's like the synergy just feels naturally there. And I know in general, it's just like a really fun environment. And I know that it just helps like players just play a lot better, and especially like, Floor and Odorous to feel more comfortable. So I think that's kind of the strength, and also they have good shooters. Like, like Avova's an insane smoker, so I think they do have like the recipe to have like some good wins.
I'm so down for Avova prime time again.
Oh,
like back in like 2020, 2021 when he was like the king.
Hey, we saw some of that last year. I felt like he was back to his prime.
It was thanks to me because I unlocked it. No, it's because I told him he was using some really bad like crosshair. It was some really old, like, it looked like an observer crosshair, it's like some basic kind of crosshair. I was like, no, go to like a dot. You're like an aimer. And as soon as he went to the dot, we called it the black hole, and he just hit everything.
All right, I need you to give me some tips after this, but for now, the wait is over. It is the Ascension Champions Apex alongside the one and only Fluorescent. Now that is a beautiful trophy, but this is not what they're going to be playing for this year. There is a spot up for grabs for the first Masters and of course Champions at the end of the year as well. I'm very sorry that I didn't give Gentlemen enough of an intro, but it is Floor. It is Floor. But this is the thing that with Gentlemen, they can come in here with a very solid map pick right off the bat. I'm really interested to see what the map pool is going to go for them, because I do feel like there's some tendency we've seen from Apex, some comfort picks that you can really easily anti-strat at this point. So guys, I would be surprised if we don't see the Haven.
Yeah, I think, this map pool, it's like, I think it's quite similar to what we was kind of probably playing like last year with this core. It's a nice stomach from Mosey.
It's the do's and don'ts.
I can't stop looking at that stomach, Mosey.
Just
too tired.
Okay, they insta-pick the Haven. I mean, expected, right?
Yeah, I think, with Apex, I'm kind of more surprised about letting Bind kind of slip through. I think Haven, I think it's a good, from the core last year, and I think maybe what they were cooking this year, I think the players were probably enjoying Haven a bit more, so we have more of a looser map. But I think with Bind, I think, I'm kind of a bit more surprised, because last year, we'd been that map for the whole year, so I don't know what came in. Maybe Odorous was like some superhero came in with some magic, but yeah.
So Pearl is going to be the first map. We did not get to see your Pearl today. We did see some, let's say, different compositions that we will definitely dive into some other time when it's about you. But what do you make of the map, and what do you think it's some composition that could be a little wacky, but you would like to see out there?
Yeah, I think definitely this year is going to be the biggest shakeup in terms of the meta and what comps people will see, because we're already seeing a lot of variety in comps and people trying more stuff with the certain nerfs that happen. So I think we could even see sometimes some teams that I've played against, I'm not going to say who, but sometimes even some double senties, or even there's going to be a lot more of variance in terms of comps. So I'm interested to see what these guys will pick.
What are your thoughts on Phoenix on this map?
Yeah.
You buy with it?
Yeah, no, I've seen some Phoenix gameplay, some teams or maybe even running, and I think it's
If Zipan pulls out, I'm going to lose my mind.
I think it's pretty good. I think the major thing that people like is because of the wall change. It's kind of like a pseudo harbor thing, and I've seen it's quite easy to actually use it.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see what we're going to get. It is going to be no Phoenix, but I just want to quickly address the duelist on the other side, because Click is incredibly impressive. His stats are insane. He had a great off-season as well, and he's definitely going to be a pretty difficult challenge for Floor right off the bat.
Absolutely. Lovely to have a German here in Berlin, but as you're saying, him coming from SK Gaming, back in that, yes, they didn't make it very far in Ascension, but it just proves that there was a good scouting when it comes to players.
Yeah, and it looks like on the side of Apex, pretty comfortable, right? Comfort picks.
Yeah, it's pretty vanilla kind of comps here, but I think, don't fix what's not broken in a way. It's I think it's a well-rounded comp, it's
You like the boring stuff.
It's a bit rich coming from you after that comp on Abyss that was yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have, spiced up a bit more, but I think it's well-rounded, If you want to play like that, do it, but
and
it works.
And it feels like Odorous is just kind of slotting in. He has played before, this is not a crazy situation for him. Any predictions, Dom, before we let you go? How do you think this series is going to go?
Ooh, I think it's a tough one. I would say it'd be a 2-1 to Apex.
Oh, okay.
I'll throw out there.
They're winning on Bind?
Yeah.
Even though you just said
that. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. For them to leave it in, someone must have came in with some magic and magically fixed the whole Bind game plan. So I don't know. We'll see.
So do you think they have what it takes to close it on a map number 3? You make it until there, things are a bit shaky, but the longer the match goes, the stronger you get?
Yeah, Floor.
Oh, okay.
Do you think her floor is still their ceiling?
I feel like that is the most convincing argument you can make in any situation. Oh yeah, Apex is why Floor? Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a complete great take. But I don't think Gentlemen should be underestimated in this situation.
Absolutely
they have a solid IGL. Their duelist player is absolutely crazy, but also Kada. He was phenomenal last year given the circumstances.
Absolutely, coming in at the mid-season, we know how it is. We also saw it in Giant and how that paid for them, but especially going into this first map and with the agents that we saw, almost everyone is best in slot, right? Floor, of course, is going to be on the duelist. You have probably very comfortable playing on the Sova Mini with. It's so weird saying
He's
it.
gonna cast Mini.
I know. Oh my God,
Mini's
gonna cast Mini.
Mini's gonna have to cast Mini. I feel like I don't know, maybe when Lauren's talking about Mini, he might get confused. Yeah, we'll see in a bit. But of course, it's because Pansy and Mini are waiting for us right now. We'll have a small delay. Who would have guessed? Definitely not me. But what's your prediction, Kakuka?
I want to say, and especially after what we saw yesterday from BBL, that sometimes having a sub, if the plan is there, is not going to be that detrimental. And as we're saying, it's not like Odorous is a stranger to the game, or that hasn't played and has gone on to a different thing. If he was there designing the plan from the beginning, I think it's going to be a little bit of a Zeiss situation where he went in and actually things looked better because the pressure was off them. I want to see that kind of underdog take coming from them. Do you think like there's no pressure? We are so lucky, quote unquote, to have our first match with no pressure.
Do you reckon we'll ever have a day on this show where we don't talk about Zeish? Is that ever gonna happen?
I have to say, in the past 2 years, well, I have to say, ever since I have known Zeish, I do not think I've gone to any Valorant event, activation, anything where he has not been there. Doesn't matter where in the world.
I'm expecting him, to show up at the vets when I'm taking my cats there because he's just always everywhere. Before we derail everything here, of course, I mean, like I said, there's a lot on the line. There's the added pressure of staying in this league. There's added pressure of having to qualify for champs. Soulcast, how do you not think about that? How do you make sure you're on the server, you kind of take away all of that narrative and all of that white noise and focus on what's in front of you?
Yeah, I think at first it can be quite difficult. It's like obviously maybe when you play before you get on the stage and everything, maybe some thoughts will come into your head. But a lot of the time, like the main thing that everyone kind of says and like they drill into your head is like just stay in the present. Like only control you can control. Like if you lose games, it's like, and you're thinking too much about champs and this and that expectations. You're gonna probably lose more than you're winning. So I think you always have to literally just stay in the present, just control what you control. It's pretty cliche, but I think that's like the main kind of recipe that people should have, especially when you're playing these big stages and stuff.
Yeah, and as someone who, you had to kind of fight your way back from tier 2 as well, how scary or maybe how much anxiety is there at the possibility of relegation, having to come back again? How difficult was that?
Yeah, no, it was pretty difficult, but I think like once you get into the game, somehow it's kind of like you kind of just really do just get focused on in the game. You kind of forget about everything just fades away in your mind. And because I remember even when I was playing on that final match of the year in Ascension, I kind of sat there and I was like, I don't feel like too much pressure for some reason. I feel like I should, but like sometimes you naturally kind of become a bit more looser if you kind of just let yourself be looser.
That's because you're made for it.
You got that. Right, we are ready to jump into game. Could you do me the pleasure, Dom, to toss this over to your casters, Pansy and Mini?
Yeah, let's toss this to Pansy and Gentlemates Mini.
That was cold. That was pretty nasty. I mean, fantastic toss form there, Dom. Lovely work from you. Seems very practiced. However, we do get to focus on this one. It's probably one of the most anticipated debuts of a single player we've ever seen. Fluorescent joining up with Apex, but of course, that will be our main focus, Mini, but we need to kind of pivot a little bit. The desk alluded to it. They were discussing the Gentlemates have a little bit of whispers about them. This team seems to have a little bit of recognition, people putting them in the top 4s here. Do you see that potential with their roster?
I think this is absolutely the dark horse team in EMEA right now. I think that individually, players like Click have been on my radar for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But I think Robbie BK is probably the player that we need to talk about. He was on my scouting list for a potential Fnatic Academy.
We're going to get a little glimpse of that list at some point.
He wasn't even going to be the IGL, which talks about the firepower that he potentially has. But everything I've heard about this guy has been fantastic in terms of his leadership. So I'm very excited for this one.
All eyes on her. Fluorescent on the attacking side here to kick things off. Let's see how this looks. A lot of pressure on a young player as well, something we have to highlight. This is not going to be an easy performance. Eye test, people might underestimate Gentlemates, but as said, there's a lot of talent in this roster. And now we have to see with that stand-in as well of Odorous, that's not going to be an easy scenario to work through, but a very patient beginning.
Yeah, just your standard A main, go grab that orb. No contestation. Contestation? Sure. Yeah, we'll go for it. But I'll see if this becomes their standard default. I expect mates to kind of punish us later. But for now, no read. but potentially.
Yeah,
something.
this is a little bit sketchy here. We still have that Killjoy util. Floor gonna head forward, gonna look for that first fight, but already Gentlemates, the best they can. That's a 3-to-1 trade out here. Mid is still under their banner. They control the vast majority of the map, and Click getting active. Stunner towards Avova as Molesy, the last one alive. Not much for him to do here. A rough scenario. Looking to flood out. Perfect work from Gentlemates. Very aware, well controlled, and that little bit of a crunch through connector.
Yeah, I mean, Apex rolled the dice and they rolled low.
Yeah.
They've ran straight into a two-man stab on that B-link, and tight choke point, there's not a lot that Flora's going to do despite that dash to kind of disrupt that crossfire. It's very good.
Lovely work from Gentlemates. They'll be happy with that. Nice way to get the ball rolling here. This is their map choice, so keep that in your minds, of course. And as this, I don't want to say it's a throwaway round, but again, we are going to be seeing just kind of classics here for Apex. I do want to talk to you a little bit about activating a star player like Fluorescent, right? You've had the likes of Durka join your team. How do you put them in those pressure scenarios and try and get them to operate as best they can, right? Isn't there that worry that if it falls short, does it knock the confidence? How do you guys, or you guys previously, navigate around that?
I think there's a difference when Durka first joined the team compared to when we were kind of working with him, you know, last year, for instance. So I think that, you know, this is a new environment, a new team, and I want to call a spade a spade. Like, most people think Apex is going to be one of the weaker teams in this league. So I think that we have to kind of look at our win conditions here. I think Fluorescent has to go nuclear.
Yes.
And I've seen the development of Flora, like this year at Champs, like she was playing very disciplined, but I think as a coach I'd be just letting her loose, like playing on that comfort, like she's on the jet, playing the comfort, but also just like if there's any ideas that she had, like with Durka, like when he came to the team, if he had any ideas that he wanted to do, I was just all for it. Like I wasn't gonna
let him take that space.
let him do it, and then if there was anything that we wanted to collaborate on, we'd do that together. But you know, throughout the years, I kind of reined him in a little.
Yeah,
bit more,
you get to kind of get that balancing act, right?
At the start, you know, let him carry. Or let Floor carry.
That's what we're going to have to see if she can actually do it. For now, this is clean work. You want to be seeing kind of, at most they'd want to lose is one. This is actually quite an invested round here from Gentlemates. That Bulldog, the two Vandals, and the Outlaw here. Click, trying to build his confidence too. A young player himself, high on the list of a couple teams out there, looking like someone to keep their eyes on. Let's see how he performs in this one, though. Already looking sharp. Potentially a spike plant would be fantastic for them. Down very low on time here. That knife will show intent. Stunner from Molesy though. Okay, Zipan's gone down. That should be a plant. Floor just going to buy a little bit of time here. Make sure that plant goes in. Isolating Kadabra would be great, but tricky. Flash there. Nice! Floor picking up the Vandal. Hold on. There was a moment to shine. It would be now. Observers, we're going to teach you a real big lesson here. We stay on Floor, don't we? That's already 2 this round, but can there be more? Click and Mini. This is already a costly round. Can they play selflessly? Can they play her in? Avova, Molesy on one side, tap on the spike, they've got to respond. And Floor, so close! Click outdoes just at the end. Almost bought the time. Just a glimpse of things to come here potentially. Second round for Gentlemates, but that cost them a fortune.
But it was Nico. It was Nico from Floor. Like that's what we need to see early on. I was worried about the pistol, no momentum from the pistol, but that's the kind of round that we can pick up momentum from. Even though it's the loss, like, Floor's going to be pretty good after that. Feeling pretty good after that one.
Oof. And look, it's a little BM to the other teams, but I've honestly seen Floor pull more fans to this arena than some of the other teams in this league. So shout out to whoever turned up with just the Floor signs. Love that. The Gentlemates teams, they turn up as well. So we've actually got a good crowd for this one. Absolutely love to see it. And you can see that knock-on effect here, Mini. They're going to be suffering financially. Sheriff's coming out. They do have the 2-0 lead for Gentlemates, so they'll be happy enough with that. But Apex looking quite simplistic in approach here if they continue down this pathing.
Yeah, a bit repetitive from Apex, but nothing to really worry about on the kind of buy that M8 have, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong region.
Kadabra, lovely towards Odorous. We've got some real heavy hitters in this game. You'll be seeing some shots come through. And I like this reclear towards middle, that readdress with the drone coming through with a little bit of everything. Hype's now going to be on a bit of red alert here.
Just playing off of that Hero Vandal right now. Or the Vandal they have. Like those middle reaggressions, you see them now and again, and I think this is the kind of round that you want to see it in.
It's lovely. For now, though, they can kind of fall back a little bit. They've pressured, they've postured.
But we can see the knife came in over towards the A side of the map here. It saw nothing, and we should see the fast rotation coming in now. Hopefully there's enough stall for this exec.
But already caught off here. Mini's in a little bit of trouble. Held off, at least for now, by the smoke. Keeps himself secure. Cleared out, though. Floor going to take towards backside. Look at the rest. Now we're going to see that hero Vandal coming through. They've identified it. They should now know where that resides. In the hands of Click, a plant is what they're prioritizing with 25 seconds. It's safe, it's in. 4v4. The scrap now begins. Click makes a bit of a meal of it, but Robbie's going to land. Floor, though, holds guard. Finds Zipan. The last two, you're looking at Kadabra, at least has the Phantom there. Could have done something. It's not to be. Floor still farming. And the first found for Apex here. We've got to see if they can continue now.
Yeah, the big test now. Equal economy.
Any ults
We'll
to look
see.
at? What have we got? I mean, we've got the knives for Floor, 7-2 already. That's right in the pocket. Molzy only one away from his ult. That could be fantastic to get on. Nothing
But here we can
quite
see
knocking.
already that their mates are looking to punish his A-main this time.
My God, bro.
Oops, sorry.
Let's see if we get a challenger. 4 players on A. That is so much presence here.
Trying to deny this KO ult.
Yeah, they know it's on the board.
3 suppressed.
So much util put down towards us. Look at the absolute littering of it.
Flash
Floor
coming
trying to play safety. Turns! It's stunning! Again, more and more. Floor is on this 8-2. You thought it was just GC, you were wrong. Already showing off that prowess here. Should have some big info off that knife. And I think they're looking at the ult coming. It's actually Odorous they've prioritized here. So he's got the ult ready to rock and roll. Molzy still one away. And look at the space they've gathered over towards that link side.
Yeah, it should be finished into a B split. It looks like a very strong finish for
Placing
Apex
swarm
here.
grenade.
They shouldn't
Coming
really have
back.
too many
Swarm
problems.
grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
M8 not looking to rotate this quickly.
Destroyed.
It was all on Mini.
Yeah, this is so
It's
hard.
all on me.
Oh, and you're crumbling. Mini, gonna need a couple here. That's nice. A second, not to be, but tries to stall out. Takes away hype at least. But they've got a player advantage. They've got the site. I don't want to say full control because there's a little bit of a threat from Robbie here. Oh, it's beautiful. 2 for Robbie. Needs a bit more though. Of Over and Molzy, can they lock it down here? Molzy stuck on the site. Can't really get out. Looking at Over to try and swing in, but suppressed. He's already been noted. And Molzy playing forward. I like that. Getting a little creative here in the post plant. Clears out lane as well. They've now got no idea where he slipped to. I don't know if that got spotted. This could be a big crossfire to hold. The first drops. It's Avova to show hand first. It's lovely. This is big from Apex. Nice post plant set up here, but Kadabra can still undo it, but the time is ticking. This could be Apex's second or even a third now for Gentlemates. Let's wait and see. Kadabra can't find a target. The time has run too low, and Apex bring the scoreline back to 2 apiece.
Beautiful from Molzy there, as you've highlighted. I like to call that one like the gnats. Gnats
Yeah,
are
yeah,
that
just
sneaky
slipping
little
through.
slip in. Yeah, beautiful round. It's kind of not a great sign for mates that they've identified the win condition for the round. They tried to disrupt the A-main default that Apex are going for, but failing basically.
I'm getting in the groove, man.
So I'm not sure how they're going to punish that later, because Apex can just do that all day.
take what they
But
have.
now it seems like they're just going to go for an anti-eco here.
Okay. We've been seeing a couple anti-ecos looking a bit shaky in some of those previous games. Let's see if we can keep it clean here. We do have a couple threats. Ghost for Kadabra, Sheriff out there for Mini. But nothing major. If Click gets the ball rolling, maybe he can get the knives, who knows? But it's not there now, right? So this is just them kind of going through the paces.
Molzy here is doing a good job. He threw the knife towards A to create a little bit of pressure, but also getting caught by that knife too. So creating a bit of a question mark for mates, but they're not buying it at all. They got a rotation coming across.
Slow and steady this round. Again, you want to be crossing your T's, dotting the I's. But there are 5 players here now. This is where it gets threatening. Floor deciding it's time for the knives. Ult going to come in as well. Finds a target, doesn't find the shot she needed, and now suddenly there's a couple of problems. Gentlemates getting right into their faces. We said a couple small threats, but Kadabra makes it massive. Molzy now in a world of trouble. This was not clean. This is not what the doctor ordered. And now this could be magic. There's the recovered weapons too. This is perfect. Fortunately, at least for Molzy, does have the spike, but 30 seconds, you got to be running straight towards A now.
30
I
seconds
mean, that gamble call was beautiful. I think they knew that, like, just because they called Molzy and they didn't see that util or players behind it, that it was a bit too obvious. So beautiful call. It's what we want to see from kind of, you know, those teams coming up. You know what I mean? That confidence.
Lovely. And it was kind of highlighting, again, something you were highlighting about Robbie as well. Good IGL here, but does have the firepower. You've got a lot of dangerous players on this Gentlemate side. Molzy, he went from uncomfortable to pretty tricky here. Both have rifles. Now Mini's HP is low, down to 20. MolZ. Oh, the timing's egregious for him. Are we getting the knife out? We don't know, but Mini will be loving that one. Gentlemates out of nowhere converting that round. But as you said, it kind of started with that gamble rotation. Right place, right call, right time.
Yeah, and like the Killjoy ult coming in too, kind of giving them the confidence to play with it, kind of flood around it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Apex did anything terrible. I just think Mates had an actual pretty good eco.
Look at that. That was perfect from Kadabra. Pay safe card thrifty there, tick in the box. Yeah, you're loving that one. That's a big confidence round though, you know what I mean? That's got to feel so good.
I'm still getting a bit shaken every time you say Mini. It's really...
We'll ask him to change.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We'll get on the phone.
I might have to change.
We've got a couple ults now. 3 pretty impactful ults actually already ready to go for Apex. And once again, we rinse and repeat towards this A main control. Maybe just to set the kind of standard, set the tempo and expectation. But look how deep ready Gentlemates are sitting. Maybe expecting some of these ults to come into effect.
Oh, a nice little... Yeah, they're going to crunch towards the arc here.
And you can already see Mini's the one who's highlighted and has to dip away. Floor's taken the space, but it feels like Gentlemates were aware of the possibility of this. So they're sitting very passive, kind of giving up sight. Zipan, got to be careful with his life. Could have been spammed out there, but mostly stays okay. Hype again. Drifted in knives out here, and Gentlemates are lapping up every single one of these. Floor going to be called upon to do something near on miraculous in a 2v5 at this point now. A 1v5 does get the res though. 50 seconds. This is brutal. There's not much to be done. The drop of the wall coming in as well. She has to dip away. 40 seconds. And if Gentlemates are disciplined, they shouldn't be giving up anything here.
No. But it is Floor.
Yes.
30 seconds
it is
left.
Floor. That's a very good point. But this cross is looking lethal. Uh-oh. That's a little bit of a worry there, but still, cross does get taken this time. Plant's going to come in the spam. I like the little off plant there just to secure that the spam wouldn't affect it too much. But a 2v5, you've got to have mistakes here, I've got to feel, from Gentlemates to really make this become reasonable. Floor now surely going to be dealt with. Too many targets, too little time. Done. Robbie clean with it. This is nice. This feels very heads up from Gentlemates Mini. They seemed aware of what they were going for here with Apex, and they sat passive and expected it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Apex that they kind of crunch through R. It means they have practiced map quite a lot. Like you don't see that often. So what they did is they dashed in from the A choke through the R, and they had 2 people pinching the other side. Yeah. If anyone was caught there, they were gone. But luckily for Mates, nobody there. Mates played really well towards the back of that site, didn't get caught in this exec at all. And that's how you play the A site, in my opinion. Don't get caught in this site. Just play back, keep those spams up, get those recons going.
Just got to feel this guy's going to be a superstar in the making, don't you?
It's nice to see as well, because we don't have many coming up from Tier 2 right now.
It's true. And we're going to see the economic impact now on the Apex side down to Sheriffs. And Ghost just for Floor. On the other side, looking pretty well done.
Who defined the Chico?
Me and Mike.
But surely there's one more than the other. You collaborated.
Why are you trying to split me and Mike up here, huh?
Bro, don't play talent politics with me.
Oh wow, we're bringing that in already. No, look, I'll let Mike take it. It's fine. You know, I'm nice like that. No, I'm leaving this dead silence here because you've been really nasty. When Fnatic lose,
I'll be silent too. We could both play this game. I could play this game all day. I'm not supposed to be the good one here.
Right, well, I guess I've been put in my place. Thank you very much for that one. Let's see if we can get any of the danger back on the other side here. Floor handled well, Robbie. Yeah, so clean. This guy is an absolute animal. Lovely work from Gentlemates, unfazed here. I'd like to see almost a timeout from Apex, maybe to touch base, check in, and get them back on tracks. I feel like the game's starting to slip away from them 3 consecutive rounds now.
Yeah, and I don't think it's anything majorly strategic. Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more testing towards B long, potentially. But it just feels like, just these finishers, just closing out these rounds have been a bit more difficult.
More and more we see. I was kind of eyes on Click earlier on, but it is Robbie and Mini taking over on the board here. Could be a bit of a superstar on our hands. Let's see if Click can pick up the pace a little. Prowler going to note someone willing to challenge in middle. Do we have a swing? The flash is lovely. That is heaven sent, but it's still Robbie. Every trade, every pick, he is there for the follow-up. He's confident, and he gets punished this time. Hype going to put him back in his place a little, and it's a 4v3. Finally, a player advantage for Apex.
Yeah, but I honestly have never seen that flash before. I believe that was from outside EMEA.
Must have been.
Another one else still.
Add it to the list.
Added to the list.
I'm sure the observers will be on that. I always love calling them out. They hate it. They do have a completely open run towards B here for Apex. Now, they're drifting that way. It looks like it is on the cards.
You had the push through from the KO and the Astra.
See if they can catch a bit of timing. They might be able to catch, I'd say, Odorous potentially. They seem hesitant. This could be huge. Uh-oh. It's gone from brilliant to an absolute disaster. Zipan mauls too, but it's Odorous.
It's the coach.
Out of nowhere. Who'd have thought coaches could be this good?
Boy.
But there is still an issue. Mini is lingering around. We were saying how good Mini was. He was right up there with Robbie, and he's going to stay up there until the trade. Avova well positioned, keeps this one within touching distance. One survivor, that's all that they need. What's the money like, actually? I was about to check in.
I think
Okay,
I need to see a timer right now.
You think so?
I think so. We didn't get one last round, did we?
No, we didn't.
No? Is the button not working?
It's crazy you're saying that after I've said it so many times about Fnatic.
Hey,
Lockdown.
hey.
Lockdown is there. Hype on the other side. We've got the knives to click. We've got KO's ult. We've got the Hunter's Fury. We've got a lot there.
Unfortunately here, the round they do decide to go towards B is the round that we've got
Operator.
a cheeky bait and switch setup.
Yeah, but it's so tricky to clear this as well. Click, you got to start hitting these. That's not good enough. Floor gets the punish, but do they know Cadaver? The amount of times this position gets away with daylight robbery, does this clear it? I'm waiting to see. The timing's not on here. Floor's going to be aware, and Floor is heads up about her work. Clears another, does a good bit of chip damage towards Robbie, who couldn't quite close the gap in time. Already tethered up as well, having to respect this now with a nade on top of it, buys enough time. All these players do have their ults, but do they get a springboard in? They need someone to get that ball rolling, really, and no one's being given too much to play with. Floor getting a little hungry for that pick there. You can see her just taking a little bit of a look. Two up towards that rafter side, one down towards the connector. Knife to go in. Doesn't really hinder too much, but already one slip through. We've got Robbie on the site. Over, got to be careful. Timing's a bit tricky on this one. Floor on an island. Making it look like a holiday so far, unfazed until cleared. Now a 2v3, much better. Can they get the defuse, especially with Avova still alive, with Hype still alive? It is going to be difficult in these scenarios, but they're going to give it a go. Robbie going to try and sit the spike, and he's still doing some serious damage, but time has eluded him at this point. Does the damage, but it doesn't matter. The round is for Apex.
Yeah, I think the beginning of that round all stemmed off of Click missing that shot. Like, Apex not running the Sova that you traditionally see. Sova droning out to clear that out, and I think that is a problem when they're trying to take B long. Click should have a field there. I mean, that round maybe not, but
Time to sharpen up, I guess. It can be down to something as simple as that. You can see how close it got at the end. I mean, Robbie nearly pulled it out of the bin, but if you're not going to hit that shot, that one big impact. But look at the amount of ults. We're still seeing these sat here. I'd love to see them used a little bit more, be a little bit more proactive with them, but maybe an opportunity now could come through. Already a 1-3-1 beginning for Apex.
I think on this map on defense, I quite like using these ults for the retakes towards A. Like, I don't mind kind of stacking heavier towards the B side of the map, because I think the retake on A on this map is it's pretty easy. I don't think teams quite realize it, but
Go. Click again. Oh!
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Robbie is like the only kryptonite to Floor so far, it feels like. Click's just being deleted in a second, but Robbie is standing the test. I think he even was the one who noted Hype at the start there.
And more proactivity here from Mitz again, re-clearing at the middle.
Yeah, that's nice.
Happy to play the retake of A, like I said. Good to see.
Yeah, Cadaver and Zipan can now kind of shift back towards A, knowing that mid's probably clear. I mean, there was a chance it could come out late, but this feels more likely. Ult going to come in, does at least catch one there. Zipan going to go down, and Cadaver has to respect it. I think it caught two, actually, seeing Cadaver now marked up. He is still paranoid about middle. There was that chance someone has slipped up, but lovely usage of the ult. Glad to see them implementing this. Zipan, a chance to be rezzed here, but I'm sure the time's low. Net has gone down, and the last two, I don't think there's much of a chance here for him.
Yeah, I think I was trying to allude to it. They didn't do it. They made the mistake. I think that in the VOD review, I think that they need to just play retake there. Like, there's no reason not to, in my opinion. Let the spike go down. Come in with the Killjoy ult. If they get counter Killjoy ulted, they would just Sova ulted back. Yeah, I'll just play it off the ults, play off the retake. I think Zipan was a bit desperate using his KO ult in a situation in which he's not resable. We can't use the ult in any manner. It's one of my pet peeves with KOs, honestly. Some of these KO players, they're a bit
panic button.
A bit panic button-y with the ult and don't really kind of use it like you would use other ults. Yeah, I like to use it with more like set retake kind of vibe.
Got you.
But yeah, so we'll give him the benefit of it.
Yeah, you're allowed 1 round. Any more than that?
Any more than that, and I'm...
It's over.
You're kicked, mate. From my team, anyway.
And what team would that be? No one knows. But I do see a timeout coming in. I do believe it is Gentlemates going for it. It is 3 consecutive now for Apex, so I think it's the right time to call for it. Maybe not happy with that situation, especially when it could have been played cleaner as a retake. Is that something that you'd be checking in on now, or would it be an overall sort of conversation?
I think it's mostly about how we're going to interact with these ults right now. Like, the power ults from Apex are pretty big. Like, you usually want to see like either the Killjoy ult into the KO ult for the post, or vice versa, depending on what they want to do. How are we going to deal with that? We need to problem solve that one. Like I said, I'm trying to allude to, like, I'd be more than happy to play more retakey towards A, but we don't want to be in a situation where they get the site and have these ults for post. So it's like that kind of tricky kind of situation.
Yeah, there's no like easy one singular solution. If there was, I'm sure someone would have come up with it. But I think you're right. It kind of agrees to the fact of how well Robbie's been doing at keeping that control in middle. To me, already absolute standout player here. He's been banging out shots. He has been the one to kind of keep secure any of that further space, either through art or those, you know, the double doors there. But outside of that, the sites have been lost. So let's see what the adjustment is, if there is one. And are we seeing
Seems like they're going to go for challenging towards A here. I'm surprised we don't see the Sova Robbie more towards this, because if they catch anything, he could be ulting behind it, and maybe that's what he's going towards now, hopefully. This is going to be a brawl, it looks like.
Just be. Fancy my odds so far, but we find out, we wait. Looks like a late pressure towards. It's not too early, but the knife they didn't like. Something about this they didn't like. Apex already falling away from this.
Yeah, I'm surprised mates don't go for that Sova ult kind of idea, to be honest.
If only they had Minnie the coach, rather than Minnie the player.
My Sova's not bad. Oh, that's a
Okay,
big pick.
that is huge.
Pick from Click. You
Not
can have
bad.
that one.
Yeah, thank you. I'll add it to the notepad. Now, I wonder how much they're going to try and sell that this might be pressure towards that B site. I don't know if they're going to keep in mind it is going to be a split through Art, because Click's cleared this space, sees nothing further. Now they're getting a bit of pressure through towards Connector. But look at the Ravage and Apex taking the tour, taking their time. And it's a deeper hold from Zipan. He's a little bit further down Connector.
Oh,
and it's Odorous. I mean, and they had no idea they were splitting through middle like this. And now the problem started out, but Robbie is here. He's the one who's kept this secure, kept it safe for Gentlemates, but he's got to just outlive everyone somehow. I don't know how he's going to get away with it, but he's repositioned. Another fight, but he falls this time. Avova's got him. Cadaver and Mini, the last two alive. Mini is here, does have ult. And yeah, this time, going to invest. Now, the time is running low here. Odorous, stunning shot towards middle, leaving just Mini, whose position will be noted. The plant's already in. And it's an uphill battle now. I don't think there's much more to be done.
Again, using the ult in the 2v4. I mean, I guess I'm being a bit critical, but I think how I'd highlight it is the fact that we're not in a situation to use our ults. We're dying before we're kind of getting to them. So I'd like to see them play in a way where they
actually get to capitalize on it. Yeah.
I did like the push through from Click. I think that I like the confidence. He's not started the game too hot, and keeping that confidence was good. But somehow Odorous has got his coach 300 IQ, spinning around, one tapping.
He's just like Neo in the Matrix, reading everything. So Apex taking the lead. We do have Robbie's ult still there. Click's got his, Floor's got hers, and Hype's got his.
The ult coming right now for Floor.
Let's see how that kind of mixes things up.
Might be thrown away though.
Could be. I think they've got plenty of cash around. Maybe just expecting if there was another push-up. We saw the success off the back of Click. They could be looking to do that further. How long do they hold this though? Apex very low, but it's hard to clear this. We don't have... Oh, the Fade is joining, so we do have Odorous coming over. And Now, has to get a little bit closer. Nice from Kadavra, but a quick trade.
You should run.
You feel like the red carpet might get rolled out here. Again, proactive use of that ult coming out from Hype. Robbie's got to respect it.
I like that he's saving. He's not using the ult to kind of break it. But tricky from Apex. Not actually using it. Using it to go back B.
Area's clear.
Away we go. Mini, he's been kind of pushed around here a little bit. It's been difficult. They've ended B a couple times. It's not been easy to hold.
When you're that solo guy, though, I can't blame him.
Let's see what he can do. It is an incredibly hard position. This time, actually, Robbie trying to help out a little bit. Sends down the ult here, and Mini does a little bit of chip damage here. You can see Odorous starting to suffer. Avova, Malzy, Click trying to get involved, but it's Mini this time from the back of the side. Good trade again from Avova, keeping this one within touching distance, but it's a 3v2, favorable to Gentlemates.
Recovering it.
Now, Spike was left over towards long. Got to come back. Hype's got to go big here. That's 3 players. I thought that was a kill, and I think so did he. Zipan, though, still alive and breathing. It's all on Avova. This is rough. There's nothing to be done. Click floats on in and keeps this game as close as possible.
6-6.
We love to see it. Nice and close game between these two. Exactly what we wanted. Apex keeping up and Gentlemates looking sharp. Got to say, Robbie is an absolute legend so far, looking absolutely tip-top for this team. And of course, we do have a little bit of a treat for you guys as well. Sticking around, we are going to be jumping over towards a co-streamer, the one and only Squeezy, joined by Yinzu. You don't want to miss it.
Don't miss out.
That's right, I've got some gentle mates here alongside me, Brock, Squeezy, and Bayaz as well.
Sorry.
Gotta love the fans, gotta love the fans. Now, first of all, this is a different roster coming into this year.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you the reason for picking up some of these players.
Oh, he's the expert, actually, for the players, yeah.
We've been trying a lot of players. To us, it was the best roster we could have. You know, it was a little bit hard for us because we're not team partners, so it's hard to get top players of VCT and guarantee them like 2 years of contract. So because we have to keep our place this year, we got to fight. So we got the best choice we had, and we're really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, you picked up a fantastic group of players. Now, Champions is in Paris, of course. How important will that be for you guys, knowing that it will be in France?
It's real important, of course. We really want to play the champs in Paris. I think there will be a lot of fans, so it's more pressure for the players as well. But we hope we'll be there, and they are working hard, so we're happy to be there.
You feel the same?
I feel the same. The players are really determined. They're really hyped because the champs are in Paris. They hope they can see like the whole crowd of Gentlemates, the whole fans cheering for them in Paris. They're gonna be so loud if you make it. And yeah, they're determined, and I have full trust on them, and they're gonna make it.
Now, last year your bundle was very beautiful, love it, and I think this year
and this year as well.
As well, of course. So Bayaz, I wanted to see if you want to help your team promote the classic, get everyone to buy the bundle.
Oh, now?
Yes.
French
to
or
the camera.
English?
Whatever you want.
Buy John. No, attends.
Try again.
Sorry les gars, non c'est bon, il fallait un petit flop, bon, c'est bon. Buy bundle Gentlemates!
Let's go!
I mean, you have to buy it now, you told you, but let's jump back into game and see if Gentlemates can close this one out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was adorable. I did like that. You know what?
Nice to see Bears.
Yeah. He sent it. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. But 6-6, let's focus back in on the game. We've got Gentlemates with a good showing so far. 6 rounds under their belt, but Apex, I got to say, in my eyes, kind of exceeding expectation, keeping this one close, but the side swap coming in. Now we get to see the kind of real labor that they put into this Gentlemates. This is their choice. I want to see them dictate the pace here. But Floor...
It's a massive broad mid here.
Yeah, knife gonna come through, so Floor knows there's a player on that. Zipan, nice shot though, but this click to connect, gonna find Malzy, and Zipan on the follow-up. This is looking good. It's only Floor to try and draw blood. Odorous in unison, but it's a quick response. Click, lighting up the feed now. A quiet burst up, but louder on the second.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need. Like, Click Like, there's been so many players that have been new to VCT this year, I feel like. And like, players like Click,
Yeah.
kind of
You kind of fall by the wayside a little bit, yeah.
And then when you have like a first half, you're a bit nervous, maybe. That's exactly what we need to see from Click if they want to kind of convert this one.
Talk about confidence.
Odorous keeps getting these cheeky little...
Odorous is there.
I'm a fan.
He's second on the board currently. I know we don't talk about kills like it's the be-all and end-all, but he's second just below, well, I say just below, way below floor. But still, at this point, we've got the Vandal out for Click, we've got the Bulldog coming in for Zip, and a little bit more conservative purchase from Gentlemates in comparison to what we saw previously. So the two Ghosts are going to come out. Yeah, so we'll see. Last time around, we did see a bit of a wild round, so...
A very standard approach again. Very similar to what we saw in the first half.
Nothing major to report. It was a 4-stack.
I do quite like the middle setup in this anti-eco. We've got the turret ready. They had the KO flash ready if the turret kind of shot.
Trying to find Kadabra, but he's making a quick escape. Does actually get out of danger in the... Yeah, you don't get a cheeky orb. No. That's not for free. I like the try from Odorous, but does get punished. So Hype's got the entirety of Gentlemates basically on the way. Bit tough. Let's see. How much can he do here? Probably not much. You're looking at Click, trying to clear. Keep that confidence high. Be a bit of an eco-cobra in this, but as long as you don't overextend. That's a Vandal gone. I think it can be secured by Zipan, but he obviously wants to keep the Bulldog safe as well. Vova just got Kadabra. It's getting a little bit closer. I'm not worried yet. It's getting a little bit closer. It's still just that additional Ghost with the Vova. Everything else is classics. Very little util to play in as well. And the double stack towards back of the site should be able to do the job. And so far, oh my god, Vova. They made it costly, but they should at least be able to keep the Bulldog and the Vandal. So the vast majority of the investment is still there.
Yeah, I wasn't as worried with the... we saw Apex were going for like safe plants quite a lot on that B side of the map, but Apex are getting... Nate's getting away with the kind of open plant there. So if they continue with that, I'm not as worried about those post plants. But yeah, a little bit too costly.
Seeing now what we have on the attack coming into a bit of a bonus. Seeing here, it's pretty well rounded. Just wait and see what the purchase is completely okay. So it does seem they're going to end on the Sheriff there with the Ghost still, 2 Vandals, and that Bulldog, of course, remaining. On the other side, everything's there. Only light shields on Hype, but no ults massively close by. I mean, Avova's maybe 2 away.
Avova with disinformation. Nothing on that knife.
This is going to be wild. Yeah, outdone completely. Click is heating up here. Blazing away forward. Odorous needs to make the right choices here. Do you stand and fight or do you dip away? Already Click going to be springboarded back here. Mini works his way in, but is floor with 1 and only 1. Zipan, good spacing, good trading. And this is working out so well in this bonus round. Molzy and Hype, a little too far away to do much about this now. Going to have to try and work their way back in, or do you just call it off already?
We'll look for the frag. See if we can get it.
They're going to know where Robbie is, but can you do anything about it? Yeah, they're getting close enough by. Gentlemates don't want to leave him on his own, and they don't. They stand together. And Molzy, his decision's made for him. Time to back away. This is going to be the 9th for Gentlemates, and it was clear that one very, very direct approach. Once they got past pretty much Avova, it was the red carpet rolled out.
But yeah, like I said, it was like just the simple adaptation of waiting for that knife and then just contacting after it. Kind of caught Avova by surprise. Kind of thing that you hope you wouldn't get caught by, but I mean, a good adjustment by Mids, to be honest. It's a good call.
That's 4 alive as well. Money's going to start really getting robust. You're already seeing them up towards 5k, 6k. It's looking good. Knives there for Click. And of course, financially, Apex back in the doldrums. Suffering, they get that 1 rifle left on Molzy. Floor not close enough to the knives here. Knives are on for Click as well, so he's catching up. How much can they get in this one, though? That 1 hero Vandal is going to be difficult to bring in. Very
interesting that it's on Molzy.
Are you of the artist mentality?
I know. What's the artist mentality?
It should be floors.
Yep.
Yep. I'm also with you on that. But you know what? We listen and we don't judge.
Wait, when did artist say that?
I don't know. I was just on TikTok at some point. I don't want to discuss mine. Well, that's maybe why it's on floor. That feels toxic. Take that back. I take it back. I completely take it back. I'm being really mean. Nah, I'm being mean. I didn't mean to be. I apologize. For now, gentlemen, so this is great for them. This is really, really clear. It will be picked up this time. Avova's got it. Flipped over towards floor. And away we go. But the B site completely under the banner of Gentlemates. Super clean work. Spike's on the way. It's a little bit further out, but that's fine. Odorous, you're not good. Turrets. Doing its job. It's going to be very difficult to do much more.
Prioritizing the Astra ult over the KO, I would do it the other way around, but maybe they got some juicy Astra ult strap.
Show me what you got, Flo. Not easy. One on the side, one towards the back, two towards long. Leg shown, that's Robbie. Double swing. Oh, it's clean, good control, but it was, you look at the spacing here, Gentlemates aren't allowing for that individual impact to really pick up, and it's dealt with in the end. Avova gonna go down. We have 4 standing, the ults are coming through. Everything looking great for Gentlemates.
Yep, perfect time for the timeout.
Yeah, what would you be discussing? I mean, it's 4 in a row. You've not really had much say in these rounds, it feels like. It's been quite concise, it's been kind of very direct. How do you try and get back into the game? What are you meant to do at this point? So it feels like you haven't had much play, but the problem is there's already 10 rounds against you.
I mean, I'm cheating because I know what they're going to do, but the operator coming out here is I think they should buy the operator pen.
Really?
Yeah, I think floor on the ult might be maybe the adjustment they need.
Hey, okay.
But like I said, they prioritize. Oh, they're loud.
Yeah. French. What? They're loud!
The Astra ult was prioritized last round, which signals to me that they got something cooked with that.
Okay.
Typically, you'd see it towards the B side of the map, because you could play the offside post, which would be quite juicy.
Okay, so it's a couple things to look out for. Is what do they want to do with Flora in that up? I guess because that's whatever solution it is.
One sec, but they can't play offside post because there's an Astra on the other side. Ignore me. I'm a terrible coach.
It's unbelievable.
Fire me.
Yeah,
I'm a.
I can't even. Yeah, I can't even take you away from Fnatic. You're already gone. But as you said, for Gentlemates, we want to keep eyes on Cadaver's Ox. Rightly said, that was prioritized, which is it is an active choice. Let's see what the plan is. If it may be coming this round, maybe not. You'd imagine it'd come through soon if they're going to prioritize it this early, but also where does Floor position in this?
Yeah, I thought they'd position Floor towards A. We've seen a lot of the A control. Maybe like wait out towards the stairs and then go for a peek, but just towards the B. Going to be kind of controlling that lane.
I feel like Gentlemates might be aware that this is the answer. Placing swamp passive they've been out, you know.
So
it's tricky. Off the rim. It's tough. But they're being patient. Maybe expecting aggression or a deeper angle. So they're going to have to invest a little bit more utility early to clear these spaces.
Yeah, they're not getting anything though. So it'll be interesting to see what mid-round they can go for. So far we haven't really seen much. It's all about A main right now for these teams. And the call has been made, it looks like. We're gonna group up into an AX sec.
Taking that back.
Over. Gotta play this.
Robbie BK going for a little fake towards the speed link potentially. Trying to drag the rotation across.
I don't say he's pulled the third player over. I don't think he has. I'm kind of keeping eyes on where Molesy goes. He's kind of tracking back towards A, so maybe putting a question mark towards your mid-presence, but that's about it. Knives going to go out, and there's the divide. This is what we were, I mean, I don't want to say expecting, but you said they prioritized it. This was the plan. Go for a 20-second, 30-second hit towards that A site. Avova's still around, though. And Click was completely blind. These flashes have been stunning. That's got to be from Molesy. That was perfect. The reveal very good as well, but Avova going to be dealt with. Mini's there. Robbie's there. Hype going to come back in, try to make that pressure happen, but swung on by 3. Odorous goes down, but Floor's on the site and has got to go absolutely nuclear. And she does! Love her, hate her, it doesn't matter. You've got to respect her. That's a 7 for Apex, keeping them in this game.
I was about to say, maybe she shouldn't have got the knives there.
Don't be doubting. We don't doubt in this house.
Nope. Yeah.
Red Bull clutch and a half. But these flashes, we've been talking about the flashes leading up. Some of these have been really nice, just catching, Click in the air in this, kind of playing it back through.
The transfer mates were phenomenal. It's just Floor. Beautiful.
Come on!
You're
so good.
Come on, bro. Like we were discussing before the game how much of a Euro level I am in this map. Yeah. The comfort from Click and for us is the jet this map, and I can't really deny it when I see stuff like that. Yeah, I think like to that extent, right? If you're talking about a player who maybe doesn't peak as high, you'd kind of maybe be like, okay, I think it's time to switch. But yeah, with these two, I feel like comfort kind of reigns king. Floor's still going to have the operator here and very much close towards that B site, so we're going to see a challenge on this. Of course, they can kind of feign it with Cadaver's smokes here. It's difficult like, with the drone from BK. BK? Can I go with BK? Are we on BK terms? I don't know if you know it like that. And Floor is going to be forced off the first angle, so they do get to progress slightly. That's a little bit of a jump spot. Don't know how much she saw on that, but going to be still playing a little bit deeper. There's a pop flash potential through the smoke. You just heard it then. Click's going to move up, but is hype catching Mini. Maybe a blind shot or something. I'm not sure where he found the space on that.
Early lurk from Mini. A little bit too early.
It's unfortunate. 5v4 now, but Click trying to get active. And they're looking to take back space. I quite like this. Get proactive. Soverod's there, but already there's still a player on the other side. I thought Odorous was good for that, but no. Dealt with. That's stunning from Gentlemates. Getting really rowdy towards the site floor, though. Temptation beckoning from above, but it is a 3v4. She doesn't have to do it all herself. Has teammates here to ask a little bit of a question of shot what rattles out. We're going to have the knife coming through. Plant is in, though, trying to clear a couple of those common spots.
I think the retake's tough, though, with this operator.
And look how close they're playing as well. Robbie, right close by. Avova going to step forward and steps in. Click! It's outrageous from him. Putting Mosey in a 1v3. And the flash, they turned it. They were ready. Gentlemates answer back so perfectly.
I really loved that proactive push through on the B link there. Like, that's not the kind of thing you can plan. That's all audible.
A nice audible.
Like, I'm going to presume it's Robbie.
Yeah, you'd imagine
Get
so, right?
close, I'm going to hold boys as well.
We've seen a couple of those nice audibles as well coming out from Gentlemates, which
That's
is
a very good sign.
Yeah.
Come on! What are you guys doing? Who's IGL? What are you guys doing?
Oh! Oh! I think I'm getting two favourites out of this game.
Would you be good at that, you think? The
Well,
kind of, would
give
you
it.
be,
There's footage. There's footage. I'm going to pick Lan at some point. We don't need to return to those days. I probably would be cancelled. As it stands, we have no armor, which is a bit rough for Apex because this is out. The Click. Zipan going to deal with the floor. Okay, good. Farm, there we go. Nice, that's sights open. Come on over, boys. Well, the job done, and I think it's kind of good that we touch back towards Click as well, that you were kind of talking about, is that he did have a bit of a rough start.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't the, you know, welcome to the big leagues, cool, suddenly I'm hitting everything I want. It was pretty shaky. But seeing how well he's gone back into this game and that confidence building, especially in the second half here, is really good signs for the young player.
Yeah, I think I said it quite a lot, like especially when we played with, one second. With substitutes, like, it doesn't, the first game is the first game. Like,
shake it off.
Like the first cast yesterday. You shake off the nerves a little bit afterwards. Like, it's not all about, you know, that first game. It's a long season.
It is. Now, there we go. Nice again from Click. This is good. And it is against a team with no shield, so you're kind of expecting this sort of stuff. Whoop. Got close there. And yeah, they're getting cocky, still confident.
My ult's ready.
Malsey gonna get his ult off this. I mean, he'll probably got it anyway, but still. Gentlemates there, getting themselves up towards 12. Strong on this side so far. And Apex backs to the wall now. They have every ult pretty much they need, excluding Floors. So now it's kind of, so it shows what you got here. If you had a plan in mind with these ults, with what they've got coming in, this is the time to show.
It's really good for it's a really good sign that the attack side is where, like we highlighted Robbie already as the IGL.
Yes.
He is fragging, but like the IGL aspect, like on defense, it's kind of harder to see the impact of the IGL. I don't know if he's calling the rotations. I don't know what's going on, but if you're farming the attack side, it's kind of hard not to kind of give him kudos.
No, I think I knew coming into this game I'd always be able to enjoy watching Floor play, but I think Robbie's joining that sort of band. He is a real treat to watch individually, and again, that mid-rounding, right, has been absolutely on the money. Some of those nice audibles, you know, going for that aggressive play, I'd love to make sure that was his goal, because I feel like it would be, especially when you add in that there was the Soverall on top. So that's something that's just, you know, such a treat to watch from a younger, upcoming player as well, but I don't know if there's a slam dunk execute they could hit on this, but with those ults, you've got to feel that Apex will have something to lean on.
I mean, a round like this for Gentlemates in the timeout, you kind of expect to lose this round in a way.
You'd imagine so, right?
The goal of this round, I'd be calling, is that we want them to use their ults. Make it as hard as possible for them in the future rounds. Like, we don't want them using 1 or 0 ults and then kind of building up. Like, the safety net, almost.
Yeah.
So if we can bait them at this round, that's going to be a good condition from Mates for the rest of this game.
But 3 players are on that B side. And you see him when Gentlemates currently exist. See if I'm going to get nothing off the knife. And then they go to check middle.
A curious way to play with the ults, though. Setting up floor deep.
Yeah. I guess they can cheat the rotation over after that.
I'm hoping they just go for what I was calling for in the first half, just using these ults for the retake on A is more than acceptable.
See, I doubt they can
I don't
reach
want them
outside
over
of
here.
over. That's
Yep.
yeah. He got a little close to the smoke there for my taste, and I got a little bit worried. You can see Odorous there with the ult. Is this a Preet?
The only issue is we need to get that KO ult down because the Killjoy ult is now down. It's going to be a bit weird.
Oh, and Click just clearing out by Pit. Avova did get Robbie down, so I guess that's one step here, and they can potentially get a res on that, but obviously not with this ult going through. And Avova's been caught. A little unlucky on that. And they're still playing site here, Gentlemates. 3 players actually got caught on that ult. That's wild. They've got to start going, but Click still controlling this. Floor tries to make a shot happen, but dealt with by Cadaver, and now it's down towards Avova. Surely this is done. Map 1 looking likely, but a 1v3, it ain't impossible, it's just improbable. And Avova steps closer, but it's Click to close as Gentlemates get their first map win under the belt here. Lovely form there, Mini. I liked what we saw.
Yeah, beautiful attack side from the Robbie BK masterclass. Floor, though? Great game from Floor.
Absolutely was, and we'll be back after the break. Do not go anywhere. We have Haven coming up next.
Come on! What are you guys doing? Who's your IGL? What are you guys doing?
Red Bull gives you wings.
That was an absolutely fantastic start for Gentlemates. They take map 1 in this game against Apex. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. I mean, we knew that this roster had a lot of talent, and it's really, really nice to see it all come together and having their IGL lead from the front as well.
I am surprised because I know that, and I'm going to give some context to people, we had been hearing mixed comments about mates. Is it that they're super good? Some of the Screambox was like they were unreal. Then some of the teams were like, no, we don't really have much expectations. And looking at it from the outside and having all these pieces put together, you have a right to be in either of these positions. I do have to say, with the amount of time that they've had, what they have achieved, like some of those protocols were so well drilled, no risks being taken for no reason. Having that kind of fundamentals, I think that it speaks to what you're saying of also Robbie being very in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think Robbie BK is an IGL that's been in Tier 2 for the kind of past few years. He's kind of that young and upcoming IGL, so it's been really nice to see his performance throughout this map. And a lot of firepower as well, right? Back-to-back multi-frags coming out for him, so for him to be able to lead from the front and be able to have this amount of firepower is really impressive to me.
I mean, we should have been able to tell he was going to be good when he's rocking the Paper X gun, buddy. I feel like that's a tell. That's a tell, but also just the energy as well.
Totally.
He is
cheering,
IGLing, but also just like screaming, roaring, BMing. Yeah, I love it all.
And we've seen that going wrong already, you know, like maybe getting too overexcited, letting that get into your head. No,
put it away.
You should know better. But you know, we're seeing Go Get here on the screen holding the papers, is explaining already all the plans that they're going to have for Haven, and after the performance that we saw on the first map.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, it felt like they weren't really challenged all that much. However, with the exception of Floor, it felt like Floor was causing them the most issues throughout these rounds. I mean, we knew that Floor was going to come out swinging, but Billy, did you expect her to have this kind of performance on her debut?
It's hard to say. I think everyone was kind of anticipating this, and when I found out that Kayak was leaving Apex to go onto Fnatic, I was like, who is their fifth going to be? As soon as I found out it was Floor, absolutely delighted, and I think that she gave a great showing in this first map.
Yeah, and probably, you know, I can understand if someone would think that she'd be nervous and maybe that the pressure would get to her. Not to Floor. Like, this is what she was made for. I had no doubt that this was the kind of performance that we're going to see from her. We all remember that clutch that he had with the op in that 1v3 where she has this one that we're seeing right here, she gets the kill. She doesn't even hesitate for half a second to pop the knives out and give us this play. This is something that only Floor can give us.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times as well in game changes, but this is the thing on the other side of this. Click, bit of a slower start for him, but once again, a super, super formidable player.
Yeah, I think so. I think Click, I was getting a little bit worried when we were watching him on the defense. I think he only had about 6 kills on the defense, but then as soon as we got into that attack pistol, he picked up a 4K. So that was really impressive. And again, another player that has come up from challengers, right? So maybe just taking a little bit of time to warm up to the stage.
Yeah, and VCT America's fans, I'm only going to say this one time, so clip it, you know, whatever you want to do with it. Buy the Sentinels bundle, because Zelsis has put out the most goated tweet of all time, and for this tweet alone, I feel like everybody should just buy the Sen bundle, give him what he wants. I think we have the tweet. If we don't have the tweet, then I've just given him a promotion for free and no reason.
Hopefully, I want to see.
You're welcome, because I absolutely love the community reaction we've had as well. And I mean, Jordan is just a walking W.
I have never seen Jordan being wrong. No, I haven't.
I have a few
wasn't
times.
there.
Yeah,
I wasn't there.
Yeah. What do you make of this, Billy?
I mean, no words. He's correct. Floor is the goal. Really, you can't argue with that, can you?
Yeah, and Mel here is criticizing the fact that Mosey took the Vandal and didn't give it to Floor. So she's so real for that, though.
I mean, I assume that there was a planning going on and all this. And we have to say, at the beginning of the game, it was Mosey and Fluorescent carrying the team.
Yeah, Mel saying Effies would have fined me $10,000 if I ever had a Vandal while Floor had a classic. And hopefully Mosey learned his lesson. But let's jump back in and talk about the next map, because we saw that on the screen from Kata. He was holding up a 2-0, you know? He was so sure and he's so confident right now. Does he have a right to be Billy, given the track record of Apex on Haven?
I don't think so, no. I think I'm looking forward to going into Haven. I think for me, as soon as we get into that agent select, it's going to be interesting to find out if they stick to the usual antics that they're usually up to and what they're going to be putting those new players onto.
Yeah, I want to see some new agents. We know that for the first map, for Pearl, they went pretty conservative on both of the sides. We were discussing it with Solkas that maybe added a little spice to give you some edge. But on Haven, we're still waiting to see that big surprise and probably all of the advancements and the progress from the offseason.
Yeah, but this is the thing for Apex, though. I like the
of the game, it was Molsey and Fluorescent carrying the team.
Yeah, Mel saying Effie's would have fined me $10,000 if I ever had a Vandal while Floor had a classic. And hopefully Molsey learned his lesson. But let's jump back in and talk about the next map, because we saw that on the screen from Kata. He was holding up a 2-0, you know. He was so sure and he's so confident right now. Does he have a right to beat Billy given the track record of Apex on Haven?
I don't think so, no. I think I'm looking forward to going into Haven. I think for me, as soon as we get into that agent select, it's going to be interesting to find out if they stick to the usual antics that they're usually up to and what they're going to be putting those new players onto.
Yeah, I want to see some new agents. We know that for the first map, for Pearl, they went pretty conservative on both of the sides. We were discussing it with Solkas that maybe added a little spice to give you some edge. But on Haven, we're still waiting to see that big surprise and probably all of the advancements and the progress from the offseason.
Yeah, but this is the thing for Apex, though. I like the fact that they went in for comfort picks for the last map. Like, everybody knew what role they were doing. Even Odorous was out here, you know, he was doing very well, supporting his team as well. So for Apex, I feel like I would be okay for them to be a bit more vanilla. I'm fine with it.
I mean, I'm fine if this is what they need for this tournament, right? But I think that when you're coming in as the underdog, I know that the battle throughout Ascension, like you have already been fighting for an entire year just to be here. You also need 1, time to rest, 2, time to like reassemble with some new protocols and whatnot. But I would like to see them up to speed with the rest of EMEA if they want to stay here.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think with both of these teams having quite a few roster changes, you do need to kind of get up to speed and figure out what are your protocols on each map and you know, kind of build that synergy as well. Both of these teams, with them having so many changes, it's hard to say whether or not they're going to have that synergy built up just yet.
Yeah, and winning dominantly here will be an absolute blessing because they have to play Team Heretics next. And what you don't want is to give those MFs, you know, those Neil Zenio and Weber any footage on your team, on your game, because they're going to be able to counter you. I mean, they'll have 5 days, and that's like 4 days too many for them.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the only team that has not made a single change, and after being top 2 in almost every tournament last year, it's definitely something to be scared of. Of course, you're going to be against the top of the top. I want to talk also about Zipan. You know, I think that his utility on the previous map was perfect to say in so many rounds. I think that he's fitting in so well. I was kind of hesitating. I love the fact that he is in Gentleman because he also brings in not only the experience but also the flexibility. Do not forget that in the past he's been a very good race player.
Yeah, I think to that point we could see that on both the KOs on each side, right? Molsey was being able to set up Fluorescent really well with the KO utility too. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if both of those players are still playing Initiator to kind of set Click and Fluorescent up.
Also, I've never seen Floor yap this much. What's she talking about in there? Let's take a look at the agent select and see what we're going to get on Haven. And it looks like Neon on Click, he's so good on it. You know, you have to not be surprised at that. But what about the rest of this?
Yeah, I'm going to say I did not expect to see the Neon. We know that she suffered from those nerves, and we knew that it would take a toll on some of the teams coming into Kickoff. And I honestly had in my mind that most of them, if not all of them, were going to move away from it. So I'm very excited to see how Click is going to play it.
And Neon's disgusting. His Neon is disgusting. Sorry, Billy. What do you make of this?
Oh, you did not have to do that too. No, I feel like for Apex again, sticking with comfort picks, right? Not really branching out too far from what they know. Yeah. Disgusting.
Yeah, and Kata versus Avova on Haven, like what is this, 2021? Roll back the years here.
Well, I think that we should bring in Mitch on the desk so he can tell us about it.
Exactly, and back in the days, Avova was the one that invented some of the smokes we still use on this map to this day, and I can't wait to see what he can do here and jump back into game with Pansy and Gentlemates Mini.
They got jokes today. I do want to kind of ask you though, Gentlemates Mini, about this Neon coming in. It feels like it's fallen out of favor. Do you see validity in this pick? Is it comfort for the player? But at what point do you say, no, we can't be leaning on this?
I don't think it's comfort for Click because he's more than final Jet.
Right?
But they must have some wacky ideas up their sleeve.
Sure. And I've got faith in Robbie now.
Yeah.
If Robbie says so, I'm on board.
Is that where we're at already?
I'm such an easy sell. Such an easy sell. He's got a personality and he did all right on some mid-rounding. I'm like, yeah, best player EU.
I'm a little bit concerned. Is it the one slide? You can't use it for map control. You're going to have to choose whether you want it for the exec or for the control. Instantly a massive fight towards A.
Oh, we got a brawl off the start. Here we go. Floor. Going to be towards long. Click going to get it kicked off, though. It's Floor going to do well towards Robbie. And they're willing to challenge on this. Apex is sticking around, but you can see that there is a fight. And here comes the stun, and here comes the support. You don't fight alone when you're with Apex. Floor is still present, but 17 HP isn't much. 2 kills already, but has to back away here. Stun's going to come through, or flash, excuse me. Repositions towards the site, but look how far away. Hype's trying to close the gap as fast as he can. He couldn't get there in time. Mini does the damage, but the site's not secure. Hype now gives away the game, but they double swing. He's going to cool this down, surely. He's still got the turret to put in if he fancies it, but Gentlemate's going to make their move.
Yeah, good call. Just get away from Hype. But he is on that trial.
Yeah, he's not far from this. A Mini. What would you expect? It sees a shoulder. He knows it's a fake. He's still got the turret. He's got the alarm bot. He's got all the util in the world. He could maybe feel he could place in. Maybe he doesn't feel he has the timing for it. But now, plants in. Stuns there. A little bit of a look from Zipan. Still has not seen where Mini's repositioned to. Gentlemates trying to hold in this 2v1. He's paranoid about the right, but we know it's the left. There's the shot. He's got to know now. Hype's got to go in, got to make it happen. He's going to find Mini, but can he get Zipan? Zipan sharp on pistols. Don't forget about that sort of stuff. Ooh, what are we up to here? Hype, that's a little bit messy. Wrong time to go for it. And Zipan going to capitalize on that small error.
Yeah, I've not seen a line bot used like that before, but we go next. I do want to highlight Floor a little bit. Okay, we've been hyping her up, but I think in that 2v2, I think she should have pulled back into CT and let Hype with the flank create that space. They were not expecting Hype on that flank at all, and I think Floor just needed to get ahead.
Those sort of decisions will be interesting to see how they come through further into this, right? Again, I think we've always seen Floor kind of...
We don't need to rein her in too much, but...
No, but that situation...
Yeah, just when it really matters.
That would be one to look back on. See the consideration, of course. If you are on the Floor fan club, head over to, Strong Legs' stream. You just get Mel there as well, yapping away. Yeah. It would be... Oh, you've really got a nice little, what are they called? The abbreviation of it. 10 out of 10. I'm joining. But beyond that, for Gentlemates, this is a good start. It got a bit messy. I mean, it was a very messy beginning, so it's very hard to extrapolate much information away from it. It was down to a 1v2, and now I want to see their stability here. I want to see how well Robbie does again. Was that, just a really good performance on map 1? Does he have that impact here? Click as well, started to really heat up the end, but this Neon's got me question marking a little bit, but I'd like to see how it works out. For now, this is good. Click does well and gets confident and gets some more. Only really response from Floor thus far. Going to be handled by Zipan as Molsey now last alive. 1v4 is a lot. A little bit of chip damage here towards Zipan and Mini, but no one's really given him much play here. They are swinging out, but there we are. 4 standing, 2 Bulldogs remain. I think they can clean up any of the extras. Yep, Vandal's back in play. Good round from them, clean enough, 4 alive.
Nice though, anti-eco. Very common on Haven to see teams drift towards that C. You get the orb for free, and then if you can see someone spotting there, then you can kind of drift away, but if no one's there, you kind of walk up and kind of take contact. So.
Yeah. One enemy. Pretty well, nice start.
It looks like I think they're going to go for a fast B on the bonus. Very common on bonus rounds for this kind of player.
It feels quite standard, right? It feels like a good idea so far.
The nano is there.
See how well it's controlled. Robbie just going anti-out. Molsey committing backside here. Well, he might have stayed towards that connector side, but actually wants in towards backside. Don't know, but Click's got space, and he's got a kill. Stunning from Click. He's even done damage on the follow-up, but Avova close enough by that he bails out his teammate. Hyde down on 15 HP, ain't much here. Avova needs to get out of danger. That was getting a little bit too deadly. We're trying to address that back line, but it is being controlled by utility at this point, but it's Odorous. Hello, out of nowhere. Does get his gun out. What on earth is going on? It was Odorous of all people. Steps back in, takes 3, but Mini left in a 1v4. And that's not going to go too well. Floor going to get there in the end. We've got 1 back. It was a decent bonus, to be fair, from Gentlemate, so it wasn't exactly like a small investment, so well handled by Apex, but as you said, a quite simplistic approach and quite a standard approach.
Yeah, but for me, there's a reason why I like that B except like when you got the kind of lower guns, like you know they had a few, but those lower guns that B site allows you to get up close.
Nice,
kind
close and personal, right?
Yeah.
Mini likes it dirty on me. Brilliant. That's good.
Shut up. One thing that they could do with the layering of this neon, though, you saw the wall going up towards that B
right side,
A
connector.
I wonder if that's something that they could add some layers on later on. We'll leave it there.
Okay.
Leave it there.
Check back in. Little look. It looks straight down towards A.
That's not across it.
Real judgment from you on this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
no,
like who was that guy? Shadow.
Yeah.
It's a Shadow reference, isn't it? Yeah, just an A control here for mates. Just getting that smoke down. Recon out. Getting that control. Robbie's going to come back and put some pressure on Garage. Like, you need to get rid of the sentinel until. But
I'm hitting the report button. I'm confused, I'm scared. And sadly for Robbie, he didn't break the util towards B with that shock dart. So there's no pressure, no worry in the back of their mind about that B site. Gonna pop a little smoke in front of it, but it's all controlled and well handled by Hype. The rest of the pack from Gentlemates were always heading towards this A site. Now, what's here? Now, this util should display everything. That's at least 2 players, and that stun was certainly not cosmetic. Clicks there, going to be capitalized on it. Odorous in trouble, cleared out from Sewer. But do they expect one more? They're looking, and they do. Kadabra, lovely. Expecting, or at least considering where Floor was residing. And this is all now going to flip over. Favorable to the Gentlemate side with 3 standing in a post-plant crossfire. Solid. Zipan does what he needs to. And for Avova, the options are near on 0. That's got at least the paranoia, going to force one away. Isolates a fight on Zipan, but Zipan's sharp. He's on it.
yeah,
Gentlemate's right back on.
that's a rough one to lose after getting those kind of like some like free kind of picks.
I mean, beautiful work, yeah, absolutely. Losing out the site like this.
Yeah, 3A, and we've kind of pushed down sewers. I left our breach player isolated on the site.
One enemy remaining.
Best decision.
What do you think the theory was? I can't logic it out.
Really not sure.
No.
I think they might have been worried that they were like walking up C or something, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. What I did like from mates though was getting that A control and then not just making it really obvious, going back, making sure that they're going through the protocol list of, you know, trying to clear out that center util, even though they got a bullet to the face through a wall from Hype. It's a good sign.
Click getting closer. Forced to back away, glimpse over the top. Floor gonna get one. Back in, double dips, and gets a second. Robbie goes down. Odorous layering on top of the ult here. Didn't, I think, get a tag for it. Maybe got clicked there. I'm not too sure who got the chip damage on him. But they've got 3 alive here. 3v4. And Gentlemates have done well in these odds, so don't ride them out of the round just yet. But they're going to gather together, slow things down for a second.
It's a beautiful player. I wonder if that was notable or if something that they've cooked up. Just that tiny distraction from the server ult enabling Floor. A lot of this game is just these tiny distractions, you know, letting players just get easy kills.
Everyone?
I quite like how passive Apex is sitting on this. They've kind of given up the A side, not going to make the same sort of mistakes. They don't really need to be taking too much. They've got a lot of util still with Avova, Molzy, and Odorous still has his dart back on, so he should be fine to set something in motion. If you're looking at Gentlemates to try and hold on to this, you're looking at Kadabra really. You do have the ult with Click, but I don't know if this is the time nor the place, but Odorous waiting for the goer. Smoke's going up, stun going out. It is going to be retake time. Flash is good. Click is still going to find the shot, though. Hype could have fallen. There's that ult. And Mini, big follow-up. 2v2. I've told you, the odds don't seem to matter when it's Gentlemates. But down to the 1v1, Mini is there. Stoic in nature, holds down the site. And Gentlemates again against the odds. Pull off the round.
I think I'm going to sound like a massive hindsight Harry here, but
Do it.
I didn't like that they left the site there at all.
Really?
I think that it depends how you want to approach this map, but teams I've coached, it's like, if on that A site, it's actually really hard to retake. They're retaking through 2 tiny choke points. Yep. One of them you have to jump out a window.
Sure.
Like, to try and retake and allow the kind of 3
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Either we got to get a flank going, or we have to just hold the site.
Okay.
And that's something I'll probably continue talking about if we're leaving that site for retake, is usually a mistake, in my opinion.
Now, we're going to be suffering those consequences down on the Sheriffs. Vova already going to cop a whole lot of damage, has to get out of there. He can't really withstand it. It looks pretty all in. There was a little bit of a mid-exploration from Apex, going to be walking themselves down, but cancelling that because the site's already been scooped up from Gentlemates.
Same anti-eco approach from Mates. C is their preferred site.
Ooh, look at the pace on this though. Hold on, Floor sent in. The paranoia perfect, but she catches a bit of the flash herself. She's now in danger and dealt with. Zipan, good work from Gentlemates. Off that high pressure play, they still find stability. There was that stun, there was the paranoia, the dart. It was all layered well, but it was handled.
Yeah, I mean, I think Apex did the best they could. Didn't quite get lucky enough to hit some of those shots, but good idea. Going forward, Mates, throughout this season, like that kind of anti-eco approach, we're going to need to see a little bit of a mix-up at some point, but, you know, first game is fine, it's fine.
So we do start seeing some ults hitting now. Timeout for Apex, if you were wondering at home. Obviously, it is a 5-1 scoreline, so this would be the time to try and slow things down and get a touch of the base. It seems like a similar response to what the issues were on map 1 being resolved, potentially with that operator with Floor, but we'll see. On the other side, though, couple of ults here. One off from Robbie's, and Zipan already has his, so that's going to be there on the cards. One off from Hype as well, locked down around. One away from Molzy.
Yeah, I think just standing Floor towards A with the ult here is going to be a pretty standard approach. We don't want, you know, the common approach with these kind of ults that Zipan and Kadabra have, the kind of breach ult, is usually towards A. The Omen ult, there's some fancy ults into the CT spawn, but quite often on A too. We'll see if they look out for those. We don't want to be in a situation where they've got a breach ult on a post plant.
No.
On the other side, Hype is one away, but it's very rare that teams on this map go for aggression to get Killjoy ults.
Let's see. All that worth it, but let's find out if the answer from Apex actually is where it needs to be.
You see Molzy waiting in heaven here, I think, for that Omen ult just in case.
Yeah, we see it early, so up and over. So expecting that operator's going to be in play. There's the TP.
Trying to drag the rotations away from C, I think, into that CT.
Oh, the only one here is Avova. This is tough. I don't know how you're meant to survive at the back of the site with these sort of hits here. Hype's now caught in no man's land, leaving Avova to try and survive just in his smoke here. Dart's going to dissipate, so he's got a second lease at life. Waiting for the contact to come, but it's actually being stalled out quite well here. Click's still close by, it's still a problem. He's still a danger. Ult going to come in just to force them away, but do they still think Avova's here? I mean, they might do. I feel like they're trying to be heads up about it. Molzy's gone down, but an isolated fight, he could have done some damage. But it's odorous as well. Look at the damage on Kadabra. This is still not perfectly secure yet, and Hype starts to wander. Takes away Click, can't follow up. It's down to a 2v2. Kadabra down low, Mini down low. Odorous, the classic rule comes in. Bogdan's Law never leaving us. Odorous on 5, leans in, good shot. Mini's gone down. And now Kadabra left with it all to do. And that's not great, as he should be dead here somehow. Gets away with his life, actually. Still alive on 8 HP, but that's not enough to withstand. Apex make it through.
Odorous can do it all. He's all pin people now.
Apparently so. Was there ever a time you almost played? I feel like there was almost a time when you got slaughtered.
Oh yeah, there was.
There was one event or something.
Two events. So
really?
The finals against Heretics in EMEA when Leo was not featured in the 5th map.
Yep.
And then he ended up dropping like 30 kills. So I don't think.
I don't know, man. I'm seeing you're sober. It was all right.
I don't know. At Gen G, opening game against Shanghai, I was ready for that one.
You were locked in for that.
I saw the fear in their eyes.
They didn't know what was happening.
Where's Leo? Oh, it's Mini.
Oh my god, we'd have no idea how he plays. Pressure this time though, deeper pressure from Apex, trying to maybe control over towards that A main lobby, but rotating away, maybe feeling this out. There was no response, no reaction. It looks like a fast B piece. Same sort of wall here. Floor did stick around for a second. Ooh, missed shot here. Could be punishing his. Nice from Quick. Click, good close here. Quick enough on the follow-up on Hype as well. What are you meant to do now? That felt like a bit of a useless ult here, but maybe Avova can make the most of it. A good attempt there towards Robbie, but overwhelmed and outnumbered. Gentlemates just flood that B site.
I think a little bit of a mistake there on the defense again. Like I highlighted it on the first one. The ult usage wasn't perfect for both teams. I don't think there was enough of playing around the ults and kind of setting up those win conditions. Because every round you have an ult, as long as it's not a rubbish one,
yeah,
it's a win condition.
Absolutely.
And I don't see that some of these floods into the sites when we've got these ults, and I'm not loving it.
Okay.
But I'll park that for the moment.
We give them a little bit of wiggle room, but
we'll come back to it.
yeah. And also, I wonder how much of that is a response from Genomates just knowing that Operator was out as well, just going straight in towards B, knowing that that's going to be incredibly uncomfortable for a retake or anything else going on. But as it stands, it shattered the economy. They're down to 2 Sheriffs, 2 Classics, and a Guardian, and that's it. And look how passive Genomates are. Lovely heads-up calling again, making sure that if there is an aggressive piece, they will be ready for handling a deeper default to start with.
Yeah, just an adjustment from the anti-co. They've heard me. We can't go C again.
It's fine, nothing. So no one feeling like there's been that pressure or exploration down A long, so they take a little bit of the space, but caution being displayed. I only ever worry when it gets a little too late in the round. So when we get down to those 20 seconds, 10 seconds, and we haven't got that space, you're walking into the unknown, but they're starting to build up already. 45 seconds now.
He's usually quite an uncommon place to end, but because those close proximities, but
that's not bad. Can they close? Oh, Click! He's been so good this map so far. I was questioning the Neon, but looking really clean. This round, obviously, Eco Cobra moment. Just go and farm it if you want to. Already has ult, now down to 17 HP. Probably should be a little bit more passive. And Mini, so aware that Avova could be trying to creep those backlines. Handles it well. Floor, not going to make it happen here. Kadavra again, controlling well as Malzy. Will be your last one alive. This is good. This is really good stuff from Gentlemates. And in-zone flawless for them. Just looking so robust, so well-rounded.
yeah, I think the B site is generally a bit of an underrated one to end on this map. I think Boaster especially, he was pretty good at cooling them.
Yeah.
Something to note is they're doing a cheeky little one-way smoke on the left side, and the Omen's often TPing up there. And it's very strong. Like Dirk used to do that on Jet 2, updraft, dash into that smoke. You get a nice little angle into A-Link. Because teams know that that's usually the site is going to be left alone.
Yeah. And now they forced their hand here, and I'd love to see them kind of layer on the adaptation of going elsewhere, or do they double down on this again? It looks like Floor going to be eyes on.
Watching here.
Ooh. Mate, creeping through garage. Now, actually, Hype was very good at holding this before by Crook. He did very well, but now the pressure's coming. Click is on the way.
Great stun back.
Yeah, slows it. Mini's going to find Hype, though. This is huge. Avova starting to look a little bit worried here. Can he survive? Can he try and get himself out of danger, potentially? A little bit of an unknown quantity now, but with that reveal coming in from the ult, they know pretty much everything. Plant is going to be in.
This is another tough retake. We got an operator again. 4v5. These are moments where you love to save, but 7-2 down.
I don't know if you get that opportunity, right? You don't get that luxury anymore. Paranoia to clear sight. And it's okay, Avova. Clear work. The rest, but look at Mini's lurk. Oh, he does show his hand, but it's still going to cause so much paranoia that then just to be uncomfortable for this clear back through. They have 3 players try and make this one work. 3 down long on the other side, and they're just toying with them, teasing with them.
There's no pings anymore, guys.
Yeah, you're going to have someone check on this. Okay, they do have the ult. They've got it halfway through, but it's Avova left. I don't think he can do much more with this. The time just not there anymore. Mini's impact on that lurk was fantastic. Layered approach, and it works really well.
Yeah, very good. It's completely messed up the economy of Apex as well. Genuinely saving there was probably correct, but when you're that far down and you're an inexperienced team, it's hard to make that call. I was worried for a second. I didn't realize the server ult. Those ping. I've seen a couple of those.
Oh, we've been seeing shots going real wide.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him out.
That's great.
Yampy.
It's the man.
Yampy. Yeah. I saw a very wide shot on a diffuser yesterday.
He's. I can't blame Yampy.
There's
I
a
like
bit
him
of
too
back
much.
and forth.
I mean,
Back and forth.
cruelty already being shown by the ex-Fnatic coach here, and more Click. Okay, he had a slow start map 1. I feel like he's really kicked it up a gear here, starting to really farm out. And he's great in these kind of anti-ecos. He finds his moment to shine, keeps that ult locked in, ready to go whenever.
I know it sounds like a stupid thing to say, but this is the 4th anti-eco, and they've all been relatively clean from mids.
Yeah.
After the first game where we saw a lot of messiness, it's very nice to see.
Well, I think it just takes a lot of composure and a lot of diligence, and we're kind of, complimenting it. It'll probably go wrong now, but their approaches have been nice. It hasn't been those late, kind of very messy hits. Now, there was obviously a caster curse. Round's not over though. Oh god, what have we done? Done. Do we have this power? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think that Kadavra and Mini are going to be fine here. Mini fight fire with fire. Oh, yeah, he's fine. It's all good. 2 shots. And Avova, we're not going to have fun here. Who knows? We've seen stranger
30 seconds
things.
left.
He seems a little paranoid about where he could be.
Because he could be TPing over that trip on the flank, so just be careful.
Spike planted.
Smoke up towards heaven, and you're right. They're keeping one player towards that, and now the timing should be fine. Yeah, Mini. Safe pair of hands in the end. Mini's having a nice performance as well. I know that obviously Click's kind of the opener. We've had Robbie being, you know, the great kind of mid-rounding calls, really impactful. But I've got to say as well, for me, Mini has been a fantastic closer on this.
Mini is fantastic.
I want to specify,
Mini.
Gentlemate's Mini is really
I just
talented.
think Mini, this Mini guy, he's a great guy. He's great. 15 for 5.
M-I-N-N-Y, that guy. Might have to change.
Just Mini.
Just Mini, yeah. No, he's having a fantastic showing. So great to see him doing well. We've seen kind of a lot of the strengths now.
another A main fight. I wonder if Odorous puts the server ult into this from
area.
where he's at.
Oh, the cross.
Catches anything.
Here we go. Over. That's a great paranoia. That is perfection. You couldn't ask for better than that, and you're right. Odorous does then layer it in with the Hunter's Fury, leaving Mini to his own devices. Okay. That's the first. Gonna have to get 4 more here. Oh! Okay, it just took 4 to close Mini down. Fair enough. 3-9. It's been a good display from Gentlemates. I've got to say it. This looks comfortable for them.
Yeah. I mean, another fantastic attack set.
It absolutely is. We're going to find out how that closes down after the break. You don't want to miss the end of this one because it is just heating up. Little bit hoping we'd have a closer affair on this one. Map 1 was actually very, very good. I feel like Pearl at moments could have gone either way, but eventually Gentlemates picked up the tempo. They absolutely closed that out with stunning fashion. Here, however, they look so much stronger, and this was Apex's choice, Mini. That brings me a little bit of worry, if I'm honest. Now we come into this, and they've only got 3 rounds. That could be won and lost on the pistol alone.
Yeah, the 9-3 curse has to be strong.
Yeah.
That's what we're in for right now.
Do you believe in the curse?
Not really, no.
Oh.
I'm a stats man. I'm not a...
Moneyballing his way through Valorant. Let's see.
Stats don't lie.
Gotta
Nice
give him
little trap
context.
idea here off the camera. So if the camera sees anyone sewers here, the breach is going to stun. Very old school setup.
For Apex?
To be
just straight on in. Gonna break.
Big retake, but we can see here Odorous with this massive lurk on the A long.
Do you think he continues?
What is he doing?
Has he got some mental lineups? I don't know.
100
Like, I couldn't tell you, but he's coming back around. Timing bizarre on it, but Hype's the one to get clicked. So far so good. Floor, the next in line, gonna claim Kadavra. Looking for a bit more, the chip damage is there. Robbie's now suffering down on 3, nice work. This is looking comfortable. This could be 5 alive. As Mini solid before. That was too much to ask, though. First here in the second for Apex.
Yeah, beautiful though. Like, I think pushing out of A there might have been a response I would have done if I heard an attack team B with strong control, but great cleanup, great post-plant from Apex.
Hey, it's Pistol, guys.
Okay. The Apex fans, they're in the building.
We can see
a little bit of banter between these two.
Same kind of anti-eco from Apex, and mates know that this is common, so playing 3 down, maybe some kind of punish.
This could be nice. A little bit of a challenge, a bit of a test here. Be careful. Tough for Mini to get out of that, but as it stands, okay. Still 2 more here. This is a bit of a trap. Are they feeling that out? Is there something giving away? Is it Hype's progress? Is it hearing these steps? That audible is huge. Oh. Okay, nice. And now the pit. Oh my god.
Okay.
Look, I'm so glad that I won't be able to glaze Fnatic anymore because it'll just be Flora instead. I've just replaced one with the other. It's super easy. Zipan, sadly, is... Everyone's hitting shots here. Okay. And it's so flawless there. And you're right, I like the control from Apex, the heads-up work. They're feeling that maybe there's something going on at C because it's quite a standard kind of anti-eco look.
I liked the hike walking into A for info. I call that the Benji fishy.
Okay.
Heretics anti-ecos very often, they got 4-1 Benji with the gun.
Walk in somewhere, yep.
Weber's kind of Counter-Strike roots kind of coming out there, or Weber and Nozinho.
You can see the value of it. Even if, let's say, they didn't get the kill, even just having that audible of the rotation coming in, it was so key. Now we have the bonus here for Apex. Decent enough, still a couple of Bulldogs and that Guardian still around. Obviously on the other side, how many light shields? Just 1, no ults though. And it's quick, it's quite pacey. Yeah, this is straight in towards C, but we do have that, I don't want to say standard setup, but expected setup from the Cypher here. Gentlemate's going to have to play a little bit careful about this one. They probably have to give up the site, as Floor is already on guard duty, but they've actually flooded back out. They're on backside here. Is there any util that they can try and play towards this? This is now a brawl, it's a challenge. Avova does really well, but the answer back there from Kadabra. Click, going to try and close the gap through on Garage, but it's Molzy on the site, leaving just Mini alive. And Apex, I thought they were a little behind the curve, but they handled it really well. That kind of flood, that pre-take almost from Gentlemates not getting what they wanted.
No, I'm surprised. Gentlemates went for like a kind of retake C setup. They had double wires, but they also lost garage control. Usually you choose one or the other.
One or the other.
To have control of something. Yeah. Very kind of calm and mature gameplay from Apex.
I am a little surprised that we'd see that coming out from Gentlemates on a round like this, because that was quite an important round, right? First big buy coming in for them, up against the bonus. Okay, we're getting closer to a game back on now, 6-9. Gentlemates going to have to be put down on towards the Sheriffs. Still dangerous, we've seen more of these converted than you'd expect normally, so don't completely write it off yet. First contact made towards A-Long, and that's about it. But look at the space Mini's been taking. That is a huge amount of territory. There is going to be an alarm bot deeper, but if that gets dealt with quickly enough, I'd be surprised if it does, but that could put a little bit of a question mark on this map.
Just enough information to keep 3 players toward the A side of the map. So if Apex make the wrong call here and just all in onto this A side, it could get a little bit scary.
Yeah, could get sketchy. And Mini is going to break that, so he's kind of...
Like, we're not seeing the same layers we saw from Mates, where Mates weren't all inning this as much.
This is 4 players now. They could be walking into an absolute blender here. We were very complimentary of how well Gentlemates were dealing with those anti-ecos. Now, let's see how they handle it on the other side of things. They're in the right place. And with 30 seconds left, it looks like the right time. Floor's going to head on in first. Going to see at least one. Smokes up, doesn't go for the lean in towards it. Nice from Zipan, but Apex in the end just trade in really well. They managed to handle the threat. And Avova going to find the last. I thought there was more danger to that than it felt like at the end. They seemed pretty comfortable walking into a 4-stack site.
Yeah, sometimes it goes like that.
It just feels mad, doesn't it?
Sometimes it goes like that. I prefer not to walk into the 4-stack
if avoidable.
Site if I could, but yeah. Like I said, they didn't quite have the same layering that Mates did in some of their defaults. Like, if you default towards that A side of the map and then wait, quite often you're going to end up walking into 3 people, especially when So I want to see that on the gun rounds. Like, is that just something I do on the anti-eco? But on these gun rounds, are they going to have layers after this main default, a main default?
What I do see is Click already with that on.
So smoke on long to deny vision, recon down sewers. So nothing aggressive that Click can really do.
Force back just that little bit deeper. You got the shouldering coming out from Kadavra as well. They get so close on this, it does get a little bit sketchy, that burst potential. Or he does that, takes away height, big shot there, falls off, but actually sticks around. This could be an issue, yeah, maybe unexpecting the burst off the back of the contact, but great follow-up from Odorous, clearing out Kadavra, and once again the site's theirs. And now down to a 3v4, do they go for the odds against them this time? A difficult retake, you said it yourself. Not ideal at all, having to give away a little bit of the game, even just trying to work back through the smoke. There's so much util against them as well. I don't know if there's much of a chance at this, but prove me wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong. Mini still breathing, always with a chance. And big info found, but Floor just keeping this under control, keeping calm, keeping collected. Odorous in unison. Lovely little combo between the two as Robbie, his options are now done.
I think a mistake from Mates, honestly. Yeah, that to me is a save any day of the week.
You wouldn't have gone for that ever.
Retake on A, I'm not taking that one.
Do you think there is that just like unwilling? We haven't seen too many saves when it feels like those 3v4s teams have been going for it. Is it that kind of?
I think it's just this A side.
Yeah.
It's a disaster. Like, it's not fun. Really not fun. I do want to point out the fact that Robbie BK was not playing A on defense that round meant that there was a lack of information about what Apex was doing. Like, there was nothing, they didn't know what was behind that smoke or recon sewers. Like, the passive tank Click was good, but the burst afterwards, they had no idea that there was going to be behind
So would you be switching?
I think
Robbie
generally Robbie should be. He might be doing a recon from B deep on A or something.
Let's be honest. What?
That we came top 2.
Gosh, this map too, yeah.
What?
The flash.
You're making. Oh.
Yeah. I didn't specify which Iceland.
That's true. That's true.
What terms?
Mystic getting. Poor Mystic, man.
Yeah,
he was actually kind of distraught after that one, and I thought I didn't even.
You didn't even clock it?
I wasn't even like that bothered. I mean, Boaster was in the window in his Astro form getting shot in the back, and everyone just remembered Mystic instead of Flash. When he called it as well.
Yeah, that's wild. Okay. Oh wow, you actually called it. Well, it gives further context, but we focus here. We focus, up.
The 9-3s quickly come back.
The curse is real?
The curse is real.
Is it real?
It's only, yeah.
Okay, we say, look, this round, you got to feel like it's going to be 9-9, and unless Click gets, like, you know, really impactful, it's Sheriffs. There's no ults to bank on. I mean, you could get Kadavras in here. Maybe you'd be lucky enough to get Zip Hands or Clicks or maybe Robbies, but they're not to hand right now, so they don't have anything to fall back on in a passive start. The Gentlemates fans trying to cheer on the boys there. Get them going. As it stands, Apex very much on the verge of closing this scoreline if they can navigate this round. There's the danger man, Click. Gonna find hype, and that's blood drawn. Not an easily collectible weapon, however, so that's one small silver lining, but you've already lost out on one player.
When the gun is down in those weird spots, I do still think it's worth, how can we get to that gun?
Playing for it?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be difficult if Apex do decide to finish B. I think it's correct.
I think they've got a similar thought to you, though, is trying to go for that weapon. Avova is going to get traded out, so yeah, I think Kadavra doesn't fancy going for that walk down on their own, so going to dip away, but it is a 3v4. They've made this, I don't want to say doable, but they've made it far more likely.
What is that plant from Monster, though? That is... that's not an easy one to defend.
No, and no pings these days, so... a little tough. And away we go. Gentlemate's going to try and clear through B. So backside's been cleared, close has been cleared. They kind of know that sight's looking aight. Molzy will be the first to layer in that util and kind of try and prop up Floor, but it's going to be Mini with the clear stunning shot. Molzy and Odorous now going to be called upon, asked the question of, and there's the flank from Kadavra. They seemed unaware of the possibility, and the time is fine on the defuse. I said that with real confidence. I said that with real confidence. Yeah. It's all good.
I don't know the trick. I don't know
the little circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a visual element to it.
Chronicle can call it. I got no idea. I'm a noob.
I'm so glad I'm just like Carlos.
I was scared for you for a second.
Nah, I got that. You got a second of confidence.
That plant position, I'm not sure what triggered
that choice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were, they couldn't have been worried about the flank that early because they still had some control. They were sat post-plot. I don't know. I'm not. You know what? There it is, though. We were saying it got a little bit worrying. There was that hero rifle in there for Click, and he did so well with it. Now the operator's out. He's also got the ult on top if he feels that pressure's coming in too fast.
5 ults for Apex, though.
Are we going straight towards B, though? Yeah. Ooh, nice first, but Kadavra, the layer into that, the high and low, ready to receive. They seem aware of the chance of this. Avova, though, still going to put himself forward. Going for this one, the ult, enough to send him right away.
I mean, good decision.
Yeah, I wouldn't stick around on that. TP.
That's cheeky.
Okay, it's an early C position.
What are these ults?
I don't know.
I think another one of those ults on attack just to kind of make the defense put massive question marks on the map.
Oh, you can already see
where the Kadavra is the one who's actually got the role position. But it has drawn the defenders into a bit of a search pattern.
Let's give him space for a re-hit either towards B.
Oh. If only they knew.
Yeah. It is a pure retake at this point. They still have Molzy for the post plant and Odorous as well, which is pretty huge. So as long as they get a decent plant in here, they're actually in a pretty good spot. Retaking with the operator is not easy, and the turret's there. So Kadavra's going to be noted. Big information.
Tough retake against these ults. So.
Yeah, it is. Again, if they can just buy the time between Hype and Avova, who's got his paranoia, got a smoke there to play in. I feel like Genomates almost have to try and challenge the back line early enough. Maybe with a split through Garage they could, but it's not going to be easy. So they're going to get the pressure going now. Try and find some 1v1s. Hype there does well. Odorous and Avova digging in those heals. Robbie, the options have kind of slipped away for them here. And those win cons of that post plant being Molzy and Odorous being alive still reside. So he knows the days are numbered on this.
That's the best case scenario. You go into a site, got them from post, don't need to use them. Got them
come true. That's 4 standing.
It's getting worrying for mids.
It's getting a bit close, isn't it? Because I feel like even the round that Gentlemates got was off, great work with, bringing in the hero rifle, doing well to create that pressure towards B, and a couple of weird choices from Apex, like with the plant. But beyond that, this has been a very dominant Apex side. They have been absolutely in control here. So we do go back in. Those ults still in play.
Maybe a slightly more aggressive A main take here as the servers come across. For this low buy. We see Click playing in front of this smoke.
He's been good, Click. But you're not getting much play on that, so it takes space.
What do they do after? Okay, so they just leave the Omen on the line, looking at the A main. They know it's fine. And then if you see the adjustment from mates now,
yeah,
they're worried about this BX side.
Oh yeah, 3-play stack on it. God. I mean, it may not be a...
They don't have the best economy though.
No, you are going to have a couple missing pieces. So Zipan, for example, only has that Sheriff. Who else is there? You do have Click, who's got that Phantom. He's the kind of big player into this. And then, of course, backside, Robbie does only have the Go. It is actually just a classic it already. You're seeing Click find impact. Going to take away Molzy. Robbie then can get a little bit closer. The right Click, not quite enough. The trade there, though. Click coming back in with Mini. This is nice little 1-2 punch. Odorous has ult. Now, this is the only factor left in this. Ooh. Click, you lucky boy. Backline pressure. Hype needs to win that, and he does. Okay, they're holding on here. But with Click still breathing and Mini still alive, the closer and the opener, they are a dangerous duo, and Click going to be noted, trying to find those backline players. He's got Hype down. There comes the ult. Can he close the gap in time? Mini has gone down. He's been caught, and now time is anything. Click needs to get back here. He's down low. 15 HP. He's making a desperate go of it. The dart comes in. That should be checkmate. Calm, cool, and collected from Odorous. And a Red Bull clutch to take the scoreline back all even at 10 apiece.
I really loved how Click did play that round though. Like he
did everything right.
He knew what was going on. Like he absolutely read it like a book. I mean, the low buy kind of coming in there. Like they did extremely
great,
well considering. Yeah, maybe a little bit obvious from Apex going into that B site again. I want to see a bit more from like changing it up a little bit now. Especially we're getting into these very deep rounds.
Still got, well, Zipan's got his ult now, Robbie's got his. Molzy on the other side, I feel like he's had his for a while, but...
The adjustment from Mate seems to be to actually just go in deep onto this A main. It looked like they weren't sure how to play around not having deep information, and so they've just decided to send Click.
First time though, look who's walking back. You've got 3 players here. Click, this could be everything. Dream come true start. Takes away Molzy. Good trade from Odorous though. I thought Click was out of there.
Too. They might not expect Zipan though.
Yeah, Zipan's... Oh, does it clear sewer? Zipan kind of preemptively popping this, and it works. The Hunter's Fury from the deep lines. It doesn't get what they need, but Cadaver's found hype on that lurk up as well. This is a good round. That little bit of aggression working wonders, I guess, the kind of knock-on effect of it, if anything.
Just getting a bit loose with it.
Apparently so. We got Floor and Odorous to try and work this one out. Oh, the timing. Oh, what are you meant to do here? Completely unaware. Tried to make it happen. Not going to work out. Robbie and Zipan clawing this back right from the brink. 11 in their hands, and that late time switch up is a dream come true for this team.
I don't know how many more rounds they can kind of get away with that,
right?
But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. They do have the breach ult to work with, a mirror breach ults, but yeah. I do like the fact they're going in deep on this A. Like their protocols when they're playing passive, I don't think that they kind of figured them out fully yet.
Yeah.
Some adjustments to be made there.
But now I feel Apex, right? You've clearly figured out that there was deeper pressure from A, right?
Yep.
So what's your answer to that? Because now you've seen it once, you've got to address it a little bit because it worked, right? It broke them back in. There was a timeout right now. Do you just take the straight fight? Do you just put a little bit of util towards it? What's the answer in your mind?
There's 2 ideas. You could either hear the util coming in and just say, get ready posture towards the C half the map. Or we could draw them in and then drone back and use our breach ult to kind of punish them. I think those are the 2 main ideas. The only thing is that on a timeout, you're now thinking, but what
they're going to think that, or what are they going to do?
It's like, they think, I think, you think, and it becomes a very unfun game that I don't need to play. So
I'm sorry, I feel like I just gave you PTSD there. I was just getting flashbacks.
I will sit here in judgment of what they decide to do and that I was right. That's what I do.
I mean, either way, you're kind of right. Yeah, you gave them an out. You gave yourself an out.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey, I was trying to get away with that one.
No, I respect it. I respect it. Do we see that deeper aggression? For now, it looks like Apex are kind of lining up like they're having nothing to do it. Might just go pacier. Let's see what the answer is. Yeah, it's pace straight through, up towards Garage, and just negate and ignore any of that early A work. They are going to prop up Click towards that deeper side of sewer and leave him to his own devices. Nice from Zipan. I'm trying to dance with him, but Floor taking the space red like a book. Mini, so heads up. Playing passive, deep, aware. Lovely work. Down to 3 here, and look how quick Click is to this. Odorous. Oh! Almost got away with it. Bring it back to a 2v3, but the positioning from Click should be everything, should be underlining this statement. Even just of over now in a 1v3. So many elements going right and wrong for both sides here. But of over, this is a tough situation. He'd need to be given a way back in. Does the Aldrone spot? I don't think it does. Stun comes in, dart to follow. He's got a little bit of room here, but not much. And he gets revealed. So Click closes it out. And again, that quick flank mini, it's working in both ways here.
Mates went for a full retake on C and kind of got, again, a little bit gifted on some couple of those frags.
Yeah.
And that's what you love. Like when you're playing retake C and you're just, I mean, I played it for almost 2 years, I think. And when they just kind of give you a little bit,
you're like, perfect.
The retake C then in a 5v4, whatever it is not incredible. Click, highlighting that kind of push out, for me, his confidence to do that, that's big. Like on Haven, I love to see it.
Yeah, he's doing incredibly well. Again, those openers and closers, Click and Mini, the 2 doing absolute wonders. But also, can we just realize Odorous is having a series. He's 21-13. He's currently at the top of the board for Apex, which is wild. Still got a buy here, though.
Going back to that B, which was working earlier.
Yeah, but Zipan's got ult here. He's very nearby. If they want it for that retake, if they want it for the early pressure. TP, hello. They're going to see him. Floor's already in. That's a 2-play stack towards the connector as well, towards A. So Floor's going to have a work cut out here. And there's the flank again. I'm looking at Click here. That's going to be the ult coming through if they find any problems with it. Floor trying to unleash a little here, but doesn't get the shot she wants. It's Zipan. It's Mini. They are absolutely dominating this, but they deal with the back line. Odorous and Hype keeping this game rolling. Hold on, it ain't over. We've got Robbie and Kadavra now. And do they know where these 2 players are? So far, it doesn't seem as though that's the case. And Robbie taking the similar steps the Click did. Maybe not considered, but maybe now thought of. Kadavra caught by Hype, leaving just Robbie alive. Singing his praises before. He's not been having a big game here. He's having a tough one on this map. Now he has to walk in to a 1v3 post-plant. Not easy. Maybe able to get one, though. You can see the positioning from Odorous. But that is basically an alarm bot going off in the turret to follow. A couple more steps here. Got the owl drone, got the dart. Ah, but the stun, is this it? It is. Okay, Apex continue for another. It's OT or it's GG.
That round felt like it was completely M8's to lose.
Yep.
I'm not really sure how they gave away in some of those frags. Maybe some of the inexperience showing. Like some of those povs in the VOD review, I'd be not happy about, I don't think.
But it is, I mean, it is always the classic. The last round's the hardest, right? For Gentlemates, they've gone this far, but they get over the line. So what do they have coming in for this last round? Because I feel like the money is a bit lower in some cases. I want to see if they can get that full purchase in. I think they might be able to scrape it together, maybe just a light shield coming out. But the ults were burnt, right? We had Click investing the ult. I think Zipan used his. On the other side, we're 1 away from the lockdown. We've still got the Hunter's Fury. There's...
yeah, I'm very worried about that lockdown, if I'm mids. If Apex just default towards C at the start of the round and get that Killjoy ult in line, we could see them going back to A, using it, and then having a server ult in the post, something like that. And that's a scary proposition, so I don't hate the idea of Gentlemates trying to deny that orb, but they need to make the read whether they think Apex is the kind of team that's going to actually play for it.
And that's what we're going to see now, isn't it? That's the kind of long and short of it, is how the Gentlemates approach this. This was their timeout as well. They've got to prepare for this one. Not easy. Time to work.
So yeah, it looks like they are, Apex are going for that orb.
Okay, I was a bit worried Mini didn't have a gun then, but he is. Got the Phantom, it's all good. Okay, this is it. This is the big one. And it could be, I don't want to say a checkmate, a slam dunk, but it's a pretty good round if they do get everything online, if they get that lockdown there, if they have that Hunter's Fury still in hand. They're going through the motions, but it is being played off site. We aren't seeing them actively trying to hold this site here for Gentlemates. Already looking for that retake. Probably expecting the flanks now.
Another flood in though.
Yeah, already actually. Off the back of that trip. Right here. Kadavra, are they reading this? Pinging it out. They're aware there's a chance because it's happened before. Well, this is getting a bit dicey. This is getting really dangerous. The stun is good. Floor could be dead here, but actually managed to stay alive. What? Molzy? Get Zipan, but look at the damage coming in. A little bit of chip damage on the other side. Hype down lower. Odorous down low. Floor's fallen, but Apex going to stand their ground and keep this one moving forward. Maybe OT is on the cards, but can Click and Mini, the dangerous duo themselves, close this out now in regulation. Mini. Well, that's bold. Okay, it's for the ult. That's big info, but it all looks like it's running towards B, towards A. Who knows where they end, but they've got to be careful here. Mini almost getting caught. Almost catching one himself.
Got in already. This could be big. They've over discipline though. Okay, using the Killjoy ult to secure it. I like that.
Click's going to play ahead. I guess you live and die by the sword here. They have no idea. Oh my god! Oh my god! That could have been it. That felt like that could have been the closeout in regulation, whereas now it looks like it's OT on the cards. Mini, what? He almost had a shot at the second, but Hype there securing it. It's OT now between the two, 12-12.
Not the cleanest round from Apex.
No.
Not. I thought they were going to go with the nice finisher off of those ults, but kind of in a weird spot contacting up C and winning trades there.
Oh, it did get so sketchy on C-Long, didn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like there's one and lost almost by this, so there was...
Because they used their drone and recon so early in a way that they couldn't actually capitalize with the server ult.
Alright, it's in the bag now.
And then when you after that, you got a Sova ult and a Killjoy ult, but in a position where you can't really use them. So, yeah, so a little bit of work to be done, but they won the round, it's all good.
Take it when you get it. Now we have OT. Apex will be on the defending side. Did he get it? No. Okay, they're a little bit deeper.
That's the only way I get kills on this map.
Little double swing. No challenges yet. Deep dart towards A long. Gets nothing.
B has been a big site this game.
Yeah, really high priority for both teams. Zipan here. Looking to work through. It's Click. Probably be the first one in if they do go for this. We've been seeing that kind of pressure.
Flora's ready for this neon wall.
Mm.
I think she's gonna make a play straight through this neon wall and try and catch Click if he does decide to go for it.
Do they contact in now? They've cleared out the util from Killjoy, so they can kind of back away from this. They can pause for a second. They've still, 57 seconds, plenty of time. We recheck towards long.
He's trying to drag rotations across, but he's sensed that there isn't anything here. So he is hopefully makes
I'm out of here.
Here we go. Let's see if the counter works. But Click actually going to get stunned up and slowed down. The wall not going to get what he wants.
That's a fake. A weird fake, though. A little bit early.
They can see behind this. There's the jump spot. I think now they know. Odorous. But, oh, Robbie! You ain't got many kills, but that one was goddamn clean. 4 players now left for Apex. 5 still standing for Gentlemates. That's nice from Zipan to catch him, Molesy. Plant's now in. Difficult to play this back here. Floor has to make a bit of a heroic play for herself, and this is brutal. Mini and Click in unison of over. Out of nowhere, gonna find 2, but it doesn't matter. Robbie looking like he wants this done. He wants it closed down. No more threats, no more dangers. 13 for Gentlemates.
Yeah, Apex once again, they're like so concerned about this B site that they've like overstacked it and left, in my opinion, the most important site on this map, A. Poor Odorous backside, having to make a cheeky recon peek out play.
What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
I mean, Odorous is playing well.
He is. And not well enough to hold the site all on his lonesome pretty much at that point, but now the side switch.
Again, the same read from Mates is they're also scared of this B.
Both teams.
Center map.
Do we see a similar ending? I'm kind of curious at this point. Davra and Mini waiting here as well. And you can see how close Click is. He can easily support both sides of this. If it's through Garage, if it's through B.
Zipan still has the stun as well.
Drone, I don't think that caught Kadabra. He could get played in on this. Do they do their due diligence? Do they check? Not well enough. Kadabra going to find Odorous, and that's a problem. He was the top fragger. He was the one kind of leading the fray for Apex. The stun's there, though. Can they close the gap? No. He gets away, and the tempo gets reset a little. You can see Hype looking for an opportunity, but he's not being given one. Click is on the case. He's so heads up about this spot's a player. They're reading everything very well.
Yeah, good discipline from Click. Don't need to take that duel in the fire before.
No, and Evova's got
A site is wide open, though.
Talked about those retakes being tricky.
Let's see what they decide to do.
30 seconds left.
Get it.
Zipan, is he? He's got backside. Oh, and that's a catch. They're down to 3 now. Oh, Zipan! Making it into a movie, leaving it down to just floor. Hold on.
Just floor.
Yeah, that's on me. That was a common phrase, just anyone, but it is a 1v2 and it's floor. Good luck, have fun! It's not gonna happen! Mini shuts it down and Gentlemates close out in overtime. Fantastic look from them. This new roster looking deadly.
Good battle from Apex. At the end of the day, they are playing with a substitute.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're bringing it into context, I think that's a really
good game,
shout.
But, nice to see Flora had a decent game.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I mean, there was a lot of question marks around Flora's performance. Would it be good enough? Would it not? I think she's proven herself very diligent in this. Odorous over-delivering massively, but is what it is. But we have to kind of then focus, in my mind, towards the winning side here of Gentlemates. This team has a lot of, I don't want to say expectations, because it's not that heavy, but they are a great team. They've done their work. They've gone to market. They've picked up some great players, it looks like here, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, the scouting has been good. Like, Click is one of those players I said before, and Mini. And then Robbie BK, even he can get 30 frags and lead from the front, or he's behind and still making great calls. So
That is
I am
an
excited
impressive
about it.
team. Really impressive team here. Apex pushed them, but Gentlemates came out on top. They kept their cool, closed down in OT. It got a little dangerous, but for me, Click and Mini in that second map were a fantastic duo. Robbie really proving his value on map 1, but overall excited to see what this team can do going forward. A lot of people predicting them towards the top end of this league, so a lot to look forward to. And speaking of things to look forward to, you have the post-plant coming up next with Yinzu, Billy, and maybe Robbie and Click if you're lucky.
I do hope you will be lucky. Welcome to the first post-plant of 2025, where we have a plant. Where's the default plant? Yeah, we got the default plant behind me. I'm sure we're going to get more as the season go. But yeah, a great win there for Gentlemates. It felt like on a different day, maybe we would have been pushed to a map 3, but Billy, I think it speaks volumes that they were able to close that out this late into the night as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I think as well, with the first map not being as close as I perhaps thought it might be, that second one really running down to the wire there, even getting into an overtime. So yeah, unfortunately it didn't go Apex's way, but Gentlemates looking really good so far.
Yeah, they are indeed. But they got to play against Team Heretics next. Is there anything that you saw today you feel like they could really actually take it to Heretics?
That's a really good question. I think with Team Heretics not making any roster changes is really difficult, right? Because they actually had time to reset after the during the off season and kind of like take in any of the losses that they had last year, not to kind of like throw them out there and call that out. But I think, yeah, for Team Heretics, they've probably had enough time off where they can kind of recharge and get ready for this season, whereas Gentlemates still have been trialing players and getting ready for this season and probably spending more time cracking.
I'm coping a little bit just because I kind of want to see how how brave he will be to maybe play the Neon against Miniboo.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a real test, right? Of course, Apex, great team, not to take anything away from them, but they had a stand-in, they have new players, getting kind of used to the stage. But if Click can do what he did today against Miniboo, of all people, I think it's the French fans, they better start believing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think as well that a lot of the players on Gentlemates, that, like we said, they have come up from VCL. This is their VCT EMEA debut. So I wonder if going up against a giant such as Team Heretics will kind of get to them.
Yeah, we have a couple of players in the studio. Please come and join us, guys. And welcome to Post Plant. Of course, it is Robbie BK. I mean, people are calling you Robbie 8K on Twitter, so I feel like we should change your name. And Click as well. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
First win here in VCT. I'm a big fan. I just want to kind of start and ask you guys, what made you kind of join Gentlemates as a team? I'll start with you because I know you've had a few trials. There's a lot of teams that were coming after you. So why this team in particular?
So for me, I was instantly always watching about to the IGL, you know. Like I'm a player, I need my freedom. So I was watching in the trials which of the IGLs gives me my freedom, you know. And when I was playing with Gentlemates, Robbie was fully trusting me. And like he gave me a lot of freedom. So I felt like there's a vibe already, you know, like first trial day, like I felt already these are like really good people, you know, with like matching personalities.
Who wasn't giving you your freedom? Call them out. No, I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding.
It's my first day.
Yeah, I was going to say I will never do that to you. And for you, it's not every day I meet somebody that played First Strike. I feel like there's a lot of history. Your journey's been very long to get here. So yeah, to talk me through, what was your kind of reasoning into joining Gentlemates?
Honestly, by the way, I'm sorry for my voice. I lost everything.
We did see that. We saw. I think we heard it from here as well.
Yeah, we definitely did.
It's okay. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried with a bunch of teams, and I really liked Goat, like the coach. We played like 2 or 3 scrims, and instantly we went on a call for like an hour and talked about the game and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I didn't really have to think too much. And honestly, like the org is really good as well, and there's so many fans, and the CEOs are amazing. So yeah.
You were sold. You were sold instantly. Nice jerseys too, by the way.
Yeah,
the bundle too.
They are very nice.
Okay as well.
Speaking about the fans, Robbie, you've gone from playing in French challengers to now representing a French organisation, and we know that the French fans absolutely love watching any French team play. Do you have anything to say to the fans at home after your first win?
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for watching. It's honestly amazing the amount of support you guys give us, and Yeah, my brain can't think right now other than, yeah.
That's
Thank you, guys.
Since your brain can't think, I need you to tell me what's the best league: DAC, Polaris, Portugal, or France? You're most qualified out of everybody in the world, I think, to judge.
I would say French by far.
Oh, okay. He's media trained as well. But let's take a look at some of your highlights, because your debut as an IGL, you know, we know what they like to say about IGL sometimes, with lacking fragging department, but you definitely didn't do that. On Pearl, you went absolutely crazy. So,
Wait, this guy? Who's this guy?
This is I don't know.
My.
It looks scarily like you.
Who are they peeking though?
Oh, you can't blame me.
Wait, we don't show the team back.
I gotta ask you, why the paper eggs, gun buddy?
Oh, I completely.
What are you doing?
I didn't have time to change the skins.
No, that's a good thing. You know, like I think that's a green flag, having the paper eggs. Gun
Paper
buddy.
X is good, but.
Yeah. So you just put it on randomly? You didn't have a.
I used to run the Paper X because I like the team.
Ah.
Honestly, on my main account, I have Gentleman's Bundle.
Okay. What about you, Click? What are you running?
Right now, I swear if I would tell you this, you think I'm crazy. Like all our practice for 2 months or something, I was always playing default Vandal. But now, I don't know, I wake up today, I thought like, I think today is glitch pop, like I cannot be asked play again default Vandal.
Oh, okay.
And you know what my coach came to me? This guy saying, bro, you need to change your default Vandal, you know? I said, why? He said, imagine you die and your teammate picks it up. Like, we're gonna lose,
you
no?
gotta be a team player. You gotta be a team player.
What are you saying?
You might be the only player I've ever met, I think, that likes the default Vandal.
I swear, trust me, if you would see me how I was playing with this Vandal, you would love this Vandal as well. Like, it was aimbot,
the default?
really. Yeah,
I mean, I saw you play in the off-season and all of it last year, so I don't remember seeing you rock with the default.
Off-season I was grinding only glitch pop red, like the red glitch pop. So today I was feeling it also. Like, I woke up, I thought, yeah, today is glitch pop day. And yeah.
I've heard people playing the Sakura Vandal, but never the default Vandal.
What do you mean, people? Laz. That is Laz's Vandal. Sorry, I really know like skin versus player. It's like the white one with the like cherry blossom on it.
No, it's
what Laz runs. If you ever watch Zeta, he used to run that all the time. Okay, that's interesting. So let's take a look at your highlights on Haven, because you were not using the default Vandal. It was the glitch pop Vandal. Now, some people were a little bit surprised about this Neon. I was in your corner. I told them you are a 310 ACS Neon player. Your Neon is absolutely disgusting. But why did you guys run the Neon? Because no one else is doing that.
I mean, my coach, like before we even played Haven, he said after the Neon nerfs, you know, like after we knew about it, he said you wanna play Neon, like you wanna keep playing Neon, because before they nerfed her, I was playing Neon, you know, because like it was just too good. So after the patch, like he asked me, you wanna play Neon or go Jet? And we already had threats with Neon, you know, like we had already some set rounds. So I said, for the team, let's fucking go. Like, for me, rather, like, personally, I would go Jet, you know? But, like, for the team, you need to sacrifice some stuff, you know? So, let's go Neon. And it's not like, now Neon is shit, you know? Like, it's still really good. There's one stun, slide, wall. The ulti is tilting me a bit. Like, you pop it after 2 seconds, it's over. But what is this highlight?
Wait, why did they put that in there?
Yeah, I don't know why they put that in.
Let me, production, can we next time?
Production, restart the stream, no?
Where's my highlights? I'm waiting for my highlights on Haven.
Oh no, your Pearl was like, we didn't have enough time. You know, it was too many things to include. But, you know, you're human. That's nice. It proves to us that you're human. When it comes to the comms and decision, do you get a say? Is it just the coach, or like, are you out here being like, we should do this?
In what way, sorry?
In playing Neon or whatever else that you're incorporating?
I think, usually we decide as a team. We have 3 coaches, and I mean, they usually propose the comp, and then we have a say in it, obviously. Like, if we don't agree on it as a team, we're not gonna play it. But yeah.
We didn't get to see you play Apex at Ascension, Robbie. Obviously, you guys kind of dropped out a little bit too early. But what I was going to ask is, how did you find playing against Mozzi's IGLing today?
I mean, we heard what you thought on the stage. We heard you had some thoughts. Are you backing those thoughts?
Yeah, I stand by it. I think,
Okay.
I think on Haven they were pretty good, but overall I think they were quite readable on the attack side. Like, we kind of knew what they were doing.
Is that partially because you knew they were probably going to play Haven? I mean, we thought that was one of the maps they would probably lean heavier into. Did you have the same kind of read?
Not really. I think we just liked Haven, and we're like, let's just leave it open and
play your own game.
Give us any map, and I mean, especially Apex, like, we'll beat you guys anytime.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
All right. I love that. Can you do what you just did to Team Heretics? Can you give it to them as well? I mean, trash talking Apex, come on, like, if you can trash talk Heretics, I'll give it to you.
Let's just say Apex, gone. Heretics, we're coming.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Click.
If you know, you know.
Bro, you want to get me in trouble, no?
No, I actually want you
okay,
to
look, I tell you my
Yeah.
personality, okay? For
You're
me,
a humble guy.
No, I'm really humble, you know.
Yeah.
But for me, before games, I don't like to talk. I anyway don't like. If someone comes to me and like asks me, yeah, you gonna win? I'm gonna say we'll see, you know. Like I only talk. Like I know I'm really good, you know, and I know my team is also really good. So I play, and after then I'm full happy, you know. Then I talk,
Yeah.
you know. Like I don't want to, of course, like saying yeah we're gonna destroy you, blah blah is good, blah blah. But like I'm not the type of guy who goes on Twitter and says, yeah, it will be easy 2-0, no problem. Like for me, I just play, and after when we win, then I talk.
This is the balance, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you do all of that, and then you can...
They're a good team, they're a good team.
Yeah, you can chill, you can chill. I do want to ask you about Floor, though. What did you make of her performance?
Oh, this one round, I remember was like 3v1 or something.
On Pearl? Yeah.
And like, I hear Kara screaming like, playtime or whatever. And then I hear Floor pop the knives. I'm like, oh. I'm not gonna lie, usually I'm very confident, but right there I was a bit doubting myself. I'm not gonna lie, I have to be honest.
Did you think she
and
was
I even slammed my desk.
Oh. We need to get that footage. We need to get it. Did you think she was going to be as good as she was? Because that was obviously her first game in VCT ever. So were you expecting that kind of performance?
I mean, for me, because also people asked me, like they asked if I think if she will play also as good as like in Game Changer. I said like as a player she will not get worse now, you know, like she still has like her full skill. So like I was kind of expecting it, and like I realized it. Like I remember it was Pearl. I was towards double door. I swear to God, I got the ugliest one tap in my face, and I didn't even see her. I got choked, you know. I swear I was choked. And like, but this shot wake me up at least, you know, like it woke me up. Then next pistol round, 4K.
Yeah, lock in.
Yeah.
Lock in.
I couldn't let this sit on me, you know.
We didn't get to see any Teo from you guys. Is that something that you have up your sleeves, or
Any what, sorry?
any Teo?
Teo what?
Tejo.
The new agent Teo.
Oh yeah, the new agent, yeah, I completely forgot about it.
Pronunciation. Tejo.
Teo.
Tejo.
I can't do that.
Wait,
Just say-
Where's Kukuko when we need her?
Cojones, Tejo.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean,
I mean, it's a new agent, you know, like we might show it, we might not.
Okay.
Gotta
Also,
keep it a secret.
you speak Spanish?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Do I look like Spanish?
No,
or?
but you were correcting the pronunciation,
No,
so I
hell
thought
no,
maybe
no,
you
no.
speak Spanish.
My Scottish accent just completely butchered
I was
it
gonna. I
clearly.
thought maybe. What about French? Surely, like now your French should be.
A little
You have
bit.
a-
I can tell you, I had 7 years in school. I had French. I swear to God, like my my French is, I think, worse than Robbie's. And this guy, did you quit school?
You don't want to.
Or go back to the desk.
Oh, he doesn't want to. It's okay. It's
no,
okay,
no,
don't
my
worry.
French is like not the best. But like I can understand, but talking sometimes is hard, you know. Like I forget the words. But yeah, 7 years in school was kind of useless, to be honest.
Well, what was your biggest takeaway from 7 years in school? Like, what did you learn from school that you still
In
remember
general,
now?
yeah?
Yeah, in life.
In life, to be honest, like I was a cheater in exams.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
oh no, people are gonna take this out of context.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, carry on.
no, guys, chill, please.
Yeah.
But like, what can I learn from cheating? You know, be smart.
It's getting worse.
Be smart.
What about you, Robbie? Go on, give us some life advice. What's the one piece of advice that you hang on to?
My one piece of advice. I can't think. I don't have any advice. Stay strong, stay humble. Unlike me.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is unlike me? You're humble, no?
I don't know, bro. I'm just yapping.
You're humble.
That's okay. Well, you're allowed to yap here. You're allowed to yap here. Now, the next game we have is tomorrow. We have a couple of games tomorrow. If we take a look at the bracket, I wanted to get your prediction on the other games that are happening, because Vitality will be playing KC and Fnatic will be playing BBL. We'll start with the Fnatic BBL game because that's the first one. Who do you think is going to win?
Wait, who do you think gonna win? Ladies first, you know. Like.
Oh, I'm on the show tomorrow, so I can wait till tomorrow to share my opinion.
Okay.
You're not here tomorrow,
Ladies
so.
first, bro.
Which game again? Fnatic?
Fnatic BBL, who's winning?
I think it's a quick 2-0 for Fnatic.
Okay. I'm surprised by your answer.
I don't think it's a quick 2-0, but I still think it's a 2-0 for Fnatic.
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like it, you know? You need to go after your feeling.
Okay.
If your feeling says something, do it.
Yeah, I was feeling that Fnatic were going to win champs in 2023, and
Unlucky.
my feeling was, yeah.
Wait, what do you think now? Look, we both said it, you need to say it.
Fnatic BBL, Billy, how are you feeling about
I was feeling like yesterday was going to be a 2-0 to Giant X, and BBL managed to win that series.
Yeah.
So honestly, I don't want to play the, I don't know, but like, I genuinely couldn't tell you.
No, but BBL is also really good.
Yeah. Honestly, for the BBL, I'm never going to doubt Yumpy. He's going to diff. IGL diff going to be right there. I think BBL win tomorrow, 100%. Next one will be obviously Vitality versus KC. So I feel like that's I mean, there's no winning for you guys. The French team's going up against each other. So who are you feeling?
I think both teams are really, really good, and it's gonna be a really close game. I have no clue who's gonna win.
I think 2-1 KC. 2-1 for KC.
Ooh, okay.
I'm not putting a prediction.
No, you need to.
I can't.
You need to.
I can't.
But
all my
you need
pick'ems
to.
have been so wrong.
But you need to.
So wrong.
Infana, come on. It's Click's first day.
But please,
we have to listen to him.
I just think after watching Sadak yesterday, I think KC might end up taking it. But after scoreline, I don't know.
But 2-0?
I don't know about scoreline.
You need to say.
I have to say.
But you need to say.
Why am I being pressured into
But
this
you
on
need
our
to say.
desk?
Okay, how about this? I'll do you. Billy will give you her prediction for the rest of the season if you beat Team Heretics. You beat Team Heretics, you come back, she'll tell you all
You're
of
so
her...
lucky that she talks for you.
all of her pick'em, she'll do it. Deal?
Okay. Yeah, deal.
All right, we got it on camera.
You got it on camera.
So the reason I'm also telling you about the game tomorrow is every night we have the show. You know, we invite the players from the winning team here to join us. And tomorrow, the winner between Vitality and KC will probably get them here as well. Would you like to ask them a question? We're going to record you asking a question, and then they're going to answer your question. We don't know who it is, so maybe keep it generic, but you can ask anything you want. Anything in the world.
What's the question?
I want to ask Kimmy, like Kicks, if he loves me.
Which
camera?
This camera here, but on the off chance it's not Kicks, I will, maybe you just ask whoever it is if they love you. You know?
No, but why not Kicks?
He might not win.
No, I need to ask Kicks.
Okay.
Because if he wins, it's so good.
Okay, fine. We'll let you do it. It's up to you.
Okay, can I?
Yeah, go for it.
Kimmy, you were one of my first teammates. I love you, bro. Last time you fucking...
Language.
When I saw you last time in the stage, bro, you just ignored me and walked.
Same. We both said hello, Kimmy, hello.
So
and he just ignored us.
I don't know, bro.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Kimmy?
Next time I see you, I'm gonna ignore you as well. But I wanted to deeply ask you if you love me, because I really love you, Kimmy. And yeah, I hope
I love you too.
You're having a good game, bro.
I think you might have your answer if he ignored you. It doesn't feel like love. It feels like one-sided.
No, he just didn't see us, okay?
Okay, I believe you.
You need to believe in the good
I believe you, but I felt like we're starting beef as opposed to like, what's up? Like, why didn't you say hi to me?
Chill, come on.
Yeah. It's okay. You might have blessed him. Maybe they win now. Maybe with this they win. But thank you very much, you two, for joining us. Congratulations once again. We look forward to seeing you play Team Heretics. Thank you very much, Billy, as well, for joining me, and Kakuka, and our casters, and you guys at home for watching as well. We're going to be back for 2 more games tomorrow, starting with Fnatic versus BBL. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you then.
That north side taking the wall. It worked against them. It drew their crosshair up just a smidge, but it was enough. Oh, a disastrous round for Team Liquid. 13-10. Movistar Koi have stolen Liquid's map pick.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch. I don't know if I want to discuss this one too much. That was a pretty brutal half for the side of Movistar Koi, and they've got to prove something. Leaving Camo as the last man standing, and he's done very well. It looked a little bit later than Leon, but instead he takes over.
Kiko holding it, swinging in to close out the map.
Engage now.
no idea. Oh my god! Oh my god! That could have been it. That felt like that could have been the closeout in regulation. Anyone, but it is a 1v2 and it's Floor. Good luck, have fun! It's not gonna happen! Mini shuts it down and Gentlemates close out in overtime.
You ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the feet. All them boys wanna talk, hit them on the road, but don't let receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is the breeze, that kick back. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and zoom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, I land on the moon. Who's slipping the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, they up in the fume, I land in the tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys on the top, we don't mind alone, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys on the top, we don't mind alone, but don't got receipts. Bad with the Vinches, killing the odds, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in the tennis. Gotta go big, got me for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the top, time repeat, 2 or 3 peak, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like GE, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and zoom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, I land on the moon. Who's slipping the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, they up in the fume, I land in the tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys on the top, we don't mind alone, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys on the top, we don't mind alone, but don't got receipts. Money fast like, hey, yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey, oh, don't write, back again, don't know me, go and ask a friend, hitting these shows, gotta pack them in, I spin it, I'll make it back again, shawty go and bring your baddest friend, we can take it to the back of Benz, do it like you would for TV, camera on you like a backup lens, shaking it for me, I'm loving the move, friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool, walking up to it, not thinking it through, like shawty, tell me what's good with you, coming with me and she got, hey, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought. Yeah, if I want it, I'ma get it. Yeah, I just talk the way I live it. Yeah, I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. Yeah, but now I'm pulled up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion. Now broke, only in the past tense. Yeah, going money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. check. Whoa, VVS.
you.